Nothing here is given.
Spiker, all that is left but
Every loss meant something more.
oh my goodness! That's the swimmer!
They have stunned this crowd.
It reminded us that victory is never granted. The world tested us. Now they know who we are. Champions are made in North America. Everything here is earned, not given.
Stage 1 of the North American League ends today. It's so sad. But it's exciting because we've got 3 teams left, and one of them is going to be crowned the Stage 1 champion. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us inside our NAL studio for the final time this stage. I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Laxing and Mint. Lax, I mean, it is a bittersweet moment, right? I mean, it is. We started this journey, 40 days ago at this point, and now we are sending teams home. We are crowning a champion, but good thing is we get to end with a bang here.
I mean, it's a little bittersweet, but at the same time, we crowned a new NAL champion. But on top of it, even with the stage being done, we have EWC right around the corner. I believe there's even minor leagues happening as well. So there's a lot of Siege to be tuning into, even if the stage is going to come to an end today.
Thank God you just said that, because 40 days, I feel like I just got here, but I get to go home and still watch Siege. Love that.
Yeah, it should be good. Yesterday, we obviously got a chance to watch some also impressive Siege. We sent Shopify Rebellion home, but what we also saw was 2 fairly quick best of 3s where we saw these teams showcase the new update and really bring out everything to win these games.
I mean, you talk about the update, you talk about the new operators and the buffs that they have to them, but we got to talk about the C4s that Wildcard was bringing in this series, specifically on Cafe. I mean, I believe 5 of those defensive rounds, they had 5 C4s ready to be thrown at M80. But I mean, this series as a whole, again, it was a lot of anticipation coming back into this rematch from M80. It was the first team that actually knocked them off their high horse throughout the throughout the group stage. And again, I mean, Wildcard just came into this match. That first night, Haven Labs, they absolutely dumpstered them. Then going into Cafe, it was a great plan of strategy on their attacking half that pushed them over the edge, and they were a thief in the night.
Yeah, it really does seem like they have their number, right? And I mean, really glad you highlighted some of Wildcard's. I mean, they were playing exceptional in this series, taking advantage of M80 kind of being a little bit asleep here in this game. We noted multiple times that, I mean, were they ever going to wake up? It was a little bit too late.
Yeah, and you know, we're talking about were they ever going to wake up? That's kind of what we're talking about with SR. Are they ever going to wake up? Are they ever going to beat the Titans of DZ? And unfortunately, when push comes to shove, DZ is always going to win. It's the inevitable. We say, what's the inevitable for making events? Well, DZ is the inevitable in terms of this matchup. We talk about it. We say it's a head-to-head. We say it's a beef match. It's really one-sided beef. Yeah. It's a really one-sided match across. And again, I highlighted as well. I can sympathize for SR. I know what it's like to be here. Eventually, it will come to them. This time, it's just not happening.
Gotta say, we call it a rivalry all the time, but I think it's 17-3 map count wise. It was not looking good for them once they lost their map pick. I mean, Haven Labs was the map that they needed to win, and it was just, I mean, J90 with an ace right there. I mean, it was just clutch after clutch, and they got a little bit closer in the round count, but obviously falling on Haven Labs here 7-5 and losing their map pick, going to Clubhouse, where that's the map where, again, DZ's just kind of had their number. It was kind of over from there.
Well, Shopify Rebellion getting eliminated in that matchup, but still will be at the Esports World Cup. It just means that they won't go straight to Phase 2. They'll have to work through the play-ins, essentially, something that they did in Salt Lake City, where we saw them find success there. So it seems like they're comfortable in that territory. They're not afraid to just play more Siege.
No, they're certainly comfortable. It's just DZ. As long as DZ isn't the obstacle that's in front of them, they're going to have a great run at EWC. But again, that's as long as Dark Zero is not in their path.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for them to see another regional single opponent that has this kind of record against them. But with that win, Dark Zero, they moved on in the lower bracket. They have stayed alive here in the bracket. Very important because they still have a chance to make their way to the grand final. The winner between M80 and Dark Zero, first up today, will go to face Wildcard for the title of Stage 1 champ. That grand final coming up a little later on, and we've also got a little fun surprise for you there coming through the middle of the day. I guess not a super surprise, I'll tell you now. We've got a little NAL award show for you where we're going to crown maybe the play of the stage, the MVP, all sorts of fun stuff coming your way in the break between the matches there. But first, it is M80 and Dark Zero, a matchup that we'd like to call a clash of the Titans because this is truly the two most heavy-hitting teams we have right now. The Salt Lake City champs against the team that went nearly undefeated in the group stage.
Listen, we have to build up this match again. I know we let everybody down
Not
in
again,
the group
Lex.
stage. We built it up, and it was a quick 7-0 for M80, but this is a different time. This is a different stage. It is now a best-of-3 territory, so even if DZ was to get 7-0'd again, they have 2 extra chances to get the edge over M80.
Yeah, again, we have to hype it up. I mean, if you take the top 5 players in the NAL right now, 4 of them are in the server today. 2 from M80 and 2 from DZ, so we really do have a lot of Titans in the lobby. But again, unfortunately, they did end up getting 7-0'd. It was M80 who kind of took a strategy from Wildcard. They were C4 maxing on their own and on Cafe, and a map that DZ did struggle on. So we'll have to see if, you know, what have they learned? Because they came out of that series and they said, hey, we learned a lot from that, and that's great. You want to lose in those best of ones.
I mean, you don't want to lose 7-0, but at least you can take something away from that series, which I'm sure they definitely did.
Well, obviously, Kino is also going to have a chance to play against his former team. He'll never tell you how much that matters to him, and maybe it doesn't, but we asked him yesterday, right, and he said, just another day, just another game.
In the office.
But come on, I mean, just a little chip on your shoulder. You want to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, of course, no one wants to be 7-0'd, and you're definitely going to come into this with some sort of chip on your shoulder of wanting to be the best, wanting to prove that you are better than M80. So I have no doubt that Dark Zero is going to come into this matchup with a completely different look than what we saw in their previous group stage matchup.
Yeah, and it literally is, like, they don't lose twice in a row.
They don't.
And they haven't yet.
Shows.
But do they lose twice in a row to the same team? That's another little theory that we're going to be putting to the test.
Well, M80's been lost a wild card twice now.
Well,
Three
for
times.
DZ.
Exactly. That's the point, right? The M80 that we saw in the group stage, that 7-0 DZ, is not the M80 we saw yesterday. Against Wildcard, they didn't even win their own map pick. They looked like a different team.
Yeah, we were talking about it. They were a little bit asleep at the wheel than what we were used to seeing them typically, especially in the group stage. And even in the round 1, again, I was highlighting it was these 50-50 engagements that had to go into their favor, and they were losing this. And it's not the M80 that we're used to seeing. They're usually the ones that are getting aggressive, taking these gunfights, winning it, and then able to play off of each other. But in this series particularly, they were absolutely not. And then pivoting into that round 2 again, we highlighted this. It was Savage all by himself here. And they're realistically, Gunner should have been playing aggressive or at least making some sort of engagement that then would allow Savage some sort of leeway to fight back into this. But because of that not happening, it allows Wildcard to take full control of the site. And you'll see the win con really came from Diffuser being able to use that C4 and inevitably got shut down. And then we pushed into Cafe where we really heard from the comms on the side of M80 where you could hear Savage was getting frustrated. You could tell he was being animated, that there was a lot going wrong that needed to be fixed. But in that round 1 in particular, it was a great retake from Wildcard, and I said it before and I'll say it again. They took this round. They were a thief in the night throughout this entire series, taking round after round, and they did it damn well.
They did it really well, and it was really those win conditions, though, from M80, like you just highlighted right there. I mean, they're letting Wildcard kind of into the site. They're backing up. They're giving them the map, and then they're a little bit late going for the retakes. And then even when they do get the bombs down, it didn't seem like in the comms that they were really syncing things up together. And they just kept saying over and over again, like, guys, we need to wake up. We need to wake up. But it was a little bit too late. Luckily for them, there's another chance, though, right? They got to fall down into the lower bracket where there is a chance for them to still earn those SI points that they desperately need.
Absolutely.
Well, we were talking about, right, comms, I heard, is like an overarching theme here about why this could have possibly gone wrong. I mean, tell me, Lax, do you think there's any particular reason why we're seeing an M80 that is looking a little more flustered yesterday than we have in the past?
So I think there's 3 things. I think one of these things is definitely a little bit of a stretch. You could argue that, you know, shift of schedule. You have players like Diffuser, you have players like Gunners, I believe, that are starting at 8:30 a.m.
The young guys.
And you could argue that realistically at LAN events you wake up early, and also Ashen performed extremely well.
Well, that's East Coast, right?
Ashen?
No, 8:30.
Yeah, exactly.
Diffuser's on the West Coast
True.
too, so even
True.
earlier for him.
So it's even earlier. And then the second point I think is the biggest ramification and the reason why we aren't seeing the exact same M80 that we're seeing in the group stage is they aren't in a facility. Throughout all of the group stages, they were in the facility, and that just has camaraderie written all around it. You're able to look into your teammates' eyes, you're able to see what's going on, play off their emotions, play off your own emotions, and just kind of build off of that. You're not able to do that when you're away from each other, when you're doing it online. Whereas a team like Wildcard, we saw in their comms after every single win, whether it was a crazy round, not crazy round, they were yelling, they were getting hyped, they were getting animated. It's just not the same M80 that we were seeing throughout the group stage.
Yeah, I agree. It's that body language. That's what's nice about you playing in the same facility. Those little fist pumps that you're able to give each other. When you're losing rounds, you're not sitting in your room all alone, just kind of somber, right? Someone yelling woo at the top of their lungs is not as exciting over the headset as it is when it's your teammates standing up right next to you, that we see even with the Shopify Rebellion. We'll see with Spoit as he gets up and he's celebrating with the rest of the team. So it is kind of a big factor. It is kind of, I mean, it could definitely be for their slow starts.
And the biggest one, I think, is definitely them actually coming into a few of their first losses, only coming out of Wildcard. But again, when you have a fantastic group stage like you did, you aren't learning a lot from those series until you lose. And inevitably, when you do end up losing, it can really expose you to a lot of issues. And as you know, if you put too much emphasis in those positions, into those things that are happening, that are going wrong, it can cause more chaos and do more damage in the long term.
Well, in terms of momentum, M80 coming off a loss. Their opponents today, Dark Zero, they're coming off a very one-sided win. They played incredible against Shopify Rebellion, and it just seemed like going into that matchup, there were so many examples of Dark Zero just outthinking the Rebellion and just playing a perfect game.
I mean, we can make a montage out of the 17-3 map can of them outthinking them, but of course, I'm going to highlight another Labs round, which is the last time I highlighted DZ, because they're going to have a problem on their hands. There's the Clash. So what are they going to do? They're going to bring new Zofia with those 3 impacts underneath, and this one is going to be for the E-Box player. This one is for anyone playing close to the E-Box door, and then they have another for the mirror window. There's Newers on the Twitch drone from down below. At this point, they're going to get Cali. They're going to get NJR on the sniper rifle. He's going to get set up in connector, and look how broken this angle is. This has to be practiced from DZ. At this point, he's able to pester the Clash player, which we all know is Canadian, and he's going to back up. He's going to back up, but they're going to leave the smoke high and dry, and there's Kino on the Grim shotgun who's going to take advantage of that. And after they get the kill on that player close, DZ, they know what is the information they're looking for. They know that SR have all backed up. So Kino's going to use those Grim Bees, push through, and get another free kill. I mean, look, he sniped that guy on the other side of the room with that shot.
But of course, there's only going to be one person that's going to use a Grim Shotgun, and of course it's going to be Kino. But something that we also highlighted is all of DZ was always one step ahead. They always had a response to whatever SR was trying to throw on them. And even in just what you broke down, they're so step by step. They know how to go to point A to point B and get it done very concise and clean. And it's the reason why we always highlight them, that we talk about they're the Swiss Army knife. They have every tool at their disposal and can make nothing out of, I mean, they can just make anything happen, realistically. And when we're seeing this DZ perform at the level that they continue to be, it's the consistency for me that I look at as the bigger picture for this team, is that they can bounce back after a loss and look almost a seamless difference from what we were seeing in their previous match.
You also mentioned, right, Ashen, he's the #1 player right now in the NAL. He's a threat on the M80 side. On the Dark Zero side, I mean, Newers and J9O, yesterday they were lighting up the scoreboard. They are right behind Ashen, #2 and 3 overall rated in the league. That is such a threat for Dark Zero to have, and a great weapon against a team with strong fraggers like M80.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the right operators. It's not only the right operators, right? They also have the right players on the team. I mean, all 5 of them, I think it was NJR was the one that even struggled in that series, if you want to even say that. He was struggling.
Sure.
When he's actually the SLC MVP. I mean,
struggling.
You define struggling?
Yeah, I mean
he went negative in the match, sure, but like we all know how good NJR is. I mean, again, it's just so many good players in this lobby. It's literally all our best talents from North America. It should be a heavyweight battle as long as we don't see a 7-0.
That's the question here, though, right? Can Dark Zero bounce back from that? We know how much they talk about, you know, screwing the narrative and doing their own thing. If you've been there in that situation, having to bounce back from a very one-sided matchup, how do you respond? And how much of a role can that play?
I mean, realistically, you're not going to, again, you're going to look at that 7-0 and, like I said, take from it, learn what you can from it, but you're not going to hang on to it. It's not going to hang over your head coming back into the series, just for the simple fact you're in a best of 3 now. You can lose very badly and immediately come back the next game and then push that all the way into a map 3. And that's exactly what Dark Zero is going to do. Any upper echelon team knows once you get into those best 3s, you have a bad series on one map, you just wipe the slate clean, go into the next series, come out the way that you need to be, fix the problems, and boom, problem solved. And then it's just about adapting and being the better team at that point.
Yeah, and especially DZ, right? When we heard from Kino yesterday, he's like, we don't even think about our previous games.
Right.
You know, that doesn't matter to them. Siege at the top level, again, I could say it over and over again and bore every single viewer, but it is such a mental game. And if you have those thoughts in the back of your mind, oh my God, the last time we played these teams, it's a 7-0, as you're loading into the lobby, you're not going to be successful. So for me, again, all of DZ, we'll probably see player cams of them meditating, except for Newers, because he doesn't seem to participate. He's skipping out on this, but it's Newers. He's not, what, number 2 on that list? Number 3?
Exactly.
He's a top-rated player.
His own meditation.
But again, they're going to put that out of their mind, and I expect them, again, that 7-0 is going to fire them up.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk maps and see if they can, find a territory where they're a little bit more comfortable when it comes down to this best of 3. We start things out on Lair. That'll be where M80 chooses to go before Dark Zero send us to Labs. Lax, what do you make of this Lair pick?
I mean, this is a great pick for M80. They're clearly comfortable on it. They've played it quite a bit. I would say the sample size is a little different for the side of Dark Zero. They only showed it one time versus 5 Fears, and you could also, not versus 5 Fears, for fun, where you could argue on the side of M80. Some of those series were close. The one that they looked the best on was against 5 Fears, however, but they play their attacks very differently in terms of their bans, where I believe DZ bans more of the information ops, and M80 will get rid of more of the cheese ops, getting rid of the glass, getting rid of any of those site executes. So I am curious to see who's going to kind of walk away on those attacks. We already kind of know and what to expect from the defense side of things. So it's really going to be the attacking side that I'm more so fixated on, and especially those opening engagements where we saw DZ specifically yesterday. I can't remember what the count was, but they were carrying that series in opening engagements.
No, I mean, it's a great map choice, I think, for both teams. What I'm most excited for, though, is Labs. I've now done, 2 telestration-ishes for DZ attacking the top floor, so I'm almost kind of wondering to myself, what else can they kind of do? I just think they're so good at that map, which is weird for me to say because the old SSG team, I criticized them so heavily for the Nighthaven Labs, and right now it looks like one of their best maps. And then that decider, we're going back to Cafe. DZ, what have they learned?
That's the tough one, though, right? Is you're going to allow that to be the third map, and I think if you're M80, you don't want it to go to that third map, especially beating them in a 7-0. Again, you're going to take a lot more from that coming from DZ's aspect and their own point of view, where M80, you're going to maybe try to replicate the exact same thing you did, and that's what really, again, can kind of bite you in the ass if you try to do the exact same thing.
Well, I want to hone in on a point you guys made earlier about the M80 comms, because it's something that, for the most part, we don't get to hear, on the viewer side, right? In the green room, you guys get to listen in, see what the issues are. Kyle, you mentioned that there was something happening with Savage and how the team was almost leaving him out to dry, like leaving him on his own. Can you explain what you heard and why that could be a problem against Dark Zero?
Yeah, I mean, just a problem syncing, right? That's really all it is, and I really wish the viewers could kind of hear some of what we're hearing, because it's so cool to hear pro players. But it's just the little things, right? It's thinking, hey, we're going to go for this VIP player. As Savage, you're expecting someone to say something like herd, right? So you're synced up with him. Then you're expecting a 3-2-1 count, right? 3-2-1. We're not really hearing any of that. It's more so, hey, we're going to go for this VIP player, and then you see players kind of walking on their own, and then after the round, it's always diagnosing issues. Guys, I said we were going for this. Why are you not going for this? And it's great. Everyone on the top teams is taking accountability. Ashton's first to be like, hey, that's my bad. We'll be better the next one. But it was just constant over and over again, and we weren't seeing the problems kind of fix themselves.
All right, very fair. Well, we get to dive into this one. One more team needs to get into our grand final. Is it going to be Dark Zero, or can M80 find that success again like they did in the group stage? We'll go over to Jesse and Parker to find out.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Jesse, what are you wearing? A blazer? Oh, you look so good. That's what you wore to your wedding, right?
Yeah, basically this exact outfit, more or less. So yeah, more or less.
You look very, very good. And just as I imagine, both of these teams are going to look very good in this matchup. A lot of people at M80 at the top of their list, and yet Wildcard humbled them yesterday. How do they fare against the defending major champions? You, the people, think that Dark Zero has the edge? We'll start on Lair, and we'll very quickly get a good lay of the land as these teams do battle on a very, very large and technical map.
I just gotta say for a second here, Parker, it's crazy to me that the community gave Dark Zero SR a 50-50 prediction almost exactly when Dark Zero has like 20 years of history destroying Shopify Rebellion. And now today, against M80, in my opinion, the most even matchup that we're going to see all playoffs. Two Titans going head-to-head where it's actually a coin flip result. They're all just going to go back to major champions. Whatever. The community can vote however they'd like. We'll get to see how it turns out in the server. And I'm so excited to see how these games play out. Laxing predicted information bans from Dark Zero here in the early phase, and it looks like he was right. That's the snake being taken off the board immediately. It'll force Gavin to jump onto a new entry fragger here to attack. And then they remove that Ying as well. So gonna make it a little bit more difficult to go for those direct hits, as Ashen will play a little bit of that Ying from time to time.
Absolutely correct. No Ying means it's a lot harder to crack open certain parts of this map. You've seen it time and time again. Ying is excellent for taking control early and can also have some huge impact on the site hits. It's also been, for those that have not been following along, there have been a host of changes that was discussed yesterday on the broadcast. Operators that received buffs, Zofia, Wamai, and Jaeger, and we've seen both Jaeger and Zofia's pick rates shoot up because of that. In terms of nerfs, Ubisoft, to their credit, have not been nerfing very much as of late, but Dokkaebi was a little too strong, so they nerfed her ever so slightly, which doesn't really make her less effective, Jesse, but certainly changes her prominence. As you can see on the side of M80, they are locked in with operators that were untouched before these mid-season changes went live.
Yeah, and I really like the operator bans as well from M80. Mira's whatever, but Tachanka is specifically an NJR counter. DZ have this really powerful smoke Tachanka duo strat that Kino and NJR will play here on Lair. They'll play it mid-floor on Bunk's briefing and, of course, on the top floor. It is so annoying to try to get past. It's so much stall, so they'll take some of that away from Dark Zero. And then they'll try to change things up a little bit. NJR is going to flex over to the Kaid with his Tachanka gone. They're going to pair this with the Tuberao. So instead of stalling you out with Toxic Babes and Fire Grenades, they're just going to stall out your wall breaching. I like that.
Diffuser got in the building very, very fast and is droning himself at this point in time, which is something that we usually wag our finger at, I suppose you could say. Typically want some backup there because you're exposed and vulnerable. And again, the stuff that you're droning is usually only good for about 5 seconds or so. Zoto Canister is going to keep this wall in operation safe for the time being. Of course, it will eventually run out.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, though. With the Kaid plus Tuberao and the Goyos and the smoke, like, this is going to be a slow burn of a round. I'd be shocked to see anybody die before that 60-second mark, Parker. So expect this one to drag on a bit. We do have a double shield comp coming out from M80 as well, with Ashen and Savage going to be running this. Savage will be the real spear point. He's going to be trying to get a plant in, likely through that. He's in storage hall right now, so we'll see where he wants to put that down. Ash can kind of just be a force of chaos at some point in the midst of this. He falls. He's about 50% damage from a Goyo canister. That's a rare mistake from the Dark Zero captain.
Yeah, not ideal. Up top now is he's got a good line of sight and some kill holes with the double TCSG up there as well. More damage is being done, and that's Newer's getting the very first kill onto Ashen. Down goes Diffuser. Newer's finding 2. That's Gavin with 2 now as well, very quickly going back. Fire in front. Gunners just simply trying to wait this one out. Final minute.
What do you even do at this point? You've lost your back pressure, Parker. They can't get this wall open. They might be able to get it open. They do find the EMP onto the clock the second time around, so they can get the plant spot open and ready for business. But there's still going to be a Toxic Babe from Kino. There's still going to be some pressure with the flanks coming in. They've got to be so perfect.
NJR takes down Savage. Gunner trades NJR right back. Immediately scoots over to pick up the defuse kit. 25 seconds left on the board. A precarious spot. A little bit worried about possibly getting electrified, but also able to open up the wall so he can waltz his way out of that position. But DZ was circling around him, and they were going to pinch him no matter what. An unwinnable situation for M80 as DZ look ever so confident in the closing moments of that first round.
So, Parker, we didn't get to discuss the map bans very much, obviously, here on the cast, but I want to bring it up now because there is a very real possibility that M80 has just walked headfirst into a trap. This is their map pick. They chose to come here on Lair, and I don't dislike that pick from M80. They have a 4-1 record this season on this map. They really like playing on Lair. There's no doubt that this is a good map for them. But you know what's better than a 4-1 record? a 5-0 record, and that's what Dark Zero have on this map this season. This is a very good map for DZ as well, and while they've played it a lot recently, and that means there's a lot of footage, clearly M80 have been watching that footage, they banned the Tachanka, they know what they're doing. I'm worried the DZ strap book might be a little too late, because that last round was a masterclass of setup from Dark Zero. Despite not having their usual tools available, you saw kills with Goyo canisters, you saw kills with Thorn traps, you saw the Electroclaw delaying a bunch of time, you saw all of the utility being brought by Dark Zero having huge impact, and it was not all brand new, but more or less a new strategy that M80 have not really come to expect, because Dark Zero have just been so reliant on the Smoke Tachanka or Warden Tachanka setup that they like to run on the top floor. M80, I think we're hoping to counter-strat DZ a little bit in this game, and just off of that first round, I'm worried the strat book might be deeper than they anticipated.
Jesse, you used the word worry. Why are you worried?
Well, because this is M80's map pick, and if they lose it, we might have a quick 2-0. And given the desk was worried about a 7-0 right before this game started, you know, I would like that to be avoided.
All right.
I'm reloading.
I've deemed that acceptable.
Thanks.
Your reasoning and rationale noted, accepted, and now we move on in peace together. See, Jesse, after yesterday when I said it's really nice to cast with you, and you said that it was not, and that you were hoping to finish as quickly as possible, it awoke something in me, which is nice and tarot, where I intend to be nice to you all day today.
Really? Okay.
Not at all. I couldn't stomach that one bit. I value honesty.
Cover me.
Good to have you back. You scared me for a second there, Parker. I was worried.
It's good to be back, man. You talked about the double shield and how impactful it could be. They have abandoned that for this round. Savage will go on to Blitz. The Monty, of course, still available. And as we saw in the previous round, DZ spread out well across the map and very close to the entry points for this M80 aggression.
Yeah, this top floor clear is going to be the focus, as it oh so often is. They're using these EMPs to deal with the electric claws. That should, with the Zoto canister, not quite be there. So they don't have, of course, the Zoto this time around. Newer's moved over to the Lamai. So they're going to have a little bit more utility to try to keep these players safe, but the walls will get opened up without any issues. Toxic Babe still being burned out. This is the problem with this top floor bomb site, Parker. There is so much util that you have to burn through that it's going to give them very little time to hit the site.
Well, you need to start getting a bit aggressive. They understood the mission. Gavin with the lead-off kill, but DZ's guns are hitting their marks. Those two SMG-11s getting put to good use. And M80 loses two bodies. Savage has found an opportunity to get the defuse kit down, but there's no coverage as Kino shreds him from above. All 3 kills from Dark Zero so far in the hands of those SMG-11s. Ashen tearing through everybody, by the way, but it's the top floor control which will be their undoing. Gunnar thought he had a window of opportunity to get the defuse kit planted. He does not. And now it's Ashen to pick up the pieces. Got 30 seconds to go here, but nigh unwinnable, I say, unless he can get a quick pick and force Dark Zero to rotate. You've got NJR close enough to the bomb site. Newer still lording over top of it. His defuse kit's been retrieved. Ashen will attempt it to try to draw them out, but DZ know better than this. A very patient team, and NJR's just waiting in the wings. Ashen not expecting that, and Dark Zero starts off 2-0.
Beautifully done. That's the power of this Bunks Briefing bomb site, Parker. The entire site can be held from above. So what do they do on the side of Dark Zero? They just commit to that top floor hold. They deny that plant when it's going down. And the goal from M80, of course, was to distract those top floor players as they're pushing in. But without that Ying available to you especially, it gets really difficult to draw all of the attention your way. So Dark Zero did a really good job keeping their eye on the prize, spotting out some of those players down below. Of course, it definitely helps that they were winning some of their fights up top here. Despite False going down as the opening pick, they were always able to find that defuse kit as it was going down below. And it just feels like a bit of a slow start from M80. I mean, Dark Zero are playing these defenses really well. They're using their util, and it feels like M80 aren't able to problem solve. It was a bit of a slow start yesterday versus Wildcard. Then I don't know what the sleep schedule is looking like for these gamers, but it looks like another slow start early in the morning today.
It is tremendously early. We woke up for our call time, Jesse, because of course it's not about the players, it's about us, the casters. We woke up for our call time at, for me, 9 a.m. For you, what time was it?
7 a.m. for me.
And if you're on the West Coast, it was 6 a.m. That is some real nasty business, I will say. Gamers go to bed at 6 a.m. They don't wake up at 6 a.m. So I have no doubt that some of these players might be a little bit eepy, but I think most of M80 is still playing out of Windsor. I don't know if they've been able to move around or not, and of course, no player cam, so we can't even assess whether they are in the same location that they've been in through most of the day. I agree with your point earlier, by the way. M80's executes just a bit too linear. You know that the defenders are going to have top floor control. You know that. You assess that. You drone that out, and yet you still went for the site, hoping to get a quick one off. I will say credit to Savage after they lost both Gavin and Diffuser pretty early on, that he said, maybe I can just sneak a quick little objective down here. Stylistically, I don't hate it. It's just DZ are not the type of team to let that go unpunished.
Turns this round into a near must-win for M80. You can't let the defense start the game off with a perfect rotation, not when it's your map pick, not when the stakes are this high here in the lower bracket finals. It will be a pretty direct take going through the garage here. Savage, the spearhead on the Monty once again. Everybody from Dark Zero has fallen off the roam. They start with a couple of players up there on the mid floor, but they've all fallen back down to the basement, as I think they've assessed where this push is coming from M80. Savage actually backing up and going for a bit of a rotate. This is an interesting call from the M80 captain. Could be going over towards the yellow stairs, try to get a different angle on these garage players. Again, there is nobody up here, so this could be a free rotation from Savage, and he is not headed lobby side. He's going to actually move over towards that armor side of the map, it seems. Or not. He just keeps going back and forth. That's okay, Savage. Take your time. Take your time. Pick whatever you'd like.
Just a swift correction there for you immediately, is Savage has other ideas.
All right.
Diffuse kit in hand, final minute. If you were worried about M80 potentially stalling out, well, it is rearing its ugly head yet again in this third round. Dark Zero so far has been in pretty firm control, and I have to suspect that if this round goes poorly, we might see a timeout get called somewhat early. The Mayor swings, down goes Gunner. DZ starting off strong yet again. Fultz traded out, an opportunity at the Ella will slip through their fingers, but Ashen yet again, just as he did in the previous round, will pick up a double kill. You've lost Savage though, Jesse. That's not ideal to lose your shield and the diffuse kit.
Ashen across the map is doing some good work, but Parker, that's not really where the brunt of this push is. He's making his way inside of lockers now. He can group up with Gavin, who has diffuse kit, and Diffuser is across the map to provide this pinch, so they have to work together on this 3v3.
Ashen taken care of by Newers. Darkster now with the numbers advantage. Newers finds two. J90 amidst the smoke gets another, and DZ start off with a perfect 3-0 site rotation. Predictions, Jesse? You think M80's calling their timeout?
I would expect it from Fabian, yes. Again, it just feels like they're a little bit slow to start this game. We'll get the bans through first, then we'll find out if there will be a timeout or not. But again, on this push, Parker, it just feels like they're not getting very much value out of Savage on the shield. Savage had a really rough game one yesterday up against Wildcard, went 1-8 in their opening matchup. And Mint said on the desk, actually, that there was a lot of miscoordination going on where Savage and the rest of the team weren't on the same page. The comms were a big issue for M80 early in that game. Of course, the viewers and also you and I, Parker, we don't get to hear those comms, but it's great that we have the analysts breaking that down. Here comes the tack timeout from our three-time world champion head coach Fabian for M80 to try to get things back on track, but I wonder if it's those same issues coming back into things. I'd love to hear the desk's thoughts on this at the halftime. Is it, again, Savage being a bit disconnected with his teammates? Because it feels like him on the shield has been really low value so far in this game.
Not a lot of good looks for M80. I mean, if you discount those two double kills that Ashen got, which were entirely impactless and had no bearing on the end result of those rounds, you're looking at a very unhealthy team from a kill perspective. I know that we joked about it, but do look at the pings on your screen. Gunner is playing from the West Coast. That's why he's sitting at 80 ping. Diffuser, I'm not entirely certain, but it might actually genuinely be too early for some of these players. You know, there was, I think it was TSM at an event once, had every single day their match was the first game of the day, and they openly said, we're tired. Like, we're not used to waking up this early. And they always did better after map one was concluded. I know that we joke about it, but scheduling changes can impact a team. Absolutely. And I mean, you just need to hang around people who haven't slept well or not slept enough. And that crankiness and all that comes with it can absolutely cause some friction there. So M80 obviously not liking this position. It's their map, Jesse. You said you were a little worried for them. I think your worries are well founded right now as Dark Zero is steadily running away with this map.
3-0 now here, a scary predicament to be in. You mentioned Diffuser as well. I mean, he was a guy that also, I think, struggled a little bit yesterday. I talked about Savage bad stats, but even Diffuser, like 7 and 18 in his role, that's not really what you're looking for out of him. Diffuser is one of these entry flex players on M80. You expect him to be getting good numbers, getting into the action, getting engaged. Now 0-3 to start this series. We know how talented he is. I mean, this guy won a major with M80. He's one of the best to do it. Came out of that Element game a little while ago too. I think Element 2 he was the champion of with that old NV squad, not ENVY, but just NV. He's had a really nice career so far, has been doing so much at such a young age, but these last couple days we just haven't been seeing his best. If Diffuser wakes up, it feels like that might be the answer for M80 to start getting rounds back on the board.
Well, yeah, I mean, their big offensive threats aren't doing anything from the kills department, right? You've got guys like Diffuser, you got guys like Ashen. Ashen, for crying out loud, consistently at the very top or competing at the very top of the NAL from a stats perspective. And again, he's had his moments, but the rest of the team around him, the supporting cast, has just not quite been there. I don't know exactly what Fabian would have talked about during that timeout. He himself likely suffering from some sleep deprivation as he had a child, if you recall, all the way back when Salt Lake City was going on. So I'm assuming there's very little sleeping in the Halston house, but either way, M80 does need to figure this one out, and I think you're correct. Diffuser is a big part of that. If he can start getting some kills, if Gunnar can start getting some kills and kickstart this offense, M80, there we go, might have a shot, and Gunnar gets 2 as J9O and NJR get taken apart by Gunnar. Excellent beginning for M80.
It's the West Coast boy at 8 a.m. who's finding these frags. That's exactly what you need from M80. He's got the fuse kit as well, so if he goes down, it's a little bit risky, but inside of Ops should be in a safe spot. Diffuser, the other man in the hour we were talking about in a good moment, but Newers instead jumps right out the bathroom and takes the teeth out of the backside of that bush. Really nice play.
Well, Savage and Diffuser still searching for their very first kill. Gunner's gonna kill them all. He's got 3 kills so far in this round, living on borrowed time as he needs to evade that Razor Bloom, and he does not do so. Newers has 3 of his own as well. We were on Ace Watch with both of these players. That will not be had for Gunnar as he's put in the ground. One of the 2 remaining players on M80 will need to break the zeros next to their name, or else this round goes kaput. It's a great opportunity for Newers. Down goes Diffuser, looking for Savage. 1 away. His teammate, J9O, got an ace yesterday. Can Newers join? No! Savage shuts him down. The ace denied. And Fultz and Savage will now engage in a 1v1. Savage shrugging off some damage from that TCSG. Fultz just needs to play fadeaway and will dance around the flames. Eating some damage in the process as Savage races to go get the Diffuser. He's going to be very exposed right here, about to run out of time. Fultz needs to play the clock very appropriately, and he will do just that. Savage, no real opportunity, but a relatively close round for M80. Still breaks in favor of the major champs. They're up 4-0.
Smart play by both captains in that 1v1, Parker, but of course the situation just favoring Fultz. He played that in such a way where he could not lose it. Really well played by him. Savage does his best in the 1v2, but ultimately it is all for naught. It's Ethan James with the 4K. Newers really steps up in that one. I'm a little confused what happened with the Thorn Trap on Gunnar. I'm not going to lie. It looked like he had shot it as the indicator went away, but then it came back. So unlucky for Gunnar in the midst of that after a really good start for him. That's the one right there I was talking about. But regardless, it's a quad for Newers. 9-2 now will be his stat line early in this game, 4 rounds deep. A phenomenal start for the star entry of Dark Zero. We're starting to continue to, I mean, we're just continuing to spiral, really, Parker. That's 4 straight rounds now from Dark Zero. The tack timeout, ineffective for M80.
Dark Zero well situated to go over to Labs. Their pick, which will be the second map. Cafe is the decider if needed. For those that didn't tune into yesterday's matches, we didn't need a map 3 whatsoever. In fact, even saying map 3 got you vaporized because of how quick our play day ultimately was. For those that didn't follow the matchup, Wildcard end the regular season, at least the stage 1 portion of it, in 3rd place. It was M80's championship to lose, I suppose you could say, with DZ nipping at their heels, and yet Wildcard vanquished both of them en route to a grand final. Starting in the upper bracket, Wildcard beat DZ about a week or two ago and then destroyed M80 yesterday in a very, very quick matchup. 7-2, 7-5, and now Wildcard playing when this match concludes. Dark Zero going down to the lower bracket, beating For Fun, then dismantling Shopify Rebellion yesterday, and now looking for a solid bounce back. What a story it's been for this Wildcard team, as they have always been decent domestically, but internationally is where they've shined. Well, domestically, they're dominating now, and this is a scary-looking team in a region that is showing a level of dominance we haven't seen in almost a full decade.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see Wildcard play in those grand finals. That'll be later today. After this game, the winner will play that, but not before a little NAL award show to buy some time for the winner of this game to get their bearings back and prepare for their second VO3 of the day. For now, though, all eyes are focused on Dark Zero and M80. And unlike the last time where M80 put a lot of pressure up on the top floor, this time they are really just full sending it for the bottom. They are not going to clear out these roamers up above. Their goal in this round, Parker, is just to sneak a plant down below. They've got Capitao smoke bolts. They've got Sens walls from Savage. They've got all sorts of distractions and even EMPs from Ashen to stop this Warden. So there's a lot of util being dedicated just to getting this plant down on M80.
And that's a great pick to take care of Newers. All 9 of his kills put in the ground. The rest of the team has 10. Newers has been leading the way and picking up multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill, usually in the mid-round. Diffuser almost dying there, still searching for his first kill. Execute at a moment's notice here, Jesse. Out go the ROU projectors. I fear that the first one might have missed, which isn't very ideal at all. What remains of Diffuser taken out by Fultz, as we're starting to see some action unfold. Gunner getting yet another. He's been sensational the last 2 rounds. It's not been able to affect things for M80, but they are now looking at their very first successful round. They've just got to find Fultz and J90. Savage on the cross will get one, and J90 coverage from above, not good enough. He trades out Gunner, but there's still plenty alive on the side of M80, and they get their first round.
What a weird round it was. I guess you don't... They don't ask how, Parker. They just ask that you get it, and certainly they do on M80. It's, again, Gunner, who starts us off with a little double kill, just like the previous round. It seems like since the tag timeout, Gunner has really been the engine driving M80 forward. A nice couple of kills there onto Newers and Kino to break that one wide open. Gunner was pushing up above after he got that wall open down towards Pillar. And then, yeah, the util was not exactly where it needed to be. I didn't see any Sens walls actually inside the site from Savage, so the plant was kind of all for naught, I should say. Might have gotten impacted out by NJR too, but regardless, they didn't have the ability to go for a plant, so they kind of had to rely back on their kills. Thankfully, the frags were good from M80, and after some bad movements from Dark Zero, they do get on the board 4-1, but still a rough spot to be in, Dark Zero, with all the momentum regardless of that last round.
It just took them some time to be able to find their footing. A close round after their timeout. Let's not discount them there. They called the timeout after round number 3. They got to a 1v1 and ultimately just ran afoul of the clock, this time showing a little bit more strength. And I mean, you said it yourself. If somebody like Gunner that wakes up, they start taking matters into their own hands, M80 can thrive off of that. You're going to struggle as a team if your entry players are not getting those kills. Now, Gunner's not a typical entry on this M80 squad, especially when he's playing Heartbreach duty. It's quite bad, actually, to gamble a Thermite before you're able to get your exothermic charges down. And yet he's still making tons of space for the team. And we're talking about now, well, while we're in a tech pause, if we're talking about how these players stack up, it was a good day for the Dark Zero team yesterday. Ashen still sits atop the leaderboard in terms of EPS. He is the #1 rated player in the league, but right behind him are Newers and J90. Go down to 5th. There's Gavin. So 4 of the top 5 rated players are currently in this lobby. Then you find NJR down at 9th, and it's a ways down until you get to the next player, which would be Fultz. Gunner himself is dead even in the middle of the pack, 25th of 50 rated players. So while he doesn't have the best overall rating, I think it's fair to say he plays one of the more challenging roles on this team. It's a role that oftentimes lands you in hot water if you don't do well. Gunner is no stranger to community criticism, but he does his job. He does it very well. And if M80 is able to play around that, they are a team that can easily beat the best of the best, as we saw with them finishing stage 1, at least the group stage, in first overall. Whether they actually take stage 1 reigns to be seen. They need to get through Dark Zero first and then conquer Wildcard in today's grand final that's coming up after this.
You know, it's funny, Parker. M80 are, by some definitions, technically the reigning NAL stage champions, as they won stage 2 last year. Now, they didn't win the NA finals or the kickoff, but technically neither of those are called stages, so it's kind of a bad argument, but you could make it if you wanted to call M80 the reigning champs.
Oh, Jesse, I've considered it, and I'll allow it.
Thank you. Appreciate
This is nice
that.
in tarot today. Remember, I'm trying to hear the things you say, and I'm trying to pretend that you're not saying them, because when you say them, I have a visceral response, and it's just I want to disagree. So if I think, oh, what if Laxing was saying that? What if Mint was saying that? Would I agree? And if the answer is yes, then Jesse, I have to give you credit. That was not ideal for Savage. He thought he had a bead on it, but Diffuser is there to refrag him right away, but still a devastating loss for M80 as player cams have returned. Please rejoice in chat.
Again, I mean, we're talking about Savage being disconnected from his teammates. Like, clearly something is going wrong on the information side of M80. Savage just not even checking the hallway. That must mean that somebody called it was clear, or they had some information on that player's whereabouts, but he just walks in, dies. It is traded, thank God, but now you're losing fights down towards Pillar. It's NJR on their own game, taking out Ashen, the entry fragger for M80, so we're just losing these bodies, we're losing these fights, and it really gets things awkward for M80 as they're trying to clear these roamers out, and they'll get the space, but at what cost?
For a second there, I almost thought he got that kill with the sidearm as J90 popped up right on the kill feed. After a good performance to get themselves back into this first half, it feels like they will fall just short on this final round. M80 left with Gavin and Diffuser. Dark Zero staring at a 5-1 half unless we can see some serious heroics in the next minute.
They've got some good utility, like they still have the boogie drone. Diffuser has the kit in his hands, right? Diffuser has the diffuse kit, so you've got a couple of options here, but as long as Dark Zero play this smart, they should be able to avoid the vert pressure, they should be able to hold their angles, and once this plant goes down, it'll be 4v1 when sun's up.
They're still doing utility work here, but they'll have to confront all the stall potential that DZ has laid out in front of them, be those Goyo canisters, be those Gishmat mines, and even some Banshees, depending on where they were deployed. That's a small opportunity to take care of J90, missed by Gavin as he gets tickled by the flames. Needs to worry about the next 15 seconds, though. That's the main focus here for M80. In they go, and Gavin finds Newers, hoping for more. He might be able to get them. No, he gets one, but DZ outfoxes him. And a sniffle from J90 as the job's not done, but pretty close to 5-1 the first half for DZ.
Long way to go for M80 on their own map pick, not the way they wanted to start. I mean, we said our jaws were on the floor watching M80 take down Dark Zero in the group stage. It's kind of the same right now. Dark Zero stunningly quite a bit away ahead of what M80 are showing us.
Yeah, it is the same, and unfortunately, if you're an M80 fan, it's kind of the same issues as yesterday as well. I mean, we're seeing these guys just completely unsynced. We're seeing them kind of talking in their comms as well, like, guys, we need to wake up. I mean, this is the very first round. We watched them, look at them, trying to go to fire, through the flames, and also through the thorn trap in a 5v5, calling a 3-2-1 right there. So, really bad play. And then a second round, well, it didn't get any better. We're going to have Gaveni going through the smoke, and they're going to get this kill onto the Kaid up top. But the problem is they're trying to sink that pressure at the same time as going for the bomb plant down below. But the top pressure went before the bomb was able to go down. So, of course, there's a Solus above. You can't plant there, right? You can't park
No,
there,
you absolutely can. They had to wait for Ashen to try to make a play, take the attention away, and then go for it. They're just going too fast, and they need to slow down. But we have to highlight Newers as well. I mean, even in that round 4, you could argue M80 actually started out very strong. Gunnar ends up clearing all the meds, gets 2 important frags into their favor, has the opening picks. This should be their round, but it highlights exactly what you're talking about. They're completely out of sync. There's no way Newers should be able to not only get that kill from the window, but then to push it even further and get the kill jumping out the window, but then extending it, killing the guy on rocket stairs, and then killing, I believe, Gunnar outside, throwing the thorn traps at him, and And it was great for Fultz to be able to handle that 1v1 the way that he did. But I mean, Newers already, we said teams have to start out the gates hot here. These are one of the top 5 players in the league right now. Newers already starting out 9-4. And again, these issues are still very prominent for the side of M80. Jesse said it perfectly. They're going to allow them to play aggressive. They're going to allow them to use those shields, but they have everything for it. They have the delay with the Kaid. They have the delay with the smokes. They have the delay with the thorns. They have the delay with the smoke shotgun on rocket stairs. I mean, they want M80 to get aggressive. And a 5-1 result clearly indicates they knew exactly how they wanted to handle that aggression and how they were going to go it step by step of the way until they closed it out. And even in that last round, they played it perfectly to force M80's hand, and then they just played the trade game like they have been. Boom, shut, case closed, 5-1.
I mean, all that success that Newers has been having, if Ashen's not careful, Newers is going to quickly overtake Ashen for the #1 spot in the NAL right now. We have to see this turnaround. You mentioned the synchronizing of the team. Anything, I mean, now that they're going to defense, should be a little easier to do that. Less of a demand to be in sync. Anything else they can do to make sure they stay together?
I mean,
The comms.
it is the comms, but also we got to see some players kind of popping off. Right? Again, we have Titans in this lobby. We have a lot of really good players, and Diffuser is clearly struggling right now. I believe he doesn't have a single kill in this series. He maybe he got one in that last round right there, but he was also -11 in the series prior. So he's obviously struggling a little bit. But
it's Savage as well.
Savage is also. I mean, we've seen him walk down that hallway by himself, and again, it comes down to the comms. Like defensively, they got to try to get together.
They should be more in sync on defense.
They got to try to bunker a little bit here. And hey, looks like we're going to try to bring some information out.
All right, hopefully that can help them get back on track. Let's see, 4 rounds down going into the switch.
A battle of the Titans, but 4 rounds down means that one of these giants is still sleeping, Parker. M80 have so much work to do to get back in this game. They will swap over to the defense, so they should have a bit more of an edge coming in against Dark Zero in the second half, but 5-1 is still such a mountain you have to climb.
Oh, it's almost unscalable when you have an opponent like Dark Zero to contend with, right? We've seen crazier things. I don't know if anybody tuned into some of the SAL matches yesterday that went on after the NAL broadcast was done, but there's, 6-0 halves are definitely possible, that's for sure. Here, M80 is absolutely a team that can close this gap. If they play to their level and DZ get punished for the mistakes they make, and DZ plays a little bit worse than their own standard, this is winnable for M80. It will just take a lot of luck because there's a ton of things that are going to need to go their way, and a lot of them are going to be out of your control. A lot of it's going to rely on DZ not playing to their potential. First step, information. That was something that the desk talked about. Dark Zero needs to bring some information. There's plenty of info on the side of M80, and Gunner is in a rat spot. What a shocker.
He's not getting droned, Parker. They have no idea. They didn't check it, so this is going to be a really big opportunity for Sean. Just hiding behind the desk. False. It's so easy to check it, but he's looking up above. He's using his drone to watch the floorboards. He doesn't even consider that Gunner could be in this spot. Kendall, as you can hear going out, sounds like it's just a fake, though. They're still droning out to get information. This is a rare miss by Dark Zero. They don't miss drone players like this very often.
Waltz is his way in now. This is a very typical push from operational into the bomb site, using those Selmas to open up and not imperil yourself. Gunner thought that he had a read on Newers, but seemed a little surprised. He jumped in his player cam, and Newers will take full advantage of that. That's not the start M80 wants if they need to close this gap. Kino has found an opening, but NJR goes down to Gavin, so there is some uncertainty. Will he attempt it again? Gavin taking a little bit of damage. Kino not able to pull this one off. There was a gamble there. Dark Zero have assessed the situation, Jesse, and they need to wait it out.
Yeah, this Toxic Babe is going to be such a problem. Kino takes early damage as they try to go for this plant for a second time. Still not able to get it down. Here comes the third and final Toxic Babe. That is it for plant denial. And actually, Kino thinking he might be able to sneak one in if he can get this other side of the wall open. 35 seconds on the clock. This plant will be doable for Dark Zero. There has to be some other form of denial for M80.
And Kino still taking a little bit of damage. As Newer's looking for a backstab. Gavin eliminating Fultz. He's been very, very good. J9O posted up on the window. All of these players a bit lethargic. They're just doing their jobs. You have to worry about the run out from Diffuser. That's where J9 will do battle. He doesn't look the right way. It started off poorly for M80, but they salvage it and win their second round, the first of the second half.
Yeah, I felt like Kino was in a good spot to just play objective there, Parker, but unfortunately it kind of falls to the gunfights and everybody gets into some fights that they don't really come out on top of. It does go the way of M80 with some really nice shots being hit by both Gavin and Ashen. It's those Titans that the desk wanted to see step up and hit some good shots. That's what we're seeing now from M80. Bit of an unfortunate start there with, again, Gunner's flank just being caught as he's trying to go for that push onto the buck. I think he was spotted. I think maybe Faults caught him from the bottom of Rocket, didn't shoot, and let Gunner go for that flank because Newers was straight up just watching for it as the flank came in from Gunner. So a little bit unfortunate timing for Sean, but ultimately it doesn't matter. His teammates have his back. Diffuser gets active to double his kill count. Ashen and Gavin hit some good shots too. So M80 are back on the boards. They win their first defense. That is the most easy site to win, I will say, as the defenders, but it's a start no matter what.
This lineup of M80 will be difficult to deal with from an information perspective. You bring a Valkyrie, you bring the Solus, saw a bunch of Solus played by Dark Zero on the other side of the coin through that first half. If Dark Zero are not able to drone effectively, as I don't think droning was really the biggest issue in the previous round, but they certainly seem to lack information. That's something that M80 will not have to suffer through. M80 should have tons of info here, and it's incumbent upon Dark Zero to handle that. I wouldn't be too surprised if this round goes in favor of M80, that Call Out uses his timeout very quickly to try to settle Dark Zero's nerves down if he thinks nerves are the issue. I'm very eager to see what this as Amaru does in the hands of Newers. Yeah. What is the thought process here?
Oh, he's going in up above to try to kill Ashen.
And away he goes. Jane, I know the leadoff pick. Newers unable to get anything because Ashen's already been taken care of, but the element of surprise still very much there for DZs. They get yet another leadoff pick. 2 minutes to go in the round.
That's a really cool little pocket strat. Like, just clear the guy out of the stairs. I mean, very nice little play out of the filter stairs. Ashen's in such a powerful spot there. We've seen Kino get some crazy clips from that position himself on the defense. So now to take that away from the defenders, you get that smoke off the board as well. It's a really good utility to clear out, and that's basically full top floor control. Diffuser has flanked up to that mid floor, and Gunner never left. So there are still some players lurking around there, but you have an entrance into the bomb site walking down filter now in the 5v4.
Curious what did a little bit of damage to Kino there. As the Solus is still on the move, Gunner on this main floor, patrolling. He quite literally saw a drone in front of him, just sitting there on the ground, and he did nothing for it. He ran away, and you can hear some more Candelas go off. J9 had used one a little bit earlier and is now just jiggle peeking for a kill. Won't find it as Kino takes advantage of that. And amidst the chaos in the melee, gets a frag onto Gavin. A bigger advantage for Dark Zero grows. Newers taking care of Gunner. That's likely a surprise. Gunner was surprised by him in the previous round. Why not go 2 for 2 on that one? Match point right now within reach. They just need to take care of Savage, the newest member of M80, whose leadership has inarguably improved this team. Finds himself on the run, on the move. And in a collision course with the Dokkaebi, a flawless round for Dark Zero. They are 3 minutes away from stealing M80's map.
Out-aimed, out-brained, outplayed. Dark Zero look head and shoulders above M80 in this game, and that was a perfect example in that round, Parker. Everything goes exactly to plan. M80 in this matchup, they've hit some good shots. They've had some moments where their individuals pop off. They've even had some good rat spots. Like, there have been good moments. But when it comes down to using utility, I think Dark Zero have been so much better than M80 today. The Amaru Ying strat to clear the stairs, the blitz to get in and clear between the sides, all the util was coming out for Dark Zero, and there was just no good answers from M80. And even after banning great intel operators like the Grim and the Deimos, it just feels like Dark Zero have so many more strats that they can play with, so many more ideas on how they want to clear certain parts of the map. And it's crazy again because DZ have run so much Lair over the last couple of months. They love this map. They've shown off a ton already, and still we're being surprised by new stuff over and over again by these guys.
Attackers. 10 seconds to insertion.
Obviously not the start that M80 wanted to their day. It's an early one for them and some of their players, but you still got to be prepped. You still got to be ready. Dark Zero locked in the moment that this one started, and it's been relatively even across the board from a deeper perspective. It's been scrappy rounds. No more than 2 to 3 players surviving round by round, which is good. M80 is still bringing the heat to them, even if they have been chasing this DZ team since the very beginning in terms of opening picks. 3 for M80 on the side of DZ5. So just because you draw first blood doesn't mean you win the round. The ability to translate that into a successful round victory has not been where either of these teams had probably expected. And well, if you're newer, you're hopeful that this first pick, which is within reach, is enough to push you over the edge. Again, Dark Zero 1 round away from winning this map.
A little surprised it took this long to see a snake come out from Dark Zero, one of the best operators in the game at the moment. But J90 will start this killing off as the Capitao gets the opening pick, takes down Gunner on this top floor. NJR falls right afterwards. This top floor clear is in full effect. Here comes Newers with his gun, and he will find Gavin. Immediately traded though, but it's still better for DZ as they retain the man advantage.
Oh, good play-by-play there, Corn Pop. Everybody seemed quite insistent on attacking all at the same time, and alas, for M80 and their fans, they are on the wrong side of this 3v2. Still lots of offensive threats for DZ as there's a fadeaway from Diffuser as he vaults on over. J90 will get one onto Savage, and it's all up to Diffuser. Diffuse kick going down. Kino at the halfway point. J90 and Fultz now to just lock this one out. It's really not the start that M80 wanted. They are going to have to right this ship for Labs. Unless Diffuser can clutch out, and Labs is delayed a little bit longer. He's able to get 2. This is very winnable for Diffuser. It's him and Fultz in a 1v1. What kind of veteran presence can the former world champion have? The wall will explode. Diffuser gets on for the counter disable. Fultz needs to go. Chasing Diffuser off of that spot. The goal now for Fultz is to just buy as much time as possible. And he won't need to. Diffuser hops on, picked apart. DZ vanquishing M80 7-2 on M80's map. Great position for DZ to be in as they hope for a rematch against Wildcard.
Dark Zero have found major form. I mean, they look that good right now, and on M80's map pick, they dismantle them. A 7-2 win to start off this best of 3. It's wild just how good Dark Zero look right now. M80, we talked about them being asleep at the wheel, Kyle, but Dark Zero, they really just seem like they are on a completely another level right now.
It does seem like they're on completely another level, and I'm glad you just touched on the fact that that was actually M80's map choice, ladies and gentlemen. So that was a 7-2. Remember, we were like, are they going to bounce back from being down 7-0? Well, I think they answered that in a big way. And look, this seems to be a little bit of a cop-out answer. A lot of people don't like when you say you lost to your own problems. But for me, this map, I mean, Dark Zero were that much farther ahead than M80 strategically. The only rounds that they lost, we could hear in the comments, there was not one attack round where they just had too many ideas going on, and they were like, hey, let's just settle down, let's just pick one idea, let's not get married to a certain idea. And after that, it was just super clean rounds, super clean synced rounds from Dark Zero. And again, it just shows like they're just so good. What map do you take them to?
Right, and even listening to their comms, I mean, even after some of the rounds that they lost, you would quickly see how fast they dismiss it. They understood what went wrong. Let's focus on the next round. Let's focus on what we can do. And Jesse was also talking about, I mean, they're just very innovative, where it looks on the side of M80, they're just trying to do the same thing and hoping that it works, hoping some of those frags swing into their favor, and then they can go for these executes. But again, I think they're just getting a little ahead of themselves, and I said this in the pre-match, I do really believe, and maybe this is a cop-out answer, and you can maybe attest to this as well, but once you get beaten, once you get exposed to your problems, and you fixate and hyper-focus on those issues, they can be so small and minute, but they start to snowball and manifest and turn into something big that then even pushes further issues ahead. And then that's what I genuinely feel like watching this M80 team. And yeah, I do agree, Dark Zero's that much ahead, but it's also their consistency that I talked about, and this is the level of consistency that we're used to Dark Zero displaying.
And that can manifest itself in a lot of different ways.
Absolutely.
Like you said, one of those ways right now, right? Diffuser just hasn't been present. We saw that happen yesterday. We're seeing that again today. Like that last round, he did redeem himself, triple kill, tried to clutch. But like, this is just an example of one of the things that this team doesn't usually struggle with, and they have to get ahead here if they want to win.
I mean, even for a player like Diffuser, when he first joined the league too, he was the stage MVP. He was the MVP in general, and then he pushed it onto a previous stage. He was MVP, but I think he's kind of stepped back in his role of kind of lurking about, finding these kills, swinging into his favor, where he's playing more traditional supportive role, and I think that's honestly affecting his performance as a whole.
And Kyle, real quick, Labs, going into that as we get it, like this is a map that M80 did not want to go to right now. Dark Zero have an incredible history on it, and M80, they just lost it to Wildcard.
They did just lose to Wildcard, and I believe DZ just lost it to Wildcard as well. We were just trying to think about that. I don't know why games are blending together.
One was a close game, one was a pretty...
Regardless, I mean, this is a map, again, I've done the Telestrator, I've done the clips multiple times. DZ just looks so comfortable in Nighthaven Labs, and M80, they're kind of, like you said, they kind of have been struggling. I'm worried for them when we get to that top floor site. What is DZ possibly going to bring out this time? What new way are they going to invent to attack that top floor? Because we're not going to see the Zofia from below again. I'm sure we're going to see M80 do their prep work. There's going to be someone down there, a Valk or a Pulse, or somebody contesting that side. Maybe we'll see DZ fake it, but that's what I love about Siege, right? Both these teams are going to be looking at each other's maps since they did just both play it. There's going to be plenty of counters from both sides.
Well, Dark Zero with a chance to send it themselves to the grand final can do it on their own map pick of Labs right now.
Labs. Not exactly the most confidence-inspiring map for M80 to try and stave off defeat on, but Jesse, if you want to be the best, you gotta beat the best, and why not? Topple the defending major champions on their map. DZ just took yours. You can surely do the same, right? Right. Hope springs eternal, and we are ever the optimists, and we are hopeful for competition to be fair and balanced here, Jesse, that M80 is able to stave off defeat on this map.
Yeah, they're going to have to show us something pretty incredible, but I think Mint broke it down really nicely. They have a lot of information to look back on. The desk is correct. Both these teams did recently lose this map to Wildcard. For Dark Zero, that was a 7-5 game. For M80, that was 7-2. So a little bit different results there. Not all losses are equal, certainly, and I think Dark Zero showed a little bit more in that they have some expertise here on Nighthaven Labs. They also have a 6-2 record overall in the season, whereas M80 have a 1-1 record here on Nighthaven. So it's not the worst map of all time for M80, but they will certainly be facing an uphill battle. Already the bans come out. They'll be focusing on the walls, leaving Kaid up. Expect to see quite a bit of Thatcher to try to counter that Kaid that's being left up on the board, and Dark Zero also heavily focusing in on the walls. Thermite and Ace are 2 hard breach bans to come through. Would not shock me at all to see a Habana or a Maverick follow that up as well.
Jesse, did you notice the minion sticker on the closet of Diffuser?
Does he actually have a minion? Parker, you and him must be... He must really be supporting you. That's your favorite movie series.
While we try to inject just a bit of playful banter here for you, the audience, while we get the prep phase on your screen for round number 1, for some particular reason, Jesse just sends me Minions gifts. I don't get it. I have never seen a Minions movie. I've never seen any Despicable Me's. Frankly, I know they exist. That's about the extent of my knowledge. Yet for some particular reason, Jesse has latched onto this and insists that I am a huge Minions fan. So anytime I message him about something, there's about a 50% chance he just responds with a GIF from Minions in some capacity. So seeing it on the wall of Diffusers, almost like you paid him to do that, just to taunt me.
And you know what? You don't have to be ashamed of your Minions love, Parker. We all support you. It's okay. We understand that is part of your culture as an old person. You know, one day I hope you will be feeling comfortable enough with us all to admit that. For now, though, M80 will be doing the very difficult task of getting IT wall open with a Kaid still on the board. I mentioned that Thatcher would be played likely non-stop as long as this Kaid is up because he's the best counter to this operator, and immediately Diffuser will jump here onto this op. They're going to have to really juggle things. The 2 brows being brought out by Newers is alongside this Kaid. We actually saw this yesterday in the best of 3 that we were watching, so we certainly know how this juggle can go. It should favor the attackers if Diffuser and Gavin can coordinate properly on that IT wall. They should get it open, but it's very tricky when Fault is juggling the Kaid claws and Newers is using these Zoto canisters as well.
Bought some time.
Gunner, the very first casualty that's on the newly buffed Zofia, by the way, and that was Diffuser hoping for a kill through the window, and NJR immediately jumps into chat. That is terrific. He did, to his credit, make sure to find a safe spot for him first. Savage now dealing with the Wamai of NJR, another one of the buffed operators that we will likely see more and more as time goes on. And then the mayor goes back to typing. I suppose you can do that when you take care of Gunner and Diffuser really early in the round. Now it's Savage taking a beating, just a little bit over a minute to go, and M80 sputtering here on this very first attack.
Wall's gotten open, but they just haven't been able to find the kill so far, Parker. Raptors control being fought over now as M80 know this is so important for their push. Gavin does find Newers. That's going to be the 2 brow going down over towards IT. It was great Zofia Tech to get this open without too many problems, but it's still only going to be a vault, so if they want to push this, it's going to be really important they time it well.
Out comes the shield. Savage getting one, but technically Gavin credited with the kill. This is a good spot for M80. They bailed themselves out of the position they were in 30 seconds ago, and it is a far more winnable round, but now they need to do the harder task, get into the bomb site. Ashen attempts, J9O shuts him down. Gavin will now rotate to link up with Savage as they head over towards Rafters. This is a precarious position to be in for M80, as Savage will slow his roll. The shield will make a ton of noise, and there'll be a shotgun waiting for him on the other side. Can he survive it? So far, he dances around it, and NJR gets 2. Oh boy, to be a fly on the wall, and you can already see he's typing away. DZ's reign of terror continues.
It's always bad for you if NJR is giggling after the round, and a big 3K followed up after some typing will do just that. A huge round from NJR, and it kind of comes back down to what we've been talking about all day with M80, all weekend really, as you're seeing just some whiffed shots, some missed moments from players who don't make mistakes like that very often. When NJR was typing after killing Diffuser really should have had him dead to rights. He missed a lot of those shots with the Thatcher DMR, so he kind of was struggling in that sense. And then when you let NJR live in that position, he just hides back behind Pillar. He gets those last couple kills. I don't know about the rotate at the ends there in the 2v3 for M80, right? You have to think maybe if they were able to get the Pillar wall open and could just flash that guy out, they might not have had hard breach on it, so Either way, they chose to rotate over towards Raptors. They did get into a plant spot. If they killed NJR, that's certainly a winnable round, but it's a big if, and NJR doesn't miss those shots very often. So it's 3-0 start for him and a 1-0 start for DZ.
5 seconds to go.
Dark Zero presumably will have their favorite side here as M80, or just rather, Dark Zero will likely have the unfavored side here as M80 will start on attack, and DZ picking this map will be at a bit of a disadvantage to start. If they could run up the score in this first half, then boy, oh boy, they'll be well situated to close this one out. For those that can't see, maybe you're on a small device, Cafe is the tiebreaker if needed, but map 3's really not needed that much so far. We've only had a single third map played during the playoffs, and it was actually this map, Night Haven Labs, as the decider between Wildcard and Dark Zero, with Wildcard winning it, and that was ultimately what I guess tilted the playoffs in their favor, catapulting them into the upper bracket final. It's been a 2-0 for every other contest, and well, it's only one round, but with the way DZ played that, you got to feel pretty confident, DZ fans, that this might be a 2-0.
Yeah, just to be clear on the sides too, M80 chose the last map, Dark Zero chose to start on defense. Dark Zero chose this map, M80 did choose to start on the attack. That's a little bit weird, but keep in mind, M80 still have the highest attacking win rate of any team in the North American League, while Dark Zero have the highest defending win rate of any team in the North American League. So I would argue both teams start on their favorable side on both maps. It just means that things might be even more competitive here and even more important through the first 6. Gavin will be the opening death to start things off. It was a nice shot on the IT breach to take him out. So that's going to be awkward. They avoid losing Gunner as he shoots the Nitro out of the air, but still a man disadvantage early for M80.
And Savage goes down, Gavin goes down. Newer's the only casualty on the side of Dark Zero, and with how he performed in the previous map, that could be a devastating blow, but it was just yesterday where J90 ran rampant over Shopify Rebellion on this map. And again, when they won their major championship in Salt Lake City, there were strong performances from every single person on DZ. NJR having a great day so far. He's 3-0 on this map. J90, aforementioned, 2-0. M80's got their hands full in the final minute of this round.
Pulse down below can feed information to his teammates. Bomb site is storage for those not keeping track, so this will be a mid-floor site. They don't have that far to go to get towards the bomb site. I like this rotate from Gunner. Gonna try to apply a bit of back pressure over here on the lobby side, but there are so many players around. You have to be able to catch them on the scanner just so you know where they are.
F2s in hand can always do some serious damage, especially when you got 2 of them. Gunner goes down. J90 gets Gunner easily. Ashen gotten a kill just moments before. He and Diffuser now working together. Time slowly running out on the side of M80. Diffuser has found safe harbor inside the bomb site. Rethinks his position. His coverage is gone though. J90 on the return to the site nets Ashen. And while Diffuser will likely be successful, he is not long for this earth. NJR topples him on the defuse kit. Fultz will go, and DZ a triumphant moment as they go up 2-0.
NJR, we're being a little toxic today. I don't know what he woke up with, maybe on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe
he's really
just
nasty. He's a nasty man today, Jesse.
Maybe he's at the end of his term. The mayor doesn't need re-election, or maybe he understands that getting a little nasty with it is exactly what the people want. In either case, it's definitely going to start tilting M80. Shoots the body a bit at the ends there, but it's all fine. I like the plants, going for it from Diffuser. They had a pulse down below, but of course, Pulse used his Nitro so really early in the round.
I'm a fucking boa, bro.
Oh, it's really... It wasn't a huge threat, that pulse down below. They played that well.
Yeah, he's term limited. I've heard that the mayor is potentially eyeing governorship or something along those lines. I don't know what political aspirations NJR has in mind, but there is a constituency out there that he's appealing to, and I can be pretty frank with you. I bet you right now, I don't have it on, but I bet you Twitch chat is loving NJR's nastiness, and I gotta say,
10 seconds.
it's a little bit of flair to a relatively uneventful game so far. If you're an M80 fan, this has been a torturous watch. If you're a DZ fan, you are overjoyed and probably cheering on the action that's been going on in text chat, as it's been a little bit more heated than what we're seeing in the server and on our screen. So Dark Zero up 2-0, already a good position to be in if you consider they are on the weaker side, and typically the score line is 2 for the weaker side, 4 for the stronger side. That means M80 needs to win 4 consecutive rounds. They have not been able to do that at all so far through this series. In fact, they've only been able to win 2 rounds against Dark Zero, going all the way back to the start of map 1. So quite an onerous task for M80. They're capable of it. Will it materialize?
Yesterday, map 1 started with M80 going down 3-0. Today, map 1 started with M80 going down 4-0. This game will at least start with M80 going down 2-0. It puts so much pressure on them now to be able to pull things back, to not let your enemy team get a full bomb site rotation. We always talk about that. You have to be able to win at least one of these sites to put yourself in a decent position after this first quarter. I think there's a high chance we'll see a Fabi and TAC timeout again after the 3rd round if they lose it, but it starts off strong. Newers, the best player on Dark Zero in the last match, will go down early to a good opening pick from M80, so starts them off on the right foot. They clear out one of those top floor roamers. There's still plenty more to find.
Nice to see a Hibana on the board, an operator that frankly does not get picked anywhere near as much as she used to. I have a personal soft spot for that Type 89 gun, by the way, even though it does have about 4 bullets in it and they go by in a hurry, as you just saw Diffuser emptying that mag. Another kill came in for M80 just moments ago, so J90 will find his first death, as Newers will find his 3rd. The ever immortal Mayor still there, but they are coming for him. M80 taking care of everybody, and it's a flawless round to give some motivation and confidence to M80.
Yeah, I like how fast they took that one, Parker. That round is over almost before we hit the minute 30 mark, certainly before we hit the 60-second mark left in the round. So the speed was a key factor for M80 on that push. They get in. They've got insane guns. They've got Dokkaebi, they got Snake, they got Deimos. The information is flowing, and when they're roaming like that on Dark Zero, they're spreading themselves out. They're having to extend around the map and hold so much map control, and once they do that, that makes it really difficult to trade. So you combine the fact that they're too spread out to trade each other with the fact that M80 just have the best information and the best guns in the game, and you're always going to favor the attackers in that round. They played it really nice, really well, hit the shots that they had to while being aware of those player positions. You can't do that on every bomb site, right? This is kind of the crux of the basement, is if you're going to roam, you're just going to have to spread yourself out naturally. There's really no other way to play it other than a full anchor.
Good fucking shit. Let's go, guys.
But it's a good round on the board. It gets the momentum going, and it keeps M80 alive at a better spot than they had in map 1.
This is an odd thing to say, given again, this is not their map, but they are on the right side of Nighthaven Labs. I think the M80 problems run deeper than you and I can probably analyze in a given map. They have just not looked anywhere near as good during the playoffs as we expected them to. It's like a different team locked in here. And sometimes squads do this, by the way. Sometimes teams will absolutely dominate from a standings perspective, maybe because they're best of ones. Maybe they just have a good day and they beat another really good team, and it's a bit of luck mixed with the skill and preparation that comes with it. And then when they actually have to play them in a best of 3, usually the better team wins. Best of ones played during the groups are great from a viewership perspective, but I think every team will tell you that a best of 3 is more competitive and a best of 5 is even more competitive than that.
Yeah.
We don't have time for best of 3s or best of 5s during the group stages. So maybe M80 just overperformed and teams have figured them out. Maybe there was a bit of a honeymoon phase with Savage, but I don't know what it is, Jesse, but over the last 24 to 36 hours, this M80 team has not looked like the same team we saw during the regular group stages.
Well, Dark Zero have gone for a different dimension here in round number 4, Parker. They will go to Kitchen Cafeteria for their 4th bomb site, playing every site here on Nighthaven Labs. Not the craziest thing we've ever seen, but certainly a crazy entry. Ashen is going to be the first one to find a pick over on Kino on the lobby side of the map, taking down the mute. DZ like this bomb site. They've played it 5 times this season. They have a 60% win rate defending on it, so it's definitely one they are comfortable on. But it really is important that False is able to get some value here on the Clash. He started towards the top of lobby. They didn't push him. They find Kino down below, so now they're in a man disadvantage, and Ashen goes from bad to worse. There's the value they wanted from the Clash, Parker, but I don't know if it's going to matter that much if all the teammates are still dying around him.
Exactly. DZ needs to consolidate now. Come together as Gunner and just assess the situation. Saw one more player from Dark Zero, so good information there. He still has his gadget in pocket. 3 uses to narrow down these DZ players. NJR's been a standout performer so far today. J9O has been the statistical best player here on this map, but when you got both of them together, they can do some serious damage. The good news for M80 is they have plenty of time because of that early burst of aggression, and they'll use those Deimos trackers, they'll use those Dokkaebi gadgets just to narrow down these DZ players. The phone explodes in pocket for J9O and NJR as well, so none of them able to use those gadgets. The Jegio payload now used again as Gunnar has expended most of his gadgetry, but he still has 3 in pocket. This is quite the position for M80. They've got everything working for them right now. DZ have to fear for their lives.
They're really closing in on him, Parker. 40 seconds. The Eagles will buy them a little bit more time, but still, you have to hit a shot to get yourself back to even, and NGR does just that, eliminating Gunnar.
Nice reflexes there by J9O as well. As he catches the leg, the Kiba barrier will be replugged as it gets blown wide open by M80. NJR finds another. This position, oh so strong, gets 2, almost transfers over to Gavin, who himself will now need to clutch, but Fultz shuts it down. A golden opportunity for M80, but they run into the mayor, and he is just such a tour de force. Today, DZ takes the round.
And another crazy round from NJR, playing incredible today so far, Parker. The longest standing member on any organization here in the North American League has been signed to DZ for more than 5 years and is still playing out of his mind at this level. Just has so much impact from that position over on the bending stairs. He gets that first kill, and that's fine, but then after that, it feels like nobody's looking at him. The trades are not good enough to come out from M80 to clear him out of that position. He's in a spot where he knows he will die, right? Like, he can't get back to the bomb site. He's not playing with his teammates. He's just saying, I'm going to get as many kills as I can before they take me out. And it just so happens that was 3 kills, which certainly will be enough to win them the round. They take a 3-1 lead here, and again, you're looking for M80 to be better on these clears. They have to be closer together to trade. They have to be able to find these frags when they're not going up against bad information. Like, they had the advantage in that round. They had the man count lead. They were collapsing in on the site, and they should have known where all 3 players were. I think they did know, but it just doesn't matter when you're losing all of these important gunfights.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I feel like I say this once a broadcast, but if you're not able to hit your shots, you lose. It's that simple sometimes, you know, and you'll hear teams in post-game interviews say, you know, we just weren't shooting today. We'd see them and we'd bottle our shots, we'd miss. Could also be a factor of it as well, though I will say from a kills perspective, M80 a lot healthier this time around. You can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, they're keeping pretty even despite the scoreline. Very top-heavy for DZ, complete opposite. Kino yet to get a kill. NJR with 7. Everybody not named NJR is 8 kills combined, so strong individual performances leading the way. It was Newers on the previous map who was in that position. So DZ woke up, they chose violence, and boy, oh boy, they're finding how successful violence could be.
Well, now the bomb site rotation gets funky, Parker. Now, after they've played all 4 sites for Fear M80, you don't really know where they're going to go. It ends up being storage and control, and certainly they would have droned that out. So they've got the right tools for the job, but even still, this is going to be a little bit annoying to try to plan against, right? You're going to have to be thinking a lot about how you're going to clear out some of these positions. There is still the clash being brought by Fultz, doing his best big bad Nadian impression here on the top floor, but it's Kino who goes down as the opening death once again here in round 5.
And when M80 seems to sink their teeth into these DZ players, they come in a hurry. These kills, 3 of them in the blink of an eye. Diffuser's bleeding out, but with 4 other players still alive, still upright from M80, you have to get the sense that he is retrievable if they want. There's only 2 more players on DZ for them to find, though, so he might prioritize getting kills instead. Diffuser brought back from the dead. Newers and NJR, last 2 standing. Newers' numbers on this map, not particularly good, but you know he can pop off at a moment's notice, and if DZ want to win this round, they're going to need a big performance from him.
Sledge and Buck, there should be no universe in which Dark Zero win this. Diffuser finds Newers as well. If NJR clutches this, I mean, just give him the title of NAL champ right now, because there's nobody stopping him if he wins this one.
Oh boy. No, not to be done. Another flawless round. This has been a good run from M80. Both of the rounds that they've won have come without a single death. Flawlessly done in round 3, and they'll do it again flawlessly in round 5. So when M80 wins, they're winning big. They need to kind of keep that energy for round number 6.
Yeah, they have to be able to close these advantages, right? Like, once they get that man count, they need to be good at closing them out. They've done it twice successfully so far. Round 4, again, was a little bit rough in that respect, but it's okay. They're still batting above 500. They need to be able to find big success in these moments. I liked the entry coming through there. Again, it was fast. They've got really good information because they had some really nice drones in and around that top floor. They've got some F2s. They've got some of the best guns in the game. The clash up to the top floor is scary, but you can really only watch one dimension. So if you know the clash is over towards the fish stairs, come in through IT, come in through Raptors. That's exactly what we saw Gavin and Diffuser doing, and they got the bulk of those kills early to really get the man advantage over towards M80. So I like that speed coming out from these guys. They were close enough that they could have traded if they needed to as well, but of course, the gunfights all went their way, and they will continue to keep this game close. If they escape out of this half with a 3-3 split, Parker, they're not in a bad spot at all. I know they chose their starting side. They prefer the attack on Lair. That's obvious, but a 3-3 is not a bad spot to be in, especially because I would argue Dark Zero also prefer the defense side.
Yeah, I mean, if that read is correct, then M80 fans can take some solace in the fact that the second half is still within reach. And the one thing I will also give credit to M80 for is it doesn't look like their mental game, Jesse, is impacting them whatsoever either. This was a concern that we had about them potentially mentally checking out after map number 1. And I mean, hey, if you lose your map pick, especially in the fashion they did, a 7-2 drubbing handed to you by Dark Zero, there's a lot of teams that maybe they don't admit it, but it'll get shown up in their gameplay that their mental is affecting them. M80 are a team that are usually pretty ironclad in that regard, and it's showing right here, right now, as they are keeping lockstep with DZ on DZ's map. A tie game within reach. 2 minutes to determine whether M80 can keep it close or DZ stretches their lead.
Problem is now we go back to the top floor, right, Parker? And this is going to be the best bomb site here on Nighthaven. It's also the one where Dark Zero don't have to roam. Look at the 2 rounds where they've lost. They lost because they get slammed on the roam clear. This time they can all play inside the site. They don't have to have anybody down below, and certainly they don't. So you're really putting the onus on M80 to make something happen, to break in and cause some chaos. They've done a good job so far. They've cleared out Rafters. There's nobody playing here anymore as J9O has backed off from that position. So I actually like the map control so far. The IT wall got opened with no issues. Still converting into 5 players sitting in this site is going to be a nightmare. Electrical is still locked down really tightly, as is Aqua. So I'd like to see them get a second dimension before they go for this push. But all in all, it's not a bad start for M80.
This round in particular, a good start as well. Gunner eliminating Fultz. It's only his 3rd kill, but most of Gunner's frags so far on this map have been high impact. And M80 has been leading the way as of late with these opening duels. Diffuser, Ashen, Savage, and now Gunner, all with the opening kill, and all of them in perfect sequence as well. Dark Zero has been fighting down a man since the end of round 2. That's not an ideal situation to be in, and it will eventually come back to bite you if it hasn't already bit you, and we're just waiting to see what happens. Ashen will get a 2nd kill for M80, his 1st of the round, and M80 are poised and ready with 30 seconds to go to conquer this final round of the first half.
Into the flashes. NJR's on the Warden though, but he's just close enough anyways that it doesn't matter. Shotgun, somehow he loses that fight. 1v5 for J9O. Parker, he's got everything to deal with, and it's another flawless round win for M80. They will tie the half 3-3 and escape in a pretty decent position here on their opponent's map pick.
On a very difficult map for M80, they now have 3 flawless rounds. The 3 rounds that they've won out of the 5 total this series have been flawless laxing. It's a big turnaround we're seeing.
It's a massive turnaround. That's what you love about best of 3s is you can lose pretty badly in the first map, second map, but as long as you can bounce back, you have a little bit of extra room to work with. This is exactly what you want to see from the side of M80. I mean, in this round 3 in particular, what I loved is Savage got off the shields. Shields weren't helping them, so what does he do? He switches the Dokkaebi, has a little bit of extra information to work with the Deimos and work with the Snake, and then they find Newer, single them out, and then it was step-by-step how they were singling out these operators until they get to that late round execute. Even in round 5, once again, they're so step-by-step. The comms are flowing, they're working in unison with each other, and they're making these rounds, again, flawless. But this is the M80 that we were used to seeing in group stage. Now it's important for them to keep this momentum going. Something even more that we've talked about on this desk is when Savage is on those shields, granted he did bring in that last round, thankfully they did end up winning the round, but when he is on those shields, it's very telegraphed where the attack is going to come from. So I did like to see him pivot off of that and just understand we don't need to use the shield. Let's abuse the information. Let's take advantage of this map. We know how small Nighthaven Labs is. Use the information, and they used it perfectly. I'm expecting now on the defensive half, they kind of are going to be made aware that the information is going to be up. And then similar to what you were talking about with how DZ plays on the attack, are they going to put players below to stop a Buck, to stop a Zofia, to be able to open up any bit of sight from the vertical side?
Yeah, I think that was a really good call from him as well to get off those shields, because obviously they were not really working today.
No.
And to be honest, I thought this was going to be a quick DZ one. I'm not going to lie.
I'm right there with you.
The first round, M80, I mean, they go underneath with the Zofia, very similar to DZ, and it didn't work out. DZ decided to get aggressive and like, oh, that's how we're going to play this map. But yeah, good to see M80 with the 3 flawless rounds and bringing us back. And I'm going to have to argue here, just play a little devil's advocate. I think they needed those 3 because DZ have shown to be very strong at attacking this map. Again, I've highlighted it now twice, and that's kind of what I'm worried about from M80. So hopefully they did their prep work. Hopefully they are ready for DZ to kind of pull out. I was going to say something new, but you're obviously not going to be ready for something new. We'll see if DZ does end up kind of pulling out anything brand new, but I'm sure it's not going to be here in the bans, at least. It's probably going to be pretty standard, which seems to be...
Already looking standard.
Teams seem to be going towards the Bandit Mira bans nowadays and leaving the Cade up, which is going to be... You're just going to see DZ running... Okay, I'm just gonna say. Let me just stop talking real quick, just in case. Never mind. We'll keep it stock standard. Let's pull out the Mira M80. You should be seeing that every single round. Good luck opening the IT wall. C4s are gonna be aplenty.
The challenge here for M80 now is proving that they can take that flawless round momentum and carry it into a little bit more than just the 3-round half, as you mentioned, because the real danger, guys, could lie on the defensive side as Dark Zero now switch over to the attack.
Well, we'll find out now what Dark Zero's attacks on Nighthaven really do look like, Parker. There's no doubt DZ have had some success attacking on this map. They've definitely had their big moments. They have a 52% attacking win rate through 27 rounds. So there's been some good, some bad. But you look at a game that is generally favorable for the defense, 52% on the attack is quite good as a percentage. So there's no doubt Dark Zero are a strong team on the attack. Will it be strong enough to break through these defenses of M80? That is the question. I'm really interested to see what style of defense they want to play. The desk talked about it a little bit, how Dark Zero started this first half by getting quite aggressive. They've actually brought out the Clash. They brought the Mira as we expected, but Savage is pulling a page out of the book of Troy Canadian and bringing this Clash for the top floor. So I'm really interested to see how they try to counter this and if we again do see somebody going down below.
Cannot believe that all 3 rounds won by M80 were flawlessly won.
Yeah.
Have we seen that? I mean, certainly at some point we've seen it, but has there ever been a half where a team won every single round flawlessly? My cat says no. I don't know if you can hear him, but he's chiming in.
I could definitely write like a query. It would take me longer than I have right now to figure that out. But
Jesse, have you considered asking Grok?
Yeah, maybe I'll give him an ask. We'll see what he knows.
Let's see what's Grok up to these days. Let's see what he's thinking. Ask him a question or two. Why not? Just let's waste some drinking water. So M80 has tons of stall potential here on this lineup. Wamai is usually good for holding Raptors positions on any map that has them. You know, if you have a zombie, that's obviously going to be the power play operator for those spots. Wamai also getting a buff with the mid-season update that came just a couple days ago, along with Jaeger and Zofia. A slight nerf to Dokkaebi came in. Those are the main points worth noting. We've seen more Wamai over the last day or two than we have in quite some time. So obviously those buffs have worked. Same with Jaeger, same with Zofia. And we saw both of those operators earlier today too. Wamai of Diffuser is in a really rough spot here right now. He's going to rely quite heavily on Gavin because there's a bunch of angry DZ players within reach.
They've got full connector control for now. Diffuser's in a really good spot to stop them as they breach into towards the site. They've got no smokes, but plenty of flashes to blind these positions. So it's going to really be important they can get past this flash and get into a plant spot here.
Savage the first kill, Diffuser as well. Dark Zero starting this unfortunate backwards slide. as they are running right into these M80 players and not in the correct way. J9, oh my, gets one. Newer's an ugly engagement, and that's not a flawless round because they lost one, but 4-round victories now from M80 where they have given up just a single death in the process. That is utter domination.
And it comes off the back of a good game plan, Parker. I want to go back to Savage on the Clash. He got the opening frag in that round, and I think it really threw Dark Zero for a loop in the midst of it. And in fact, it instantly prompts attack timeout to come through from callouts. Clash was hiding in the prep phase. Savage did not want to reveal to Dark Zero that he was playing a Clash. And it's crazy to bring out that operator when you just watched Dark Zero dismantle the Rebellion with the Clash on this top floor site yesterday. Because SR really pioneered and pushed forward the Clash on this site. Like, nobody has done it better and more consistently than the Rebellion playing Clash on Nighthaven Labs. So for M80 to see Dark Zero win that game yesterday and say, we're also going to run this strat is kind of an insane gambit. But because he hit it and because Dark Zero weren't expecting it, it perfectly paid off. None of the Clash counters that Dark Zero brought in yesterday's game versus SR were brought in this opening round of this second half. They didn't have the Zofia down below. They didn't have the Kali to try to counter the Clash from a horizontal perspective. No matter what they brought, they didn't have any of those Clash counters. So I think it was a really good call by M80. It's a bold decision because you know DZ can counter it, but as long as you hide that Clash, it was able to stay up the entire round. It made that linear push really difficult to go through. They had no smokes. They just tried to get a plant down. They were trying to flash their way in, but the information was just way better for M80. It's a great game plan to start them off, and it gets them their first lead in the series.
A wild thing to say. They've doubled the amount of rounds that they took on their own map, and they're doing it against DZ on very familiar soil here. You and I were actually talking about this before we got into the map, and we're both a little surprised at M80 allowing labs to go through, but so it goes. And I mean, hey, we're in the cheap seats. They obviously knew what they were doing because right now the lead is theirs. And again, it's not even just that they have the lead, it's how they've been winning. 3 flawless rounds in the first half en route to the 3 that they took. And then this 4th round here now only giving up a single kill. Again, very good stuff from M80. They keep this up. Man, Dark Zero are going to be in some serious trouble. And right now, the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, fragging is the big issue for DZ. Kino, 0 kills. Newer's 1 kill. Fultz, well, he gets 3. Fultz isn't usually the guy to rely upon for kills, but if Kino's 0-6 and Newer's is 1-7, DZ are not usually doing very well.
Good entry from the captain of Dark Zero. Fultz will find the opening pick straight on to Ashen, playing that Deimos. Again, they brought a lot of information, but they're not really committing to this roam clear. They know one's above, so they'll smoke him off and hit straight down the Exo stairs. This will be a fast execute, Parker, if they can get to the site undetected.
They got the opening. Why not press the advantage, right? Wrong! Diffuser puzzlingly gets 2. Shut down by Newers. A big kill for Newers, especially with how Diffuser had been. J9O on the board for 1. Newers handled by Gunner. A quick one is correct. 1:15 elapsed so far in the round, and only 4 players remain. So if M80 does go on to win this, it'll be easily their worst round that they've won so far. Lots of time now for DZ to slow this down, and they've got their 2 offensive threats still up on the board. NJR and J9O now working together. Very winnable for both of these teams.
No doubt the best moment Diffuser has had here in these NAL playoffs. Now he's put his team in a winning position. The time is still very heavy for Dark Zero. They've got so much to play with, but they're going to go pretty early for this plant, at least to try to fake a C4.
Still watching from above. A linear take for Dark Zero does them no favors if Savage still holds the cross and holds above them, which is what he can easily do. He's in a very powerful position. Gunner seemed quite so patient, but he's found at the hands of NJR, the telltale signs, the Type 89, easily one of the most unique sounding guns, will do some serious work. Now Savage has to choose. Do I stay up here and hold on to the top floor, or do I rotate down and take the fight directly to these DZ players? Smoked off, a rush on in, Savage still holding from above amidst the cloud of smoke. NJR is hopeful. Savage has to rotate. He's made the right call, and he'll run into J9O first, tearing strips through him. Not doing enough damage as the defuse kit goes down, but Savage still endures for the time being. J9O has him handled, and the lead for M80 lasted only 1 round. DZ ties the game.
NJR and J90, what a brilliant 2v2 that they played. Only 6 letters between them, but so much brain power packed into those 6 letters, Parker. They initially want to go for a plant just in through EXO to try to get it into the B bomb sites, but as soon as they realize there's somebody up above, they pull off of it. By faking this plant, by showing that they want to go for the plants close, they force the rotate up to the top floor from Savage, and as soon as that happens, they get off the plant spot, they isolate the one guy that is still on the bomb site, and they get a plant down tank. They are playing with their food. They are controlling the movements of M80 in these low man count late rounds. And it's so impressive to watch from a top-down POV because it's just something that requires incredible coordination and incredible game sense as to how the defenders are going to react to your movements. That was really cool.
It was nice to be able to nerd out over some good Siege happening in front of our eyes. Map number 1 was a bit of an unmemorable map, one that you can pretty soon forget. But so far, the narrative that's shaping up around the second map is really something to behold. A word, by the way, that DZ hates. They hate the narrative. They hate talking about the narrative. They hate it. And we as casters happen to love it. So, of course, we're going to discuss it. While at one point it didn't look all that likely, Cafe is still a possibility as the tiebreaker. We haven't seen much Cafe here in the North American League. So if she shows up, it'll be just the second time here in the playoffs that a third map has been needed. It's been domination by the teams that have won. And a reminder for everybody that after this match, Wildcard, who's currently sitting and waiting in the grand finals, will face the winning team, whether it be Dark Zero, who need just one more map, or M80, who need this one, and Cafe in order to get to that position. And it'll be a rematch no matter what, as Wildcard defeated Dark Zero in the upper bracket semifinals to kick off the playoffs, and then shoved M80 down into this position yesterday with a 2-0 victory.
Feels nearly must-win for M80. This is going to be their final bomb site in their primary rotation. You'll love to be able to go 2-1 on your first set of rotations so that you have a little bit of wiggle room on that back half of the match. Getting that 5-4 scoreline can make all the difference. This game will continue to be close until at the very end. But it's a tough setup here on the top floor for Dark Zero to break through. The mute jammers, the mirror windows makes it really difficult to get past this. You're always worried about the nitro coming out from above that mirror window, but Gavin's preoccupied with the vert, so there's not going to be any pressure coming into the connector side of things. He is like kind of isolated here. He's got Savage and Ashen to back him up, but Ashen's playing the Raptors position and Savage is, I guess, relatively close. So they've got some decent coordination here if they want to go for a bit of a trade. I'm curious what Dark Zero's game plan is, Parker, because they were initially looking at that top floor to try to clear it out, but they're only just now maybe moving to the IT side of things, maybe still not committing for that. Bomb site is storage, so if they don't commit to this top floor, you have to imagine they're just going to try to sneak a plant in that site.
One man I'm watching right now is the one on your screen. Newers, after putting in a pretty decent effort on layer, 12 and 6. You have to wonder if he's all out of juice at this point. 2 and 8. Far cry from what he's capable of, and again, one of the highest rated players in the entire league. He's going to be playing Ash, which is not your prototypical fragging operator the way that used to be. Diffuser takes care of Kino, but Fultz was a little bit too slow with the counter punch. He gets it either way. This round has flown by. Final 30 seconds right now. Newers still down below in lounge, languishing, cutting around, looking for an opening, but Gavin was there on the flank, laying in wait. M80 catches DZ off guard. J90 with one. Ashen trades it back. All of these rounds on the second half have been so scrappy. It's been DZ taking advantage of that, but it's M80's round to lose, and they will regain the lead. 5-4.
Great hold coming out here again, Parker. It feels like the strats are just a little bit better from M80 on this second map pick. They go to the top floor, and with that mute mirror setup up above, plus the Azami over towards Rafters, it was just too difficult of a nut to crack. Dark Zero took one look at the top floor and said, yeah, we're not going to deal with this. And they decided to just go down to that mid floor, try to hit the site direct without clearing those players up above. Meant they didn't have a whole lot of map control to work with for that plant. You saw the difficulty of the Blackbeard trying to get in from Kino as he was inside a bottom garage, trying to make his way deep inside of storage, but he got caught from the back as there was just a good crossfire being held by M80 as they had so much of that map control. So I really like that defense from them. Dark Zero, you could have argued maybe they should have tried to force the top floor control anyways, but it would have been tough with all that utility. With the util that they had brought to that attack, they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. So It's good defense being brought out by M80. The final operator ban might change that a bit. With Mira being taken off the board, they're not going to be able to rely on that like they have been through rounds 7, 8, and 9. So DZ will really need to rely on that one ban to get them back in control of this game.
It's been a rough game for Dark Zero unless you're named J90 and NJR. All of their EPSs in the ground. Kino in particular sitting at 37 EPS right now, which is among the lowest that we have seen in the playoffs so far. Again, diagnosing what's going wrong with M80 was a challenge. Diagnosing what's going on with DZ right now is a little bit easier. It's just, it's a lack of confidence, a lack of follow-up, and again, the firepower just really has not been there. Fultz, to his credit, did pick up some pretty important kills en route to a loss in the previous round, but again, Fultz is not the guy that you expect to be fragging on this team. He plays, well, you could maybe argue whether he or Kino plays the harder role on the squad, but Fultz is not usually the guy who should be competing for the top. J90 and NJR did spawn in, but they need some help, and they need it desperately because M80 is within striking distance of taking this map and sending us all the way to Cafe.
Yeah, listen, we talked about Diffuser's poor performance in map 1. We have to talk about Newer's poor performance here in map 2. I mean, he is the primary entry for this squad. You know him as one of the best fraggers in the league. When you isolate just to the attacking side, he has the best kill-death ratio of any player, 176 on the attack. So I want to see him getting more active now that he has more tools available to him. He chooses the demos here for round number 10, but he needs to be able to hunt down some of these players, isolate some gunfights, pick off a couple of guys that are roaming around the map. That is, I think, easier said than done, especially on this top floor bomb site where generally everybody will be staying inside the site, unless we see a bit of a hatch drop halfway through the round. But if you can play from down below or try to find a pick on an off angle, like that could really open things up for Dark Zero, and it can make all the difference in the world once they can finally go for that.
You see the Kiva barrier still getting set up. It was funny that you said, you know, in the previous round, oh, these zombies playing on Raptors. I was like, it's just a zombie spot. That's it. That's her home. Oh, yeah. That's where you accept to see her. And Ashen is very safe for the time being. A very powerful spot to be in. You block lines of sight from down below and the window. You don't really need to worry about the door behind you, but usually, again, somebody is holding that angle. Nitro Cell goes out. Flashes have been used so effectively. M80's been firing blind an awful lot. The Nitro Cell puzzlingly does no damage to NJR. I don't think it should have been a fatal blow, but I'm a bit surprised that he walks away without any wounds whatsoever. And Diffuser will take up space and greet him at the window should NJR opt for that fight. But for the time being, he's still outside. He sees the line. Diffuser is not within range, and it's beautifully paid off. His patience rewarded. Gunner and Diffuser both on the board. DZ still struggling from that offense perspective. Kino 0-9 right now. This is just not helping the team one bit, Jesse. Final 35 seconds here, and DZ might be sleepwalking their way into another flawless round for M80.
Just feels like they're not able to get anything going from down below. Newers is trying to find some value, but he's in a 1v5. The Deagle shot comes through. It's a body shot, but it's clean enough. Gets the final frag to complete yet another flawless round to come through from M80. A ridiculous set of circumstances coming through, and they have started to run away with this game. They'll have 2 opportunities to close it out in regulation.
What an outrageous situation to be in. M80, round number 3, flawless round. Round number 5, flawless round. Round number 6, flawless round. Round number 7, you lost 1 person. Round number 9, you lost 2 people. Round number 10, flawless round. Of all the rounds that M80 have won, Jesse, they have given up just 3 deaths in the rounds they've won. It's got to be one of the cleanest set of round wins of any team that we've seen in the history of the NA League. This is just, when they win, they are so dominant. DZ sprang out to a 2-round lead, but since then have struggled to match M80, and boy, oh boy, Cafe 45 minutes ago seemed incredibly unlikely, bordering on the absurd. Yet now, it is almost a certainty. Dark Zero have no answers for M80.
They're off the top floor site for the rest of regulation. That's got to be the one little kernel of hope you can hold on to if you're a Dark Zero fan. You've got to deal with the basement, you've got to deal with the mid floor, but those are generally thought to be weaker sites. The basement in particular, a site that Dark Zero won, although it came down to a pretty close 2v2 situation after an early flood of action in through the vending stairs and through cafeteria. It's again a pretty heavy roam game, so if Dark Zero wanted to, they absolutely could go for a similar kind of exo rush and try to make things scrappy early on. We've got a lot of pressure down here by the main breach, and Savage is reading all of this, playing on the pulse. He'll spot NJR, he'll spot Kino out there as well. So good information being fed to the guys on M80. It'll allow their roamers to make informed decisions. Do we actually have to rotate back to the site? Is this a fast site hit? No, probably not. We can keep our players up towards the top floor. Maybe play a little bit more of these vert angles instead.
Unlikely that Kino will be able to amass any serious number of kills for the remainder of this map, especially now that he's playing this hard Monty role. He's got Diffuser dead to rights inside the B bomb site, but Diffuser playing very effectively behind those Kiba barriers isn't really in a position unless he wants to take that engagement. Gavin starting things off. Down goes Newers. Newers also 2 and 11. A disastrous performance for Kino and for Newers is not helping this Dark Zero cause one bit. Now it's NJR taking some damage, but there's been a couple kills on the side of DZ. Far more winnable than it seemed moments ago as Ashen and Savage have been put in the ground.
Weird death from Savage. He goes for the run out there, nearly finds NJR, but it's not quite good enough. The patience is paying off for DZ. There's definitely going to go for just a main site breach plant as Kino has this diffuse kit in his hands, but if they don't clear some of these players out of the site, if they can't get Diffuser out of here, they've got really no hope of getting a plant down.
Fultz settling in, tracking down Gavin, the Solus and the Deimos, doing battle with one another. Fultz, serious ball knowledge there, knowing exactly how those metal bars go so he can read into the floor and get a couple shots off, but no damage is really done. Gavin and Diffuser, not at full HP, but still relatively healthy, so not in a position where a single bullet or two can do enough damage. NJR can't say the same for him, though, on a single point of HP. Final 40 seconds here, Jesse and the Execute shaping up. It looks like they're going to come to blows, and it will come in a hurry. Diffuser and Gavin swatting them away. Gunner's been dropped. Gavin goes down as well. Diffuser, the last man standing. Kino and J90 with Diffuser in hand for Kino. As Jack will look over top, Kino securing the kill onto Gunner, but it's not his own, so he still sits at a 0 on the kill feed. Diffuser's got 10 kills. Kino will walk at him menacingly. But Kino's one with the Diffuse kit. This could absolutely get misplayed by DZ. Diffuser moonwalking his way out of the bomb site, looking for a small rotate, but the rotate will not go for him. So now Diffuser will have to go right into harm's way, and J90 will keep DZ in this with a big win for Dark Zero.
You know, Parker, I know he has 0 kills, but I really want to praise Kino after that round. Not only did he have a huge value on the Monty, taking that space for his teammates, but he was also super patient, right? A lot of, I think, worse players would have immediately tried to vault into that breach earlier in the round, try to take that space over towards kind of assembly, but Kino never went for that. Instead, he played it passive, and the most important thing that Kino did in that round was he got information for his team. You saw it early in the round as Kino drove a drone straight onto the bomb chassis inside of Tank. That was feeding information the entire rest of the round. Gunner's position close on the mute was constantly being pinged out thanks to Kino's drone that he had inside the bomb site. It was close on the man count, but as soon as Savage dies, the information advantage goes heavily in favor of Dark Zero, and they're really able to put together a good execute because of it. They extend this matchup by at least 1 round. They bring us to the final round of regulation. 7-5 or overtime are our only possible results, Parker. This is anybody's game. I don't know how to call it.
10 seconds to go.
Well, Jesse, what we're going to call it is a good match because this one has been spectacular so far. There hasn't really been a lot of banger or dynamite moments. It's been very steady as she goes. Again, with M80 having 6 rounds right now, 4 of those were won flawlessly. They have been very efficient in the rounds that they are winning. Dark Zero is hopeful that that flawless number stays the same on the side of M80 and that the scoreline stays the same too. As DZ had the early lead on this map, but has slowly watched as M80 chipped away and then ultimately took it over. One more round for DZ to send us to OT. There is a 3rd map if required. It seems likely, but Dark Zero could change that in the next 2 minutes.
In round 9, the big problem for Dark Zero attacking on this site were the Mira windows up on that top floor, but they've banned the Mira out, which means this top floor clear should be a lot easier for Dark Zero. Instead, the Mira's been replaced with Gavin running the Stenari. Every other operator remains exactly the same for M80, so the overall game plan is not changing despite the fact that they lost one of their best operators. Still, Dark Zero will have to clear out this top floor, and they'll have to do so with decent pace. 60 seconds deep, and they've done a decent bit of job opening up that IT breach, but you've got players down in the basement hunting for rumors that don't exist. You've got players droning out this mid floor. I'm curious if they're again going to give up on the top floor clear. If they do, Parker, I'm really worried for how this round might come out for them.
That's a tough moment now as Newers will try for his 3rd kill. Again, far below his own expectations. So he was down below. What was that, Jesse?
It's just an insane angle that he's holding. Like, who plays this?
That's a great point. Plugging those holes now as the Azami of Ashen will take up a very familiar spot and will need to be redroned. I don't think because of his angle, NJR saw him. He might have. You're going to have to take care of this Azami pretty quickly, though, as the timer just continues to work against Dark Zero.
I mean, they have some pressure top floor. Like, they've got guys coming in on the meeting side. They did, at least for a moment. I think everybody's now exited, so Dark Zero stalling out a bit similar to last time. They must walk away from these first 2.5 minutes with a man count advantage, or this is surely done.
Candela's going off. Gavin there for backup with Ashen in tow. Ashen a sitting duck, but Diffuser and Gavin both strike as well, so the advantage stays for M80. J9 will equalize numbers. Gas down below gives information to Dark Zero as they have control of above now, but need to translate that to the bomb site, and they haven't been able to work through this rafters position. It looked like NJR would be the point man for that, but he's thought otherwise, and he's dove off that top floor outside and might look for a direct site hit. None of the 3 remaining players on DZ have the defuse kit, and there's only about 15 seconds left in the round. Fultz is in the grave. This one might be wraps for DZ as NJR taking some damage from below, tussling with M80. It's all up to Jack. J90 with 6 seconds left on the clock. He'll take care of Gavin, but it's a Pyrrhic victory for him in the site. M80 will steal DZ's map, and we will go to Cafe as the decider.
Very good match to bounce back for M80. We thought they might be a bit asleep at the wheel here in these early playoff games, but that's not to be, Parker. One of the best teams in North America have come back to play, and they're in a strong spot heading into the 3rd map.
Well, M80, they have come alive, and at the perfect moment, sending us to a third map. They take DZ's pick right out from under them, and they looked great while doing it.
Yeah, first off, I want to apologize to the DZ fans for caster cursing them. Said they were going to be really good on attack, and I apologize for that. But, I mean, in all seriousness, I'm really glad that we have a actual series on our hand, and we are going to get a best of 3 for these two Titans that we've already highlighted. DZ, they tried to play extremely fast. They tried to play extremely aggressive on their defensive side, and honestly, that gave M80 a chance to get some frags under their belt. We got all of their top fraggers, all of their really good fraggers, or on the board at this point. They're all now double digits. They're all fully awoken from their slumber. Gunner, Gaveni, Diffuser. I mean, all of them are having big, big moments in this series, and I love to see it.
I mean, when you have 5 flawless rounds, it just adds and instills that much more confidence into the team, into the players, and we're seeing it whether it was on their attacks or their defenses. Then you want to talk about the opening kills. They had 9 out of 12 opening kills going into their favor. And then, yeah, we're talking about Titan players being able to step up, actually have the performance that we know that they can have. We are seeing Ashton continuously do it, but we're seeing Gavini step up. We're seeing a player like Diffuser that we highlighted going into this series. He's been a little non-existent, but coming into this series, in this map particularly, he has absolutely stepped up his performance and was a big contribution for M80's success in this map.
I mean, you see it there across the board. Gavini leading the way, Diffuser close behind, and you said it, 5 flawless rounds. A staggering amount of momentum that they built over the course of this map. It was still close. Don't get me wrong, 7-5, a 2-round difference, but it was an M80 win, and in part, due to Dark Zero just not showing up, right? You have to wonder, where was Kino? Where was Newers? Like, the guy we highlighted as second best player in all the NAL, top fragger in the last map, Newers had just, what, 2 kills the entire map?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that we're saying M80 fell asleep, and then what, DZ, now that we're just going to take a nap after map 1? I'm not sure. I mean, Newers was top fragging, and now he went to sleep. He's hibernating for map 3, saving all his energy, 2 and 12. And then Kino, who is the spearhead for the team, I mean, I was expecting some Grim Shotgun out of him, some more shield play out of him. He's bound to get 1 kill, but 0 and 10 on the map, and 0 and 4 on the entries. I mean, 0 and 7 between both of them. Yeah, it was very hard for DZ to get anything started.
Again, those 3 flawless rounds for M80 is a big contribution for them not having a good game. I mean, we've highlighted how well M80 was playing, and I do just want to say, I think it was just M80 having the better game plan, the better strategy, the better refragability that they were having, and always keeping the man advantage, where DZ just couldn't get their foot in the door, and that's just the nature of the game sometimes.
Just to clarify, 3 or 5 flawless rounds? How many?
4 flawless.
4 flawless rounds.
Right in the
Okay.
middle.
Either way, right?
I mean, yeah, either way.
Exactly. Well, let's talk a little bit about Cafe here, because obviously map picks have kind of been tossed around a little bit, each taking their opponent's pick. Cafe, if you're an M80 fan, like, I'm thinking this is great on paper. This is the map. I mean, they 7-0 DZ on.
Yeah, absolutely. And the nice thing is, when you're going to this series, especially in this matchup, they didn't really have to showcase their attacks. They did it all on their defensive half, only needing 1 attack to close out that 7-0. So they'd have that in their back pocket here going into this series. However, they did show it against Wildcard, but again, totally different matchup, different stylistic matchups in its own right. But when you have the momentum going into this series, I said this in the beginning, I was worried about that momentum shift. They have all the momentum now, where I thought they were going to take that first map.
Yeah, the momentum's a big one, but I'm really curious, and I'm so glad we're going to get this map 3, because what did DZ learn? They talked a lot about it in their after interviews, that they loved losing to these guys 7-0, right? It fired them up. So, okay, let's see them on their defensive side. What have they learned?
Put it into practice.
Put it into practice, exactly. Now's the time.
And Cafe to do it, it does feel like it's a storybook moment here. How does DZ recover the momentum, though? They were able to do it after the 7-0 in the group stage. How do they do it here?
Just like M80 just did it from map 1 to map 2. You just got to reset, and that's the beauty of getting to the best 3. Once you get to that final map, both sides of the team should understand where things have gone wrong, how they can correct them. So it really is going to be a game of ideology and who's quicker to adapt, who's quicker to punish on the little mistakes.
Well, Cafe to end this series, a best of 3 to decide who goes to the grand final. Well, it just comes down to 1 map now, the very map that M80 dismantled Dark Zero on not too long ago. Let's get to it.
1 map, that's all it takes in the community prediction has tightened up. Both of these teams playing best of ones for the entirety of the regular stage. M80 was the better team. They topped stage 1, but now they have their work cut out for them. Defeat Dark Zero and square off against Wildcard in the grand finals. And you best know that Wildcard team is greatly enjoying these teams beating the stuffing out of each other.
Yeah, Wildcard's sitting pretty, waiting for the victor of this match. That'll be played later on today, so don't leave once this game ends, because if your favorite team wins, they will be right back in action. Jonah mentioned it. We are back in the same battleground where Dark Zero got demolished 7-0 by M80 in the regular season, back during the group stage. But I'll say there's one key difference, Parker, and that's the sides. Dark Zero, because they had a more dominant map win, they got to choose what side they wanted to start on here on Cafe, and of course, they're not going to choose the side where they lost 6-0 against M80 a few weeks ago. So they'll start the defense this time. This should be the better side for them, and hopefully they can get at least a couple of rounds here in this first half so they can move on to that attacking side with some wind in their sails.
The desk mentioned how Newers was taking a bit of a sleepy sleep. He needs to wake up. Kino also needs to wake up. M80 had some struggles from an offensive perspective back in map number 1, but maybe it was just a lot of West Coast starts for this team because they are awake and ready to play. Obviously, a 7-5 scoreline gets the job done, but yeah, it wasn't as dominant as I think M80 was potentially hoping for, and it allows DZ to not mentally boom themselves. Both these teams lost their map picks, though. That's not abnormal, but you don't see that every single day. And now we go to Cafe as the ultimate decider. A very different map from both Labs and Lair. Extremely vertical. You saw a lot of verticality and how much it mattered, particularly on Lair. It's going to be on display non-stop here on Cafe. All bomb sites are technically viable. Just comes down to what they want to play. Extended defense all the way on the top floor as one of the middle floor bomb sites will be the scene for round 1.
Yeah, don't expect Dark Zero to go top floor. It's really not a site that they run. They'll rotate through the bottom 3 bomb sites. M80 have shown that they can play all 4 sites here on Cafe. We're in the playoffs. You never know. DZ could mix things up and try to catch M80 off guard, but you'd expect traditionally for Dark Zero to stick to these bottom 3 floors, and it's not a surprise to see them starting mining dining. That's a bit of a surprise from Faults. Goes for the run out on the Goyo, but unfortunately caught by Ash, and he hears the impact nade and he flicks over in time. Really well done to be able to stop that bit of aggression from Dark Zero, and M80 take an early lead here on Cafe. Oh, another one.
Okay.
Cover me.
Interesting. That's toxic.
He's been a naughty boy today. He's been a very naughty boy in chat. And I mean, it's one thing when he was typing away on map number 1, where he was actually doing quite well. But map 3 now, when he's got no kills to his name, come on, JR, you can do more than that. M80 continuing their winning ways. Boy, oh boy, DZ have just 2 players remaining. Half of the round to go. The attackers haven't even really made their way inside the building yet, Jesse. This is a great place to be for M80. Not right there, though. Janano handles 1. Pressure now over by top white. Nades going off. Pushed from Freezer. Pushed from Piano. And M80 with the final 2 kills to take round number 1.
Dark Zero, they've been very eager to get active on these defenses, Parker. Throughout this series, they've been wanting to show some pace to their opponents, and this time it really does not pay off. A couple of early runouts punished by Ashen in the midst of this. He ended up getting the first one. It was Savage that got the down onto the second one. So after banning out both of his shields, he goes to the gun, as he often does, frankly, on this bomb site, and will walk away with the success there for his team. So nice to see that coming out from M80. They get that first round on the board. Didn't really have to do much in terms of clearing the map, right? Didn't have to take much control. A lot of that was DZ giving fights over to M80, but a lot of lesser teams would have maybe let that slip past them. They would have gotten caught by some of those runouts. Again, I think it's huge credit to both Savage and Ashen, who were able to catch these plays as they came down. Ashen gets the finish off there, but it's Savage with credit for the kill. And then once they clear through this top floor, there's just not enough numbers to really do much else on the side of Dark Zero. So good start, but one that DZ should be able to shake off.
Nice.
I don't care if I whiff. Got mine.
That's the spirit.
That's me in all my ranked games. So I feel like I'm glad that the energy also reaches its way up here in pro play. And Ashen is Ash has been having a pretty good day so far. Highest rated player in the lobby is J9O. His efforts all the way back in map 1 and on have been really quite terrific. He's sitting at a 123 EPS, nearly double Kino's. Kino sits at a 64 EPS right now, and largely due to his pretty terrible performance on Nighthaven Labs, if we're being completely honest. On M80, we got 3 guys all fighting for that top spot. Gavin, Ashen, and Diffuser have been terrific. And again, Ashen, far and away the highest rated player in the NAL. He was sitting at a 125 EPS to start the day. Next closest was a 120 EPS of Newers. And Newers is going to be sliding down with, again, having a disappointing performance in map number 2. But most of Dark Zero did, unless your name was NJR or J9O. So, recovery possible for Dark Zero. Discovery phase largely wrapping up now as we're a minute into round 2.
I want to briefly mention this Wamai ban from M80, Parker. It's something that J9O loves to play here as he extends into the top floor, kind of in this bathroom pixel position. Even before the buff to Wamai, he would run this operator non-stop up there. So with it off the board, he's going to move to the Mira instead. Still a really good operator, try to hold down this top floor and stop the attackers from taking his control, but just going to have to change things up a little bit. Those Wamai buffs extremely impactful, as we've seen across the last couple of days. So it's nice to be able to take that off the board if you're M80. Give your throwables a little bit more weight to them as you clear these tough positions on the top floor.
Flashes will go in. The nade lands right in the lap of Kino. J9O sends Ashen out with an explosive of his own. A nitro cell for one, a frag for the other, and an explosive beginning to this round. Another nitro cell lined up and ready at top white stairs. NJR, you have his headphones on wrong? I think he's hearing the gridlock, but is worried that someone might be below him. That would have been a golden opportunity for DZ. And yet, NJR hesitates, and because of it, Diffuser gets to live a little bit longer.
Full top floor control. This is a good spot to be in for M80. The time is a little bit concerning, but they've got good space to try to play around with it. Gunner is also down on that bottom floor, so they've got lots of different dimensions to this push. Savage is going to want to get a plant down reading. With that vert pick, it should be wide open for him to go for that defuse kit. Full vert control, everything is in control for M80. Like, this is exactly what they want to go for this push.
Above. Plenty of time for some destruction. Diffuser finally punished by NJR. NJR was hoping for that kill a good minute or so ago. Gunner reads Fultz like a book, and down he goes. DZ now outnumbered. They'll take care of Gunner as they trickle in, and NJR and Newers double up. It's Savage and NJR in a 1v1. Savage in pursuit gets him through the wall. Goodness gracious. This scrappy M80 team so hard to hold down. They take round 2.
NJR is doing his best in this game. He has a really nice round flanking back up those stairs to retake the top floor control, Parker, but he ends up going back down the laundry hatch, and it is Savage who clutches up in the 1v1. That gets really tight, but M80 better for it in that late round. Nicely done by them after getting that control to be able to not overly focus on the plants. I think that's a big thing from Savage. He had the defuse kit. He's in the default plant spot, but instead of holding F, he joins his teammates because he knows the gunfights are coming. The vert control is so important, as we said, and then once they got a couple more of these frags, they were able to trade things out really nicely. If Savage overcommits to the plant, maybe they can't get those trades. But they play guns up, and they managed to find those kills when they needed to. Really nice by M82O.
Wildcard waiting for these teams as yesterday Wildcard took M80 apart on Nighthaven Labs and Cafe Dostoevsky, 2 maps that we have seen so far. Our good friends Lynx and XR Troika providing the commentary for that one. Wildcard has just been such a good team. If we can take a second to discuss them, it is really quite a shame that Adrian was not able to compete with them at Salt Lake. Even with hot and cold as an emergency substitute, they still made top 8, which is really just kudos to the team for how good they can be. Spiker in particular needs so much credit. Lagonis, their coach, is a brilliant mind, and I'm very glad that he's starting to get his flowers. A long and tenured career as a player, now turned coach, and boy oh boy, Wildcard's success is very much his too. They're a formidable foe, and no matter which of these 2 teams emerges, Jesse, you gotta think Wildcard will be the favorite.
Yeah, Wildcard will have a good time. I think sitting up there in the grand finals. That's an organization that has never won a domestic stage of the North America League. Dark Zero have. It was just a very long time ago. M80, of course, won stage 2 last season. So Wildcard would be our only new champion of an NAL stage. So that would be exciting for them to be able to represent the organization. But they've got to win that game first, and of course, they've got to face the winner of this third map here on Cafe. This will be a slow round because it is a full anchor setup down on the bottom floor of Cafe, and M80 are going for a full top floor clear. They've got they've got Gavin on this Buck, they've got Diffuser on the Ram, so once they're safely secured on this mid floor, they're going to start working on some of this breach. My main concern is Kino. He's playing on this Echo, so when this plant comes down, it's going to be really late no matter what. If those Yokais are in a good position, they could deal some damage, and if it's a man disadvantage, that makes it even more awkward for M80. They have to be ready, and they have to be playing with pace, Parker. If they go for a late plant, like I'm a little bit worried they will, those Yokai camps could completely ruin their day.
9 of the 12 rounds back at Nighthaven Labs started off with an M80 kill here on Cafe. The first 2 rounds were M80 striking first. This is a good opportunity for DZ to see what they can do with the numbers advantage, something that has been shockingly absent from their gameplay. You have to go all the way back to Lair, where they did win most of those opening engagements en route to the 7-2 victory that you see on the top of your screen. DZ constantly fighting down a man, and the issues that they had fragging really did them no favors. This round, the hope is that they've managed to sort it out, but M80 rushing into Bakery, isolating these players of DZ. Diffuser and Ashen both with a kill apiece. Newer's the only one from Dark Zero able to muster anything. He's still alive. Newer's already having a better game than what we saw out of him on Nighthaven Labs. He finished 2-12 right now, already with 3 kills. Final 20 seconds to go. M80 tied the numbers with DZ, but now the hard task of getting into the bomb site. Ashen's made it a little bit easier, and Gavin is hoping to make it even easier than that. Fultz, last man standing, he's above. He's looking for coverage. Can he find the shot as the defuse kit goes down? No, Ashen expertly placing that defuse kit away from the waiting eyes of Dark Zero. And now Fultz, on a completely different floor from the objective, can survey the wreckage that was created earlier largely by Diffuser's boogie drones. A return back to the bomb site, but 3 pairs of eyes on M80 will be watching for him. They've looked mighty good, steadily improving the longer this goes on, and that round is no different. A perfect start through 3 rounds for M80.
Yeah, this could not have gone better, and I want to give more credit over to the calling happening from M80. It's more great late-round decision-making from these guys, where they take the top floor control, and a lot of other teams would have tried to break in through Freezer, gone for that drop, get past VIP somewhere and get a plant down, but instead they go Bakery, and that's huge because they know that Kino is playing the Echo in that Bakery position. If you can take bait control, that means Kino is going to be dead. You don't have to worry about a Yokai cam stopping your plants. He was able to disrupt the shield. It got Savage killed in the midst of that push, but they trade out really nicely. They equalize back down to a 3v3, and then they're pushing sight, and Parker, they've just got some incredible gunners with some incredible guns. It's Ashen with the F2, it's Diffuser on the Ram. They're finding some really good shots as they flood into that site in a relatively even 3v3. And Fultz, his top floor flank, it was a really good idea, but I think it's just a little bit late on the execution. If he's there a bit faster, maybe he's able to have more impact, but he ends up just being a little bit of dead weight here for Dark Zero, and so his site players fall to pieces to the guns of Diffuser and Ashen.
I don't think they expected such aggression through Bakery as well. I mean, you get, what, 3 guys immediately just pushing on in, and DZ and 1 player trying to hold it all together. Newer's firing back from longer range, but he immediately peeled off of that position when they had to reassess their defense, because if Newer's dies, that leaves just 2 players on the bomb site. DZ calling another early timeout. These last 2 maps not going the way that they had hoped. It's been a steady decline for this DZ team to start all of these maps. Go back to Lair. They won 4 to start off map number 1. They won 2 rounds to start off map 2. Here on Cafe, they've been blanked. So things are gradually worsening for this DZ team. If you're a fan of theirs, you're hopeful that the coach or call out is able to get these guys back on the same page. Kino in particular, still snake bitten from map number 2. He ended Nighthaven Labs with an 0-10 scoreline. You have to go back almost an hour and 20 minutes to the last time that Kino got a kill, which was on that layer map. And to his credit, Kino finished positive 6 and 5. But again, he plays on a role where you're not expecting him to go positive all the time. He's one of the lower rated players on the team. But 0 kills is indefensible with the way that he plays, and it is obviously hampering this team.
We don't expect Dark Zero to play the top floor. That will continue after the tactical timeout. Callout will have a conversation with the guys, and they will reset back into their bomb site rotation. Reading room is going to be our first site here in the second quarter. This was played back in round 2, of course, with success from M80 as they were able to push in and win a close 1v1 as Savage won that final frag onto NJR. This time, the Mayor has moved on to his favorite operator in the game, the Chachanka, being brought out, as well as Newers no longer able to play that Thorn, jumping here onto the tuber route. Name of the game on this side is always going to be top floor, right? You have to really get this control up above from the defense. That's going to be most of the players, Kino, J9O, and Newers holding this one down. It's never an easy task to take this, but again, you've banned out the Azami, you've banned out the Wamai. You should be able to use some of these flashes and nades to clear it out, much like they did in the first quarter.
Newers will let that boogie drone go, not giving up his position. If this goes undroned by M80, this is a golden opportunity for Newers to punish them and get another opening pick for DZ. NJR will gun down Gunner. That's over by the A bomb site. Still pivoting, playing this great spot in reading. He can cover that new hatch as well. Diffuser finds himself aiming for one of the targets, but he just can't find it, slipping through his fingers. And I mean, he's got to worry about the DMR in the hands of Newers, who realizes it's time to go. He wasted as much time as he could. Frankly, pretty good timing there. Kino's still up there, though. As flashes go out, Nitro Cell does not connect, and this prolonged fighting is not netting any kills for the time being.
J9O in a really tough spot. Wow, what a shot from Diffuser. Blows his head clean off, so that equalizes the numbers right back to 4. He was the one player that couldn't get back towards the bomb site. Now you've got Vert control with over a minute still to go. They've already gotten a lot of the soft breaching done, but they're kind of limited now on what they can do. Gunner was that first player to die, don't forget. So that's going to be the Ram drones that can no longer be tossed out. They got a couple in through the skylight and whatnot, but it is still limited on the soft breaching that you have. Dark Zero will have to hope that they can hide from these Vert angles long enough to stall out this push and eventually try to deny this 4v4.
Ashen has spent so much of this round outside. It's time to get into the building and do some business. He's once again holding that, or was holding that cut angle from above, working very effectively to take care of Newers and Kino in those spots over top of the laundry hatch. Savage has somehow found an opening to get the defuse kit at the halfway point. It's in the common spot. Ashen takes care of NJR. Fultz unable to handle one of his own. Newers on the board. Diffuser takes care of Fultz. DZ suffering yet again. M80 exploiting a blind spot that DZ had in their defenses, forcing Newers to take some fire damage as he retakes the bomb site. That diffuse kit a little out of reach. Paying off effectively, those air jabs from Ashen have given them info on Kino as he trudges his way, disabled by those track stingers deployed by Diffuser. Newers now hops on the case. 15 seconds to go. Kino over top. Finally, Kino gets a kill. Newers with one as well, but they're going to have to hop on that case. Newers off of it, past the point of no return. Ashen takes out the trash, and M80 is steamrolling DZ.
A bit close for comfort, but hey, that is such a strong post plant for the attackers, and Ashen in the perfect position clutches it up there in the 1v2. Really well done from M80, again, dominating here on Cafe. I'm a little surprised that NJR was not able to deny that plant going down. He is no doubt the best Tachanka player in the world, but we don't see it very often there on that bomb site. It's not something that he's maybe as practiced with as he is maybe on Clubhouse, and because of that, he's not able to stop the plant going down. This post plant so difficult for the defense to win, even in the 1v2. Ashen plays that perfect. Oh, and they're feeling themselves now, Parker. That is a momentum that has been really swung in the other direction. Already halfway done in terms of the rounds they need to win on this map for M80. Dark Zero spiraling out of control.
Timeout's already been called as well. That's your proverbial parachute that's used to slow the descent. And right now, there is no slow descent for Dark Zero. It is a straight plummet at this point. They did, to their credit, draw blood first on rounds 3 and 4, so they are at least setting themselves up in the early portions of the round for success. But it's those mid to late rounds where typically we see DZ flourish that they're falling short. When you've got people like Ashen dropping 8 kills, 6 from Diffuser, combined being far more than DZ has as an entire team, again, it really just comes down to fragging power. And J9O has been the guy who's fallen off for this particular map. Again, he's been top frag and top rated player for the entirety of this series, and it is a terrible time for him to see a regression in those stats. So Dark Zero hanging on for dear life. You got to escape this first half and prevent M80 from running up the score even further.
Yeah, like it's been Ashen and Diffuser hitting some crazy shots, and it's also being empowered by, I think, really good play by the supports around them. The late round calling has been excellent from M80. They always seem like they know what Dark Zero want to do in the late rounds, and they're perfectly countering the way that DZ are trying to play on these defenses. Feels like the read is absolutely perfect for them, and as we get into yet another top floor clear, we'll see if that does continue. The vert pressure has been so good when they get this control, and Diffuser, he is in deep early. They all just fall back, actually. Parker, this is a really early fallback from DZ. They're scared.
And I think for good reason, with the way M80 is shooting, and Ashen now sitting at 9 kills, 1 death, punishing Newers. Newers has been the most formidable foe that M80's had to deal with on this DZ roster, and now he's gone from action. This is not a great start for Dark Zero, especially since we just said they got first blood in the previous 2 rounds. DZ in familiar territory, unfortunately, Jesse. They're battling from behind.
This is crazy pace. Ashen just drops into laundry. He's all by himself. He's got some teammates maybe backing him up too, but takes these gunfights and finds the wrong end of a shotgun. Kino will put to bed that burst of aggression, but that shows the confidence M80 are playing with right now.
Confidence, or maybe a bit carefree? Could be what? Could be a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. NJR with a Nitro Cell to keep things intact for his team. Gavin trades Kino right off on White Stairs. DZ will lose some of the panels leading into the A-bomb site. It'll be NJR quarterbacking this push, or this defense to stop the push. He's got a long-range sight, and that TCSG, as long as you can control the recoil and hit your first shot or two, you can do some serious damage. Great ball knowledge there from Savage as he gets it down through the wall, and has another whose leg he sees of J9O, trapped and isolated over by Red Stairs. NJR down for the count. He's secured. Gavin will get picked back up. M80 with the numbers advantage with just 20 seconds to go. Flashes going out. DZ completely blind as the defuse kit getting planted by Gavin. Bolts down below with a shotgun in hand. No Nitro Cell, so no way to stop this in its tracks. The round will get prolonged as J9O's return to the bomb site heralded by Diffuser, and Fultz finds himself in a spot he was in just a couple rounds ago, on the wrong floor with the defuse kit down. His team by the wayside, and Diffuser will bury him. 5-0 M80.
To answer the question you posed earlier, Parker, that is pure confidence. M80, they know exactly where they're at in this game, taking full control. Just knowing that these guys are playing scared, Dark Zero are giving up so much of that map control, and sometimes M80 don't even need to fight for it. It's a really good opening pick from Ashen to take down Newers. He maybe overheats a little bit hunting for Kino, but he gets information that his teammate then follows up on. Like, even if Ashen does go down in that round, he's confident that his teammates can back him up, and he's been doing such an amazing job of breaking these rounds open for M80. In the 3v3, 2 players are stuck on the bottom floor. That's not a good spot for Dark Zero. They give up so much map control, and it just puts them in a really rough spot to actually be able to win these rounds. You've got 2 players down below. Fultz had a Nitro, but he wasted it, didn't get any value from it downstairs, so it just feels like these Dark Zero guys, they're too afraid to fight for some of these spots, so they're giving up a lot of map control for free, and when you give up map control to M80, man, they just have a field day running away with it.
5 seconds left.
I think everybody's been pretty well aligned saying North America is a deeply competitive region, and all of the rest of the world should be put on notice. Just to stop my thoughts here for 1 second, as J9O was hoping for a spawn peek through the delivery door. Players spawned in there on the side of M80, and now Jack will turn his attention towards that whiskey window by Brown Stairs. He's got his hands full. He can do some serious damage with that DMR, but those 11 bullets in the mag will go by in a hurry. I think this really should put to rest that there is a best team in North America. DZ looks dominant some days, M80 looking dominant today. Who knows what version of Wildcard will show up in the grand finals up against one of these teams. Ashen's surely typing. Nope.
For a moment he was. I think he thought better of it.
You got 10 kills. What more can you say that your kill total's not already saying?
Yeah, that's going to be a really important pick, Jen. I know you mentioned it was going for those spawn peaks. That feels like desperation spawn peaks to me, Parker. There's still some roamers up on the top floor for Dark Zero. They've got NJR creeping up in this window as well. Might have a timing here, but has to fall back as these Bs will reveal his location. Newers and Fault's still roaming here on the top floor, so plenty of pressure from Dark Zero, but they're getting picked apart. Fault's 1 in 6 now as he falls in the roam game, leaves Newers all alone. Newers has to get a couple kills here, otherwise this game might just be wrapped.
Newers is the only real bright spot on this team at the moment. NJR's been doing some tough work. He's gone. Gavin with the kill. Kino still standing and waiting against Ashen. He will take care of him and secure the kill, which is pretty decent on his end of things. But that's really the only thing that you can credit Dark Zero for at this current point in time. Sloppiness from Diffuser. How does he not hear Newers coming? Gavin does, though. A 3rd kill for Gavin on the round, and now all the remaining players of M80 will be hunting down Kino, where Gavin picks up a 4K, and it's a perfect 6-0 half for M80, already on match point.
I feel like I've been here before. M80 absolutely stomping Dark Zero on Cafe, 1 round away from a flawless. We were here, I don't know, 3 weeks ago in a very similar spot, asking the question, can DZ make this comeback? Right now, I don't know if we have an answer, Lax.
I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, nothing changes but the weather for the side of M80. I mean, we saw it the last time they did it on their defense. It was a 6-0 half, and this time they did it on their attack. They just need one defensive round to put the nail in the coffin, but something to be highlighted, especially when we talk about listening in on comms. This is really the first time where I've heard Dark Zero kind of just sound dead in the water. You noticed it as well. And M80 is absolutely riding that momentum from the last series and bringing it into this map.
Yeah, it's very clear. I mean, the comms are just dead. We've heard from Call Out in their timeout. It was his attempt to try to wake up the boys, and they're just not responding right now. I mean, that's 13 straight rounds for M80 on Cafe. I think we know who the best Cafe team is in the NAL, and this is a map that I also think we own as a region, so just a little glaze right there. But and what's kind of been the story for M80? I mean, Ashen's finally getting some help. I mean, he's having a great game by himself, but Diffuser,
team.
Yeah, I mean, Diffuser, even though they call him D, his real name is Aiden. I apologize to you right now because we called him out map 1, and he's been popping off ever since. Gaveni, we already know what he could do. He's also alive and well, and they're having a lot of fun right now. I mean, yeah, the momentum is very strong for M80.
It seems like they cannot be stopped. It's like every little thing that's going well in the round falls their favor. Like, the momentum is something we talk a good bit about, but here it is on display at a level that we don't normally see.
I mean, no, definitely not. But for the side of Dark Zero, it starts with any single round to amount to comeback. And the reality is they have to have rounds similar to the rounds that M80 had, even in round 2, where Savage wins that big 1v1. That instills the momentum for them to continue what's happening. Now, they need to have rounds like that for Dark Zero that they can get behind. They can look like all things were lost. They miraculously win the round. They start feeding into that, and then it starts instilling hope. And that's the last thing you want to give a team like Dark Zero, is the hope, the chance that they can believe in themselves, which is why I'm emphasizing that M80 really needs to put the nail in the coffin here on their defense and just shut it out and not give them a chance.
Yeah, you need that. I mean, they're a big mental team. You need them to be able to close their eyes, meditate right now, and say it's 0-0. It's a brand new half. And what was Call Out saying during the halftime? Don't be slaves to the outcome, right? That seems to be their motto kind of going into this second half is, who cares what the outcome? Who cares what the score is right now? They're still playing. It's time to have fun, like Kino says. There's always a chance.
And I really want to give respect to M80. I mean, this was the bounce back. This was the resurgence that we wanted to see from them, because for myself, I was pretty disappointed in what we saw throughout all of playoffs, but now they look all awake. They're playing in unison. It's exactly the M80 that we want to see potentially going into a grand final.
Well, I mean, they're clearly feeling good. And for Dark Zero, I know they don't like talking about the narrative. I know they don't like thinking about results, but how can you not be replaying in your head that feeling of being 7-0'd on this very map just a couple of weeks ago? All they need is one round to prevent that.
Dark Zero in the last 2.5 years have only lost 7-0 across multiple different rosters a single time. Parker, that was 2 weeks ago versus M80 on this very map, and now repeating the circumstances against the same opponent on the same map, they could be facing another 7-0 loss.
A devastating position to be in. These teams have qualified for EWC, which for many was the ultimate goal of Stage 1. The only team that isn't playing today that also qualified for EWC is Shopify Rebellion. They were eliminated by Dark Zero in a 2-0 yesterday. You and I actually casted that game, and it was DZ just demolishing them. All of these teams have been very good, and I will go back to a point that I said, even if DZ falls flat on their face and loses 7-0 here, something that is a historically bad result for the squad, they're still a great team. They still just won a major championship, and there's no reason to believe that they will be weaklings when it comes to the Esports World Cup in Paris next month. And seeding obviously was the big concern for the previous matchup because Shopify Rebellion lost in the lower brackets yesterday. They are the team that will have to play through phase 1 of EWC, or whatever specific wording, phase 1, stage 1, whatever interchangeable word they use to describe it.
Phase 1 is correct.
Thank you. I know.
You're losing a lot of Habana X Kairos here, Parker. NJR has just wasted 12 of those 18 pellets. They're not able to break open these mirror windows. A lot of util being committed to this, and now Gavin blows the head off of NJR.
Oh.
It's all falling apart. Kino goes down. It's a 5v3 advantage for M80, hoping to close this one out in style.
Changing mags.
Well, any hope on the side of DZ might have just gone up with that Nitro Cell and kill coming in. Nears is going to be quick to the punch. If he can catch one of these players from M80 off guard, there might be an opening shot. No, Gavin and Gunner with 2 kills, and with a minute 20 still on the clock, it's all up to Fultz. M80's at a bevy of flawless rounds. They won't have one this time, as Fultz takes care of Diffuser. Ashen hits the GG in chat. No hope whatsoever that the former world champion of Fultz will be able to clutch a 1v5. It would require an ace, an impressive set of mistakes would need to be committed by M80 to give Fultz that window of opportunity. At this point, I mean, you're just kind of delaying the inevitable. Fultz knows what's happening, and yeah.
No diffuse kit either, so he can't even go for a plant. If he does get site control, it's down to cross the map on the mid floor.
I mean, we can try to hype this up, but we all know what the end result is going to be here, right? You be honest with the people. M80 will square off against Wildcard as Fultz looks to come to blows, looking towards the B-bomb site. M80 giving him no quarter whatsoever. Gavin, the final kill, and M80 7-0 Dark Zero on map 3. They'll square off against Wildcard in the grand finals. Up next.
M80 take the win. We were here just a moment ago, and we are back after a 1 round. All was needed between M80 and the grand final. Wild card awaits, and M80 move on to see if they can claim an NAL title here in Stage 1, technically defending their stage title from Stage 2 in 2025. They look great this series, but Kyle, the real big story here is the bounce back we saw, the shift in momentum from map 1 to now, from a team that looked like they were asleep, maybe literally, to a team that woke up and destroyed Dark Zero on a strong map for both teams.
Yeah, we just call that a warm-up map in a best-of-3. You know, you can throw that away, but you still got 2 more. And I look back specifically to round 5 in that second map series, Nighthaven Labs. That's when the flawless streak started happening, right? It was a 3-1, I believe, for DZ at that point. And again, they started getting aggressive. They started getting a little bit cocky, I might say. And M80, the guns, they started getting some kills. The confidence kept flowing through every single frag that they were able to get. Ashen started getting a little bit of help from all his fraggers. And again, that's pretty much the story, right? All of Labs, everyone started showing up, and they took that confidence. And, you know, maybe DZ wasn't thinking that, hey, we got 7-0'd on the Cafe, but you know M80 was feeling pretty good. Like, hey, guys, we made it to the decider map. We just destroyed them here just a few weeks ago.
Yeah. For Dark Zero, maybe they heard us say, man, they're still innovating. They're still bringing all this creative stuff, and realized, wait a minute, we shouldn't show this stuff ahead of EWC, because they really shut down. Like the team that we saw at the beginning of that series and the team that we saw at the end, seem like completely different rosters.
Right, but I think that's what I was talking about. Where again, when you even look at that round 2, when Savage wins that big 1v1, that could have been a big momentum shift for Dark Zero, because it looked like they were going to win that round. You weren't expecting Savage to hit that wall bang into Laundry, and then he hits it, and then it kind of comes back to you of just, we're losing this, we need to be able to get this back in our favor, and then it just starts trickling down again. You're losing man advantage, you're losing the round, then it falls into the next round, you're losing the round again, and it just kind of picks away at your mental. And I know we talk about DZ as a very strong mental team, but again, when we listen to those comms, they almost sound very deflated, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the Siege Gods favor you, and sometimes they don't in a best of 3.
Absolutely.
Today, they were not with DZ.
And now M80 have a really great spot. I mean, to go into a best of 3 against a team that will be cold, coming off a 7-0 victory. We talked about the momentum. I mean, Kyle, that has to be so influential into how good that could start for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, Lax, but I find that to be a huge momentum swing, right? On the side. I mean, they're now completely warmed up. They have a problem with what? Slow starts. They got that out of the way. They already had their warm-up map. They're fully warmed up. I don't know how long this break is in between, but I know they're going to be walking around trying to stay warm, trying to stay loose, and they're going to feel this momentum just go into this next series.
I think in most cases, if you were to ask any single pro player, would you rather be coming from a lower bracket into a grand final, or would you rather be the grand finalist waiting for that matchup to finish? And I'd argue every single player is going to say they would want to be coming from that lower bracket into that grand final, because they have the experience, they have the performance, they have the drive in the game that just got them to that, where Wildcard is going to be sitting on ice. But again, they have this head-to-head over M80 that does kind of help them, at least in that mental aspect.
Right, and I guess with that in mind, M80, we will not be speaking with them now because they're going to be prepping for their game against Wildcard. So we have Fultz standing by after the Dark Zero loss. Fultz, thanks for joining us. I know it's not the circumstances that we wanted to be speaking right now, but before we get into EWC and looking ahead, you guys have had an incredible stage. But can you tell me what went wrong here in this game? Like what changed between map 1 and what we saw in map 2 and 3?
Map 2, I think, was we were playing like pretty solid, but what really bit us today was like the kind of the small communication, a little bit of the communication getting like either bottlenecked through a few people, or comms overall just getting a little bit chaotic and not like clear direction. And they took full advantage of that. So.
Well, Fultz, I mean, regardless, congratulations on making EWC nonetheless. Obviously, I know that's a big contention point for you guys, especially given the fact that you guys were top 4 last year, very close to making the grand final. Now, the road ahead, obviously, being EWC, is there going to be a lot going into that for changes from that you take this throughout this stage and throughout these playoffs, or is it going to kind of be the same progress and same approach that you're going to be going towards EWC?
Yeah, I think for us, a lot of the progress you're going to see is going to be like a lot of internally focused. There's still a lot of improvement that we need to be honing in on, and that's been a big focus of us for us after the last major, is not really getting complacent in that sense and making sure we're really ironing out all of our weaknesses, and not just thinking because you're winning you're doing everything right. So.
Well, Fultz, probably more of a narrative question here, as always, from me on the couch. But Cafe seems to be a little bit of an issue for you guys. I think 1-3 in the past couple Cafe games, losing to Wildcard, losing to M80 twice. Could we see maybe some map pool changes possibly going in EWC? Is that something you guys will also be taking a look at?
Yeah, I'm sure our staff will take a look at kind of what's going on for our Cafe, because, I mean, historically we have been very good at it, but yeah, you can't argue that there's been some problems on that map specifically for us recently. So I'll leave that to the coaches and say yes sir, and that's about it.
I guess I have one more follow-up question. Obviously you're talking about like just the micro comms kind of not being there or being cluttered or missed. Just for the viewer, players, people that look up to you, I mean, when you're in those situations, how do you alleviate that? How do you fix those in those moments to try to make whatever you can out of it?
Yeah, the best fix to it is usually result, or I guess the reason it happens is because of tunnel vision, and obviously adrenaline and anxiety is a little bit higher during a match. But the only thing you can do is first identify it, and then 2, just get loud, just literally yell like the macro plan of the round, and force a herd out of all the guys, and hopefully that pulls them out of it. But yeah, it's more something that you kind of have to build up over time, which I think we need to keep focusing on.
For for sure.
Well, folks, last thing for you before we send you off here. EWC coming up. You guys take the international stage again after winning in Salt Lake City. Anything you're looking forward to, particularly about that event? Anyone you're looking forward to playing?
No, nobody particular. I'm just excited to, travel, do what I love, and just stay focused on the process.
Amazing. Love that. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you hopping on with us. Congrats on a great stage, and see you in Paris.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Well, Dark Zero close off a stage for the loss. They will be the 3rd seed here going into the Esports World Cup. The top 2 seeds, M80 and Wildcard, they will now battle it out in the grand final as our final 2 teams, as they've worked their way through the bracket, have finally been decided. What a road it's been. M80 starting there in the top left. They lose to Wildcard in that upper bracket final, and they will have a chance at redemption in just a little bit. We're going to give M80 a few minutes to recoup and get ready for their next game and get our map bans done and all of that. While we do that, in just a few minutes, we're going to be bringing you our first ever, I think, NAL awards show, where we're going to award some of the highlight plays from Stage 1, an MVP, the play of the game, the whiff of the stage, all that and more coming your way next. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome to the NAL Awards Show, to wrap up the stage where we're going to be talking about some of the best and maybe not so best moments throughout stage 1, moments we want to remember going into stage 2. The way we did this is we kind of had a discussion amongst ourselves about how things should fall out. Where necessary, we consulted with the producers to see what they had to say if they had to break a tie. And that's where we're going to begin, by issuing the award for the most improved team. And we had a little bit of a discussion and disagreement about this because, Kyle, I know there's one team near and dear to your heart that I have been informed did not win the award for most improved team.
They were robbed.
Apparently, 100 Thieves, an honorable mention in this category. Why do you think they deserved this award?
Most improved team, 100 Thieves. I mean, we're talking about a team in kickoff that didn't win a single match. They went 0-4. What did they get? They got hot and cold. They got Kaysen. Boom, they're in playoffs, 1 game away from making EWC. If that's not improved, what is?
And there's just no bias at all there. You have no relationships with anyone on that team?
I've never heard of them.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, we will get into the actual winners of our most improved team. So the winner in stage 1 of the award for most improved team is Cloud9. Lax, I know you're a big fan of Cloud9, and I know that you were advocating for them to win this award. Why?
I mean, just for the simple fact, when you just look at the history of Cloud9 in the North American League, they weren't really that much of, they weren't a competitive team. They weren't a competitive roster. And this brand new resurgence of this team, bringing Pamba onto the team, really allowed newer players like Uzi, like Center, and especially like a new player like Monk that came into the league to really thrive and develop as players. We highlighted their defenses. They were really strong. The biggest struggle for them was their attacks, where you get a little more time as a team, you get more reps underneath your belt, you go into the next split, and you fix those attacks. They can be a qualifying team, and they were really close. They were 1 game out from being able to be in contention or to be in the qualifiers. Fact of the matter is they just need more time, and for that alone, in comparison to a team like 100 Thieves where there are far more experienced players on it, I have to give it to Cloud9.
And it seems like I know you don't agree here, but when you look at it on paper, right, they don't have hot and cold. They don't have that level of experience.
They don't have hot and cold. They don't have Adam.
We want to talk about bias. Were you on Cloud9 at one point?
Long time ago.
I think you might love that org. I do agree. I think they're super improved, obviously. I'm looking forward to seeing them in stage 2, where I think they would rightfully deserve to win it.
All right. Well,
all right.
That brings us to
Most
the
improved.
play of the stage. This one was a moment that we've talked a bit about already, but it is truly worth mentioning again. It was M80 and Wildcard, 7-7 heading into round 15 on Clubhouse when Spiker did this.
Yeah, I heard that. Bro, I might just like drop kitchen randomly and just hit side, I'm not gonna lie. There's nobody canine, bro. Bro, I'm going to. Can you guys just make noise? Atria, just get ready to drop kitchen with me, okay? Let's just do this shit. Alright, you guys ready? I'm gonna walk box 3, okay? 3, 2, 1, I'm dropping. Canine dead. Dirt dead. Jukebox dead. Yeah, planning.
Audio.
Auto main.
Yeah, it's fine.
One down.
Maybe long?
He's church.
I can call him blue. I'm holding blue. He's church up going blue.
Walking in blue. I'm holding blue.
And that. In blue.
Holy fuck. Let's go! Oh my fucking god! Nice, dude. I can't hear you, bro.
I mean, I was celebrating with him when that happened. I mean, you have to give it to Spiker. It was a great heads-up call. It was a great triple kill. Now, the first 2 kills, maybe I was questioning. I was like, okay, SMG-12. But once he hit that 3rd kill and blue, that's when I let out the audible, oh my god, and I celebrated with him. Hats off to Spiker. Wonderful play from him.
Yeah, not only play of the stage, but also call of the stage, right? I mean, that was impressive. That's an IGL, by the way, that's being able to drop down that hatch and use the SMG-12. The recoil control, the first shot was pretty impressive as well. And I'm an SMG-12 hater personally, but I still thought that was impressive.
Well, let's talk about the other side of recoil control. That brings us to the whiff of the stage. So our whiff of the stage goes to Ambi. A moment on bank that he maybe wishes he could play again, Kyle. A moment that I think he could definitely forget.
Oh, man, congrats to Ambi. Look, I had to highlight, yes, he's still, in my opinion, the best fragger in North America. I mean, he's as good as it gets. But look, Even Ambi is going to miss a whole 50-bullet magazine of Solus. Yes, I know the gun, it tickles, it body shots, you need to hit a headshot, but he thought he was so confident in his headshot to flick shot ratio that he jumped out that window, and I mean, hey, you're gonna get the whiff.
Well, I said that was on Bank. That was Lair where he made that happen in a map that I think he likes, but maybe a play that he didn't like. That brings us to the interview of the stage, because yes, we have an award for that. We make them up. We can do anything we want. So we'll take you through this one right now.
Sometimes, like, my specialty is Spanish, so I'll say, tres, dos, uno, and then we do, and dance around and stuff. It's great. It's great.
I love it.
It's contributing to the vibes.
Always good to see the Dark Zero guys letting loose a little bit, talking about what goes on behind the scenes. I feel like we never get really in-depth answers for them, but good to see the personality
that's the best
there.
You're gonna get. Yeah, I mean, you gotta love the personality, you gotta love the vibes. You always know what to expect from these guys. However, in the most recent series, it wasn't what we expected, but good to give J90 that praise for those interviews, because they are pretty funny, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, let's get into the meat of this awards presentation. Let's talk about the MVP, because this could go so many different directions, whether you want to look at stats, big moments, big plays. Like, there are so many people, Kyle, deserving of this award. You could go so many different directions.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing Dream up there. That's kind of questionable. But yeah, there's absolutely so many. We say so many people are top fraggers. Newers, Ashen, Gavini, Spoit's come alive again ever since the SLC. He's up there in the category. J90. I mean, realistically, we could have went back and forth on this all day long.
I mean, there's so many players to pick from here, but yeah, we have to decide one. And the reality, there only can be one. And do you know who that one is?
We'll find out in a second. That brings us to the MVP of Stage 1. And the award goes to Ashen. Is the MVP of Stage 1, statistically the most valuable player. He's showing up when it matters for M80. I mean, that last series was a great example.
Yeah, consistently, he is putting up a performance and putting M80 in the winning positions. Even in this round in particular, I remember listening to their comms. He was getting fed every little piece of information right there and pulls the clutch out of his hat. But it's this performance from Ashen again that we just need to highlight time and time again, because whether he's waking up at 8:30 in the morning or later in the evening, he still puts up a performance for this team, and notably and arguably the best player out of the NAL currently.
I mean, and he dropped 25 kills in the match we're literally watching right now, which was just so impressive to see. And again, he showed up today in a big way. The reason they even got over the finish line, the reason that they are even in the grand finals here. And it's hard to stand out on a roster that's as talented as M80, but I love now that with the addition of Savage, he's on the right roles, and we get to see the generational talent. We get to see what M80 was hoping for when they first got Ashen onto the roster.
Well, M80 have a lot of star players, and in making of the Fractures series that we've already had a couple of great interviews with, our team had a chance to sit down with Gunner ahead of this stage to see how his journey into Siege began.
My name is Gunner. I play for M80, and this is Fractures. Let's go! Wow, I'm on the best team in the world. I'm a top-tier player. My confidence was through the roof. I was in love with the game. Like, I played the crap out of it. As stupid as that all sounds, I mean, I was going hard, and like, this was my life. And then turn into a very successful career that I can look back on proud of what I did, and it was genuinely the greatest feeling I've ever felt in my life. I'm Sean, also known as Gunner. I was born and raised in Fresno, California. It's been a very long journey to get here. My parents, they bought me an Xbox 360 when I was pretty young. My dad was kind of into it when I was growing up. He bought me my first, FPS game, and that's where it took off. The name Gunner came from, actually my dad. I had like an Xbox 360 generated name. I want a new name. And then my dad had this bright idea. At the time, my brother, who wasn't even born yet, they had the name for him already. So technically he was named after me. So the name Gunner came first. So unfortunately for him, I'm still the favorite. How I got into Siege was honestly pretty funny. All my friends at school were talking about it, and I wanted to be a part of the conversation because I knew what the game was, I just didn't have it yet. So I lied and was like, yeah, I have the game too. And we were all talking about it, and I was just going off like just pure white lies. Like I didn't know a thing. I said someone had a gun that didn't exist at the time yet. The same day I went home, bought it, so I felt bad for my lie and make it a truth. Yeah, outside of gaming, I played a ton of sports. I ended up being pretty good at basketball, and I stuck with basketball all the way through high school. Eventually it was just like, I want to play CCS, which is the biggest T3 tournament at the time, and practicing for Siege and practicing for basketball became impossible. I told my mom, I just want to quit basketball. She's like, what? No. Sorry, Mom, but it was done. I went full into Siege right after that. You know, in the early days, when I first was making my first LFT post, I went to social media. I ended up making a post saying that I was looking for a team, and I got a couple DMs. I was able to find a team, and I don't even remember what the team was called. It was terrible. When I was younger, I had no loyalty. I wanted to play with the better players. So if there was a team I thought was better at the time, or a player, I would go for it, keep winning. I mean, I joined Aerial for my first breakthrough, and from Aerial on, I was on pretty much the best T3 teams there were until Pro League. The moment that I knew that I would go pro in Siege was the first game of CCS. It was probably against the best team. We beat them. I mean, I can make Pro League. I can do this. So to start my Pro League career, I had joined Parabellum, and I had an incredible stage. I think I was top 3 rated. I only stayed on Parabellum for one stage, and the next stage, Sonics bought me out. It was a weird situation because I joined a much better team, but I wasn't the superstar of the team. I needed to learn how to, be support. I finished one more year of Sonics, and then I was unfortunately dropped, and my play wasn't great, and in that moment, I cried. I was like literally devastated. Put all this time and effort, and I think now it might be over. I reached out to all the coaches, but the only team that really wanted me was Beast Coast. Beast Coast! When I joined Beast Coast, there was absolutely zero expectations, which is something I wasn't really used to.
Can you do this? 100% we can.
On Beast Coast, I mean, there was no org pressure, there was no player pressure, no coach pressure. It was just working as hard as we can, having fun, laughing around, and really became close friends, and it worked out for us.
Lift that trophy!
We ended up winning Manchester, and then falling short after. We didn't make the events, and M80 bought me, and we hit Munich. And Munich, for me, was the hardest. You get that feeling of like, wow, like it feels so good to be like top dog at the time. And so you can't say it was a fluke. You can't say, oh, they had an easy bracket. I mean, we went through the gauntlet. That is the greatest feeling you possibly feel as a player.
The man himself, Gunnar, you've done it again, and you fought so hard for this one. Let's go!
Not many parents get to see their kids win on a stage with people cheering and doing what they love. So that was a very special moment for me and my parents, for sure. I'm very blessed for that to have happened to us.
This team is so hardworking. They believe in everything that I brought to them. And the way that we work is not because of me. It's because of all of them embracing it.
My relationship with my coach is pretty special. I mean, I had to go listen to his heavy metal history songs every single day in his truck, which was horrible. But he cares for us. He's a funny guy, doesn't take things too seriously, and really happy to have him as my coach. Being selected for the U.S. national team was like me crying. It's the first time that they've ever done this, and be like the first ones to do it, and hopefully like set the tone for like the future of it with what we do. The Gunnar legacy that I want people to remember is just how annoying it was to play against me. Thank God that he's not playing anymore. I'm glad he's gone.
And with that, it is time for our grand final, M80 and Wildcard. And the moment that we've been building to over the last 40 days, we are finally going to crown an NAL champion. Boy, it feels good to get to this point. These two teams who have already played in the upper bracket final. It feels good that this one is a rematch here, Kyle, because it's a matchup where M80 is looking for redemption. Wildcard are looking to prove that they can be NAL champions for the first time, that domestic success for the first time. There's so much on the line here.
There is so much on the line here, and I'm glad we had Gunnar on that graphic. I mean, he's going to be attending his first ever EWC, and I know that's going to be exciting for him and a few of those guys on M80. But yeah, this is a chance at redemption. They just played each other yesterday, and it was a game that we were just saying that M80 was asleep at the wheel that entire game. They didn't even have a wake-up phase that they had today. Well, right now, they seem awake ever since that DZ series. Again, round 5 and map 2, it seemed to be really the turning point for them. And are they going to be able to kind of carry that momentum into this series? Or does Wildcard have something up their sleeve? A potential wild card, perhaps, where they can slow down, maybe speed bump M80?
Well, that's the thing with Wildcard, is that their big speed bump, the obstacle that's been blocking their path in the past, has been JJ. Spiker told us as much in the interview yesterday. Not going to be a problem this time for Wildcard. They don't have to worry about JJ blocking their road.
Yeah, JJ isn't a factor anymore. There should be no excuses on the side from Wildcard, whether we heard it from Spiker, whether we heard it from Baby Shark. JJ is no longer an obstacle in front of him, and the only obstacle in front of him right now from winning that title is M80, which is the team that they have arguably had the head-to-head over in the past 3 matchups so far. So, again, there's no excuses for Wildcard why they can't close this out, why they can't be the NAL champions.
And they've wanted this so bad. They've told us it much, and the reason is international success Wildcard has been accustomed to. But domestic success, this has been a talking point all year. They have just not been able to find success against their NA rivals in the same way that they do on the international stage. Kyle, I mean, this is that opportunity to finally prove that they can make this happen and get the win.
Yeah, you would think that you would really only care about international success, but they definitely care about what their regional results are. They are sick of hearing it. If we can look back to the NAL Stage 1 2024, 7th place, 5th place, 5th place, 4th, and then in kickoff, I had to throw kickoff in there just because they did go against JJ. He was there. They're getting closer, right? They've always been that fringe team that just seems to barely make it into playoffs and then hopefully win one game or maybe the lower bracket game and kind of make it to those events. But again, we talked to Baby Shark yesterday, and he said the difference is this stage they came in and they talked about what their problems were very honestly. We've been a part of many of those conversations as players, right? They sat down and where is the problem? It's in scrims, in practices. We're not taking it seriously enough. We're just joking around. We're throwing different rounds, right? We're not listening to our coaches. So they just had that very serious conversation, and it seems to be paying off big for them because this is a brand new Wildcard. I have never seen them this dominant.
Yeah, I mean, they ironed out the imperfections, and that's what we're seeing exactly, which is why they're now at the shot in the grand final.
Right, we can't find those imperfections. I mean, you look on paper, you're trying to find where's the weak spot, who's not contributing. This team across the board has found their stride. Everywhere you look, this team is playing well.
Yeah, that's just the thing, is we've highlighted
the wrong people.
We've highlighted the wrong people. We've highlighted Baby Shark and Bay in the past. Love me some Storm. We've highlighted all roads lead to Spiker, but the 2 we left off have been Adrian and Kansan. If you look back at the playoffs, these are actually their 2 highest rated players. So yes, we already know how good Bay is. We already know how good the rest of the team is. I mean, this is a complete team at this point, and it makes me wonder what this team could have been like at SLC if they had Adrian.
I mean, they had that guy. Who's hot and cold again? I mean, if they had Adrian, they might have won that entire thing. Who knows?
It's very possible. But now, as they've been waiting in the wings, watching the lower bracket final, they have M80 to go up against here. And the conversation is, and this is always a talking point in this kind of bracket reset situation, who would you rather be in this situation? You guys have been there before, lower bracket coming back up, watching other teams play. Lax, give me your thoughts on this. If you're in this situation, you're Wildcard, able to watch the opponents play the game, you're sitting back, maybe you got some scrims in this morning to warm up, or would you rather be M80?
There's no scrim on the planet that is going to get you more prepared for a match. You need the game day reps, and that's exactly what M80 has going into this series. So I would choose M80 110% of the time.
Well, let's get into our map bands to see exactly if M80 can keep up that momentum and where it's going to be. Wildcard. Feels like a bold choice here to go to Labs right off the bat. Kyle, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, Consulate was kind of up there in their pool, and they've been big fans of Consulate, but we are going to see Labs. We're going to see 2 maps that M80 just played, right? And I feel like that works in their favor a little bit. They are warmed up specifically on those 2 maps, but Labs, I mean, it is a good map for Wildcard. It allows them. We've seen them with the info. We've seen them with the C4 maxing. I know we're tired of hearing about it, but guys, it's going to happen again on this map. Don't be surprised when we see 4 or 5 C4s, but I really do think we're going to need to see Wildcard. They're going to need to kind of get their map pick here because, again, 2 of those maps and Cafe being how good M80 just looked on that, yeah, I'm a little worried.
All right, M80 and Wildcard. It is finally time to crown a Stage 1 champion here in the NAL. We go to Labs to get things started.
Thank you very, very much. I thought we frozen for a second there, Jesse. Oh, good stuff all across the board. I am so excited to see how this unfolds. M80 were slow to start the previous best of 3, but then they picked apart Dark Zero. Now they're going to be coming in white hot up against Wildcard. Will Wildcard be warmed up to deal with the fury that M80 will bring them?
It all comes down to this, Parker, and what a matchup that it is. M80, one of the most well-funded organizations in the scene, an org who have consistently been at the top. They've won majors before, of course, champions back in Munich. You saw that excellent video about Gunner before this game took place, where we got to really dive into his journey. That was awesome to see. And on the other side, you've got Wildcard, a team who have really come up from the trenches. This is an organization that when they came into the scene back in 2023, when they joined back into North America, they really were not a top team. They had some rough results. I think the graphics said 7th place the first stage of 2024, so they really had to build their way back up. Consistently doubted, consistently the underdogs, and consistently overperforming people's expectations. This is a team that I think are tired of being counted out. They're tired of everyone just assuming that the other top orgs of the scene, like Dark Zero, like M80, like the Rebellion, should be favorites against them, and they're ready to prove it that they can be the best team in North America.
Yeah, the graphics showed it, right? Onwards and upwards. Steady improvement with nary a step back for this Wildcard team. This organization's been in here for a while. You'll recall that Wildcard sent a team to the 6th Invitational playing out of APAC way back when they used to have the old red logo that was like the W, etc. And not to glaze because it's not our job, and frankly, it doesn't really trouble me what esports orgs really do. The Wildcard rebrand, I think, is one of the best that we have seen in esports, and it's a beautiful thing. And with it, they have found a lot of success with the steady improvement here in the NAL. They are competing at EWC. Both of these teams are, if you have not tuned into the playoffs. Stage 1, the stakes were high, but for most teams, the goal was to make it to Paris next month for the Esports World Cup. M80 and Wildcard locked their spots. The other two teams not competing in the grand final of Shopify Rebellion and Dark Zero will also be joining them as they leave in just a little bit under a month's time. So over here, though, our friends, for guts and for glory, which team will be crowned the victors of stage 1 and the champions of the first stage of the year?
Parker, I really like the operator bands coming out from Wildcard. They banned out the Thermite. You usually think, all right, it'll probably be an ace to follow this up, but they banned the Thatcher instead, gambling that M80 will leave up the Kaid, and that pays off. It makes this wall really awkward to open up. They aren't going to have that Thatcher available, which is so common to be able to counter out the Kaid. They do manage to get it done. Ashen opens up that wall without losing anything, so that's great, but it took them over a minute to make this happen, and now the clock is a little bit tight as they push Raptors.
This is quite the battle now as Savage has his hands full, but amidst the smoke firing away, M80 still hitting their shots just as they did against Dark Zero. Wildcard will feel it, but Wildcard answers right back. Ashen finally traded out by none other than Kansan. A 2v2. Savage and Adrian, once teammates all the way over in Europe, now adversaries, both trying as imports to be the champions of stage 1. All this action occurring in the first minute and 40 seconds, leaving plenty of time for both of these teams to figure out the next steps.
Pretty good util still on M80 as well, Parker. Like, they've got Savage, of course, up here on the Blackbeard. He's got no nades, but you've got Gavin with 2 smoke bolts and still some can openers to play with. Lots of time, diffuse kit in hand. I'm a little worried how low HP Savage is. If he goes for a plant, he could die just to a tickle of a Nitro Cell or that last Toxic Babe. So I want to see M80 bait out this utility. Try to make Wildcard throw that util before they go for the execute. That's the Nitro baited out. If they can get past this Toxic Babe, a plant could be in the cards.
Dizzying movement right now from Savages. Even a single tick of that gas canister, the last one now used by Adrian, will fell his former teammate. Both Adrian and Kansan looking to capitalize off of this. Adrian will take matters into his own hands with the SMG, takes down Savage. Gavin, the man of the hour. We've got 2 players still alive for Wildcard, just waiting this one out. Gavin uses some smoke for concealment, still one in pocket. And he tries for the kill, but it's a great timed push. And Wildcard take round number 1.
I like that on the defense from Wildcard, Parker. They don't just sit back and let that push come in. They get aggressive with it. They recognize that Savage and Gavin are a little bit disconnected, so they aggress onto the Blackbeard. They down that defuse kit inside of IT, and they put Gavin into a really difficult position in the 1v2. I love that late round play coming out from Wildcard. It is quite poetic, isn't it? I mean, Savage versus Adrian, two players who not only teamed together, but won the Esports World Cup together just last year. These are the two players who on Secret were able to lift that trophy. So that Secret team kind of got dismantled and different players have gone different positions, but all 5 of those original members have now made it back to qualify for the Esports World Cup, so they will be meeting up once more, a little reunion in Paris as they all try to fight for their spot once again to repeat as champions. Team Secret, of course, not making it through the EML, but getting a spot back as the champions from last year. So it'll be really exciting to see that play out next month. Almost a little preview here as Savage and Adrian face off on the server.
And both really terrific players. Savage's numbers aren't anything to sneeze at. He's the lowest rated player on this team, all the way down in 35th. But again, I don't think you can argue he is playing the toughest role on M80. He is not responsible for getting a lot of kills. He just shuffles them off to Ashen and Gavin, both of whom are well into the hundreds in terms of frags just this stage. We referenced these numbers back in the previous broadcast, but for those that didn't watch it, Ashen is the highest rated player in the entirety of the NA League. He did win the MVP award that was just on your screen moments before we got into this match. Gavin sits in 5th place. And then right below him is the weapon, Bay 94 sitting in 6th, Kansan rounding out the top 10, and Adrian and Spiker really not far removed at 14th and 16th. The worst rated player on Wildcard is Baby Shark, and he sits at 22nd of 50. And if your worst rated player is 22nd, you're probably doing pretty well as a team. Unfortunately, we seem to have caster cursed him as he gets picked apart really early in this round, and Wildcard will stare down a disadvantage in numbers.
Yeah, you know, I praised the operator bans forcing this Maverick to come out from Ashen, but I have to say, M80 have played really well with these constraints. The map play has been perfect so far today, Parker. They get a pick off onto Baby Shark, partly because of it, as he was playing around that IT wall and did get hard punished. Now Spiker, the captain of Wildcard, will also fall, so this mid-floor bomb site has become really exposed. There's nobody left inside the site to try to play this anchor position. Everybody from Wildcard up above, and there's a lot of players, all 3 of them, rotating down the fish stairs, so they're all grouped up.
M80 in action. Ducks fly together, Jesse, and they are all flying right now. Diffuse kit in the hands of Savage, getting planted. Nitro cell goes out. It connects onto Ashen, but doesn't get Savage. That was the intended target. A good lockout from above as M80 paralyzed Wildcard down in the site and answer back.
Genuinely just a perfect attack. Spiker was the one player that was, again, down on that bottom floor. He was playing sort of around Lounge when he goes down. It was Baby Shark near the breach, the first one to die in the midst of that round, and then Gunner finds an angle onto Spiker, just playing, I think, over by the kitchen cafeteria side of this map. So really good isolated picks being found by M80. They were able to really get that man count advantage, of course, favorable on their side. The wall has not been a problem, despite the fact that it is 1-1 here. And of course, I don't want to downplay anything that Wildcard did there on that first round. I think M80 have had good control of this game so far. They've been really playing well despite the more difficult side that they're starting on.
Just a brief tech pause right now, as I have to imagine the question we asked earlier prior to the face cams coming on was, had Savage managed to have his visa issues worked out so that he can join the team in America, given that he's still playing in the classroom just outside of Windsor, Ontario? I guess the answer to that would be no. Windsor, known as South Detroit, one of the few places in Canada that is directly south of an American city. Hopefully he's enjoying it. A lot of his teammates were there as well, but it looks like they've all flown home as the stage comes to a conclusion, and teams are now going to be gearing up for those not as lengthy flights, as it's no longer in Riyadh. The Esports World Cup moved to Paris for this year. For how long it stays there remains to be seen, but for some of these teams, I know Adrian said it in an interview semi-recently. He said that he was hoping to go back to Riyadh because as a European, he's been to Paris a number of times. And hey, for a lot of these players, they were there back in the spring, as that's where SI was most recently held. Obviously, the Team Secret squad on which Savage and Adrian played a huge role made the finals, but ultimately fell to FaZe Clan as the Brazilian squad won back-to-back world championships. And now teams will get to lift another trophy on that same soil, albeit not as cool as the Hammer.
Certainly not. Nothing quite compares to the 6th Invitational, Parker, but these other tournaments, majors, and EWC that we have around the year are still very important. Teams rate them very highly, and certainly M80, the core that's won 2 of those majors, will hold them in high regard.
Camera ready to activate.
Last time they were in Paris did not go so well for M80. They lost immediately in the playoffs, falling to Stompin's G2 in the lower bracket in the very first round. Wildcard had a lot more success, but eventually fell to the grand finalist Team Secret in lower bracket quarterfinals. Some of these players, at least, were having good times back in Paris. Again, Savage and Adrian on that Team Secret squad that dominated so much of last year. It's really a shame that they were not able to stick together and they've all kind of gone separate ways. But in North America, at least we've been the benefactors of that.
Absolutely. Some more passive hold right now from Wildcard as they are situated very well. Only one of those Selma charges went off before electrification kicked back in, so there will be no easy access, if there's any access at all. That's obviously quite frustrating for this M80 team, but we'll have to figure out ways to get around this. M80 did get a bit creative the tail end of their series against Dark Zero, but creativity wasn't even the big story. It was the confidence, and you touched on that as well. I don't know if you can show that level of confidence against a team like Wildcard right away. Not that Dark Zero won't punish you for it, but Wildcard are a team that has proven time and time again that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile against you. So a little bit of sluggishness from M80 as they figure out what this defense is looking like with half the round still to go.
Ashen holding the flank under the table. I really like that. This is a telegraphed push from M80. They've already pushed in through Exo to the bomb site. They don't need to be able to enter the main breach because they've got their crossfires. And Savage is looking around saying, guys, there is nobody straight on site. What you're worried about here, if you're Savage, is the Vert play. Do they have control of storage just above this plant spot? That is going to be the critical factor for who wins this round.
Gavin holding this position now as Savage looks for safe passage into the bomb site. He's got a smoke to conceal him as out go the flashes. There he goes. Nitro cell tossed. It does a little bit of damage, but just a lick. As right now you see Wildcard doing an okay job. Kansan and Baby Shark with 2 kills, but they missed the defuse kit getting planted. Wildcard now in the post plant scrambling, doing pretty well from a fragging department. It's Diffuser and Gavin as the last 2 standing from M80. 15 seconds have run off of that defuse kit. Diffuser almost had his sight casing block him as he gets down, going out the window. I believe that's from down below. And Gavin in a really good spot, surveying the damage that his Selmas had done to the wall earlier. He just needs to play time. 3 bodies still up from Wildcard. They're going to dogpile Gavin at some point and get to the defuse kit, but they are running out of time. Spiker on the case. Gavin might not know this as he pops up. Great coverage from Kansan, and Spiker sticks the plant. Wildcard regain the lead.
Nice post plant. That's a really tough one to win for the defenders. The fact that they got Diffuser hopping out that window certainly gave them a bit of an edge. Gavin's in a tough spot there, of course, an insane position to win the post plant in, but 1v3 is always going to be difficult. He tried to just play last second, get that down onto the person sticking the disable. He knew that the time was on his side, but ultimately just too much body blocking going on, and the kill came way too fast from Wildcard. So beautifully played out by them. Here's the Kaid ban that is absolutely necessary for M80, so they don't have to keep playing Maverick. They will be happy to take that operator out of their pool, but even still, a 2-1 split, I think, for Wildcard coming out of this first quarter will feel pretty good for them. That basement bomb site could have gone way, way worse with Kansan not being able to deny the plant from inside of storage. That's usually your win con. If you don't get denied in that bomb site, that is really, really tough to lose for the attackers. But again, big man count disadvantage and a Wildcard pull through.
I gotta give M80 credit for how much they're able to open up these rounds. You know, if you go back to the best of 3 that was just completed, M80 defeating Dark Zero, it was map number 1 where DZ was firmly in the driver's seat, just about every single metric. But then you turn to map number 2, and that's when the tides started to shift. and you ended up with Nighthaven Labs going in favor of M80, and they led the way in opening duels. 9 of the 12 rounds played, M80 struck first. You turn your sights to Cafe, granted a much smaller sample size because it was a 7-0 victory for M80, but they amassed 5 first bloods of 7 possible rounds. Here so far, they have all 3. So say what you will about this M80 team. I do think that confidence is still at the high level that you noted, and if they continue to get first bloods over and over and over again, they are constantly putting themselves in advantageous spots. Fixing the rest of it is the bigger focal point, especially now that they are chasing wildcard through 3 rounds. But the underlying numbers for M80 have been really good so far, which suggests that this will be a really competitive first half. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 3-3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think this has been really close so far. M80 have been a bit better in the early game. Wildcard have been a bit better in the late game, so we really could go either direction. This floor bomb site will always be quite favorable for the defenders. They've, of course, moved away from their kited 2-brow combo and instead will bring out the mute and the sentry from Spiker. You don't see the sentry very often, and certainly not from Spiker on this top floor. He's got impacts and a C4, so I think he's trying to keep some of these walls closed, expecting there to be maybe an ace coming through. It is the Habana from Ashen, so that might be a little bit less than effective, but also good counters to this. Monty, of course, is being brought by Savage, so I like the util that he's bringing out. There goes the Nitro. It's going to deal about half damage, just not bad at all onto the mountain.
Impact grenade out. Reload.
Spent a good 20 seconds talking about, if not longer, about how good M80 is at first bloods, and Baby Shark goes and completely blows up my narrative. So thanks so much, Baby Shark. Really appreciate that. As he's pushed back by the mountain, as the mountain does indeed move. That is a forced error. My goodness, Gunner killing Savage and Baby Shark. No Europeans allowed, says Gunner, as he takes down his own teammate, but it sets up Wildcard really nicely here. These missteps by M80, once again, are going to be punished by this Wildcard team. They have shown time and time again they can do that. 1 minute to go, and it's a 4v2 favoring Wildcard.
It's a brutal spot to be in. 4v1 now as Gunner falls to Kansan, and it's the Vert pick to finish things off. And you can see the momentum starting to build for this wildcard team coming into this grand finals a little bit cold. The desk was saying they'd rather be M80, but the early lead is favoring the team from the upper bracket. It's been a great start from them. Certainly some mistakes in that round, Parker. The team kill onto the Monties, unfortunate. It was a headshot straight onto Savage too, so the earlier damage not contributing to that one, but I still don't think they're at a terrible spot. Wildcard winning the bomb sites that they should be winning. I really like the Nitro play. That was a big reason why they were able to win that first game yesterday when they beat M80 in the upper bracket finals. The Nitro cells were talked about nonstop by our desk, and rightfully so for all the impact that they were having. You're seeing it again early in this game. The C4s are coming through.
They're so bad, man.
Everybody's playing well, and the confidence starts to peak when you start winning rounds like that.
Incredible stuff, and it prompts Fabian to slap the timeout button as he's going to talk M80 through this situation. Admittedly, this is not an unfamiliar spot for M80. They were, quite sluggish, and they're slow starters against Dark Zero in that very first map. They just need some time to figure out their opponents, and then once they can do that and put their game plan together, then they continue to improve. Savage, obviously, is still acclimating to North America. I know that we've played a number of games at this point, but you're going up against a team that is ultimately more experienced as a full roster. They haven't needed to make the same changes that M80 did. When you swap out your IGLs, getting rid of Hot and Cold, bringing in Savage, there will be big changes to the team. And I have to imagine that it didn't all fall on the shoulders of Hot and Cold either. I have no doubt that the coaching staff, Fabian in particular, is driving some things on M80 to be a bit different. So the fact that they were able to win stage 1 with Savage coming in as a rookie IGL in North America, not a rookie IGL in period, but just in North America, really goes to show how good this team can be. And of course, they've made it to the grand finals right now, and you don't earn a berth in the grand finals unless you are deserving of it. So M80 just needs to figure out their situation. The timeout should hopefully pay off for their fans, and they need to keep it close, because if we said a 3-3 half is what was most likely, M80's got to be perfect for the remainder of half 1.
Both these teams playing with very young IGLs, Spiker and Savage, 21 and 22 years old respectively. Savage, I think, really broke into the scene after playing for years on Team Secret and really rose up through the ranks with the same kind of core. He talked in interviews about how it's been a bit different now moving into a team like M80, where he didn't grow up with them. He didn't evolve as an IGL with these guys. Instead, it's been a bit of a learning process where they've had to learn to adapt with him. He's had to learn to adapt with them. And it's been a very long process of everything so far. Good impact to start things off on the IT wall, which clears not only the second half of Selma, but also a boogie drone that was caught in the breach.
Adrian will take care of Gunner. First blood going in Wildcard's favor yet again. I fear I have cursed them at this point in time, and there's just no way around this. So that's a shame on my end. Sorry to all M80 fans. The timeout, you hope, converts in your favor. That is not the case. It has not come to pass. Ashen, after an incredible 3-map series against Dark Zero, is right now towards the bottom of this team, leading them in deaths. The only pick so far that's come on the side of M80 is Bay, who himself not performing up to snuff. 0 and 3 for Bay, the best rated performer on this team. Will need to be a little bit better, but for the time being, Wildcard are still in control here.
They're inside the bomb, or they're almost inside the bomb side, I should say. M80 just outside the doorway. They could start planting, but they don't have top floor control, Parker. This plant is going to be really tough to get down with Adrian above.
Linear plant, Savage getting the job done. No, he bails off the last second. It sure looked like if he'd stuck it, he would have been in good position. Takes a bit of a beating and will attempt again. And he sticks the landing this time. Wildcard have 4 players upright. Adrian on the vault out. Redstone effectively by Gavin. Spiker goes down 2. M80 reduced to just Diffuser now in the post plant. Kansan and Baby Shark will compete for that final kill while also turning their attention towards the Diffuse kit. A good read by Kansan. A pre-fire goes out. Deeg in hand, dancing around the ace. Diffuser gets one, but he can't pivot in time. The Frenchman will get the final kill. And with 1 round remaining, Wildcard will take the first half. 4-1 the scoreline.
The late round continuously dominated by Wildcard. Really well done by Baby Shark in the end there to win that 1v1. It's good team play all around from Wildcard, baiting around with that time, finding those last couple of kills. I do want to mention Savage not pulling off of the Diffuse kit on that first plant attempt. It was Spiker that tossed one of those Gersmont mines from Ella that actually forced him off of the plant the initial time that Savage was going for it. So not intentionally pulling off. He did eventually get that plant one way or another, so Savage was able to do his job, but it just took a really long time, and that kind of allowed Wildcard to get into better positions to move themselves around the map, and that big advantage that they had thanks to their early couple of opening picks. M80 have been a bit isolated, it feels like, on some of these entries. Gunner in that round going inside Kitchen all by himself and losing a gunfight. Ashen going in by himself as well over towards Lounge and losing a gunfight. So I'd like to see M80 maybe group up a little bit more. This Wildcard team have clearly shown up ready to play on their own map pick of Nighthaven Labs. So M80 will have to be a bit better in these tight contests. They've been close rounds, no doubt about it, but the scoreline is starting to run away from them here.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I'd be a little concerned if I was a fan of M80. Admittedly, this is Wildcard's map. We're not going to see any tomfoolery like we did in the M80 DZ match right before this, where the teams win each other's respective map picks. This is just Wildcard doing very effectively on a map that they are comfortable on and seem to have M80's number for the time being. Things can change when the side swap comes in, but it obviously remains to be seen. Right now, Wildcard have spawned in quite viciously, and that's with 2 of their highest rated players in Spiker and Bay currently killless. That is the most concerning sign for me if I'm M80. Spiker and Bay have largely been non-factors. They've still obviously mattered from a utility perspective, and they've got a couple assists here, Jesse, but they are not needing to get the kills to win this. Oh my goodness. That is a rough one for Bay. He gets isolated and pulverized as he loses his window, and M80 draws first blood in the final round of the first half.
That's got to be the most miserable round of Siege I've ever seen, but Baby Shark is right around the corner. He gets a huge multi-kill there, ties up with Spiker for 3 kills total at the top of Rafters, and that changes the entire dynamic of this round. Even if Bay's going 0-4, Parker, it doesn't matter when Baby Shark's hitting shots like those.
Cover me. I'm in a clear zone.
They're just going to continue the killing, aren't they? There's a minute 45 still left. There's only 3 players up in the server right now. Gunner will need to clutch out. Wildcard steadily chipping away at this advantage that M80 got so early on. Again, M80 sensational at getting these opening picks and setting themselves up for success. But it's the mid round that's been their undoing. 9 kills for Baby Shark, matching Kansan's total. That's 18 kills between 2 players on the side of the Jesters, and that is really something to behold. Gunner's going to draw this one out. He's on a great operator to scout out this info before he tries for one of these final kills, but they have eyes on him the entire way down, Jesse.
Could go back up for some utility, but doesn't want it. Instead, scrapes right past the door. Very low HP now. They saw him. They'll know his exact position. Plenty of time to play with and the defuse kit and info, but it doesn't matter if Spiker's just swinging. You need your gun up, and Wildcard have been pumping the gas here, not letting anything slow down. It's a domination through the first half and a 5-1 scoreline for Wildcard.
Big, strong start for Wildcard here. 5-1 right now at the half. Looking like a repeat of what we saw just the other day.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. It's absolutely looking like a repeat of what we saw yesterday. I mean, it's the information that they're utilizing. But even in this round 4, I had to highlight this because this was a big play for the side of Wildcard of having the Montang be team killed by Gunner, and then the round falls apart from there. And listening to their comms, you would hear Savage immediately after they try to rally the troops, try to get the composure back and say, hey, we're going back into our old ways, which that's a little bit worrisome thing given the fact they have all the momentum coming into this series just based off the last game. Yeah, it's definitely not looking good, but then we have to look at the retakes, the round 3 and 5 from Wildcard. I mean, those were beautiful. Similar to what we saw in Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be off that information again. I mean, Baby Shark on the yellow as well. But when Wildcard, this is why the information game is so strong. There's going to have a lot of those black guys available to them in the late round. I feel like we just watched a round very similar to that with Adrian on Thorn in the previous game yesterday, where they were wrapping around Cargo. Did a really good job of waiting for Baby Shark to come help them. And that is what I love about Wildcard, is just how in sync they are. We say the word sync a lot, but how in sync they are with each other. And it's the information. Again, they've used Valkyrie 6 out of 6 times. What was M80's game plan? Well, we're going to run the IQ 5 of those times. Well, you kind of just fell right into Wildcard's trap. Yeah, IQ, sure, you're going to sit there and you're going to look for the information, but guess what? That's going to slow you down. You're now putting your fraggers on IQ. You're putting Gunner on it 3 of the rounds. You're putting Ashen on it twice. What are they going to? They're going to sit on the roof and they're going to be looking for those cams. And again, it's going to take like a minute plus off the clock just to even find that information, which is what is struggling with M80 right? They can't even get into the map right now. Then when they get in there, it's Baby Shark waiting for them.
What can M80 do here to avoid the exact same thing that happened yesterday? 7-2 on this map to open up the series. Is there a solve?
I mean, the good thing for them is they're flipping sides, right? I think that is the Wildcard's really, really strong side. I keep glazing them with their infos. I keep glazing them with their C4s. You guys are sick of hearing it. But look, right now they're running away to an NAL championship right now, so we have to glaze it for a reason. But yeah, I mean, M80, they are going to be on the defense side, and it's their turn to abuse the information, which we've seen earlier. They like to pull out the Pulse as well, the Valkyrie as well, and even a little bit of Echo sometimes.
I like the clash that we just saw recently.
Yeah, when he did. Yeah. And of course, was Wildcard scrimming, or were they paying attention to the game? Probably paying attention to the game, so I'm sure they seen that clash. But yeah, it's very typical bans here. And we'll have to see what they're going to do for their top floor. I really want to pay attention to Savage's operator here. This is what's going to change up their bomb site for me. And Smoke is going to tell me that they're going to play a little bit more default. Okay, he's all over the place. Yeah, he's going to lock in just kind of the Smoke. So normally he's the one that kind of switches his operator between the Pulse, the Echo. I've even seen Mai from him. Now he's going to go in something a little bit more default.
Well, I think it's very telling that when I asked you both the question, what can M80 do to win this? You both looked at each other and shrugged.
We've seen them do it before.
Because that's the situation we're in. Let's find out if they can do it.
Well, 7-2 it seems to be the high water mark as the deaths just perfectly broke down. Parker, both best of 3s that M80 have played so far in the NAL playoffs have started with 7-2 losses. One of those they were able to come back and win. That was what we just watched versus Dark Zero. The other was the upper bracket finals versus Wildcard, where they were not so successful. I suppose they did also have the best of 3 versus 100 Thieves, so it's not all the best of 3s they've played here in the Stage 1 playoffs, but the last 2 certainly have started at a poor pace. Wildcard now over to the attacking side will do their best. They just need 2 more attacking round wins to close this one out and send us to Chalet.
7-2 the scoreline, of course. when they did battle in the upper bracket finals. Here, Cafe was the decider of that series. And when I say decider, what I actually mean is it was the second map, because that one decided the scoreline. Isn't that funny how words work? And that was a 7-5 victory for Wildcard as well. Chalet was map number 3. We've just flipped those, Jesse. Chalet will be played next no matter what. If Cafe is required, it will be the 3rd map in this series, which of course does bode well for Wildcard, though we did just see M80 taking DZ apart, winning 7-0 to get into this grand final berth. So exciting times ahead of us. Whether we need a 3rd map or not remains to be seen. In the meantime, let's get through Nighthaven Labs. Second half underway. M80 on defense, hoping to close this gap between them and Wildcard. Right now, Wildcard only need 2 more rounds.
No 2-brow being brought, so these walls will be opened relatively easily despite the Kaid, thanks to Kansan playing on this Thatcher. They will now put pressure on the Rafters too. This puts Ashen into a really awkward spot. What is he going to do with this Monty coming through? He could just fall back and reinforce behind him with that Capitablet. That's exactly what he'll have to do. Might not be willing to gamble the reinforcement, but that's okay. Space is gained by a Wildcard, and they'll start to come in with these Candelas.
A lot of times we see these teams, particularly on this map, Jesse, use those Candelas as a feint, as if they were going to pull something off just to get the attention of the defenders. That what might have happened here, as Wildcard have now inched their way to this bomb site. 1 minute left to go on the clock, so good pacing for the attackers as they have cleared out Rafters. They see the Azami on this 1 ping, and they're hoping for a deep angle, whether it come from IT or outside of that Rafters door, but nobody from Wildcard is able to hit it. The Monty of Spiker giving information for this team. Bay still chasing his first kill. He went the entire first half without it, and yet if you look at the scoreline, it didn't matter at all to Wildcard. Firing away now, picking apart the defense. Bay still hunting for that first kill. He'll find lots of value, but not a body in this particular situation. ROU projector also rolled out. Bay goes down to Gavin. He'll have to wait a little bit longer. Baby Shark in the ground. Gavin and Ashen both bleeding out too. The Monty now tussling with Diffuser. Spiker, a great shot as Savage is on the board. Kansan will clean up. Savage is last man standing in a 1v2. Kansan and Spiker competing for this final kill. Kansan finds it. Map point for Wildcard as Baby Shark can't believe it, and frankly, neither can we.
What a round. I mean, you've got the Sens wall making a huge distraction in the middle of it. They're really pressuring in from Rafters, Parker. It's Wildcard in full control. They are down into 5v3 at one point in that round, but they pull it back with so many good kills. It felt like half the lobby was downed in the midst of that push, but they're able to just get really good picks as they're aiming into the site for so long. That's the biggest thing for me, is that we saw Spiker on the Monty staring into sight for a really long part of time, and it just allowed them to get solid information as to where everybody was at. Adrian was the one player not really pushing with the team. He was over on the fish stairs and of course was in a bit of a utility battle with Savage, the Candelas versus the Toxic Babes. Can you get into the doorway or are you just going to be stalled out? He was stalled out for the vast majority of that round. Didn't end up getting any kills in that push, but was such a good distraction that allowed everybody else on Wildcard to be able to find their picks hunting into the bomb sites. Good breaching happening from them on the garage wall as well, and just kind of set them up to get those picks really cleanly looking in towards the site. 6-1 now, and there will be 5 straight opportunities for Wildcard to close this one out and send it to their opponent's map pick.
I suppose the one silver lining for M80 is that they are not getting blown out on their own map the way that they did against Dark Zero. That makes the job a lot harder because then you have to do the same to your opponent, which to their credit, M80 did do. And again, count out this M80 team at your peril. But Wildcard just seems to have the answer here. They demolished M80 in the upper bracket finals, and right now, this matchup is looking eerily similar. It was a 7-2 victory in that first match where Wildcard defeated M80 on this map. They might even clear that. If Wildcard can win the next round, they are more efficient at this map than the first time they did battle. Usually the rematches actually favor the team that lost the first time. M80 simply must not have gotten that memo, Jesse, but it'll arrive in the mail at some point, I have to imagine.
Yeah, I mean, M80 already got their rematch lopsided win too against Dark Zero, so the rule didn't hold true in the last series. It's not holding true in this series. Maybe it's just something weird going on today, because you're right. Usually the rematches swing the other way, but today it has been all according to history. down to the bottom floor for M80. They will need to win this site if they want to repeat their 7-2 loss that they've had in map 1 of the last 2 series, but of course they're hoping for a bit more than that. Spiker already in through Exo in a plant spot. This will not be seen. This is very fast from Wildcard.
Everybody is still alive. Bay did manage to get 1 kill in the previous round, 10 players up. The round now shortened from 2 minutes down to 45 seconds. M80, it's dawning on you, isn't it? This map is going to go bye-bye. Gavin doing serious amounts of damage, but not able to secure the kill. Baby Shark and Spiker both taken care of. Suddenly M80 has the advantage, and it will continue to go as it's Adrian and Kansan now last 2 standing. They've spotted the defuse kit. Kansan far enough away. This is the exact same situation that Gavin was in when he was on attack, and now he has to deal with it as a defender. Kansan swinging away. Diffuser on the defuse kit. Kansan shuts it down, but they're out of time! Oh, heartbreak for M80. Savage tries it, but it's Wildcard to take it. Heartbreak for M80. 7-1 the scoreline. Wildcard take map 1.
Well, given their momentum, we figured M80 are bound to do at least slightly better than their performance against Wildcard yesterday to open up the series. But no, Wildcard did even better. A 7-1 victory to open up this best of 3, exactly the way they wanted to start off this series.
Yeah, this is like a story of when momentum meets plot armor, because Wildcard, everything is going right for them. I mean, even on their very first attack, they bring out the sense. They get Raptors control, and after they get Raptors control, they just roll a random sense, and it's just a straight up deathmatch. Right back at each other. They end up getting the kills on their favor, and then right after you hear Baby Shark, how did we win that round? We've never won that round before like that.
If you paused that round and you had to guess who was going to win that, I could not have told you who was going to walk out as the victor in that round in particular. But then you pivot into the very last round that sealed the deal on this map. Even then, we lost feed back in the green room, and I'm listening to Spiker's comms, and all I hear, I'm going for the plant. We get the feedback, and it's a 5v5 post plant. I don't know how they just managed to walk down EXO, walk into the site, get the plant off, but then it's Spiker or whoever the last alive was able to save it. But it almost reminds you exactly what happened on Cafe in that round 11. M80 gives up all of sight. Spiker takes initiative to go into mining, get the diffuser down, and then it's just 3 players playing vertical pressure, winning that round there. Again, it really looks like this M80 is coming into the exact same issues that we were seeing previously in yesterday's match against Wildcard.
Yeah, and again, it's the plot armor, and of course I'm joking about it. What it is just Kansan. I mean, we highlighted him in the pre-match. He's been the performer for them for the entirety of playoffs, and again, 12-4. And what did he get to play on defense every single round? He got to play the Valkyrie, which is Wildcard's favorite operator in the game. It's their comfort op, and he looked mighty comfortable on it himself.
Now, this is where we have to talk about, can M80 regain the magical momentum they found from the last series? We're in a very similar position we were in just a couple hours ago. M80 get trounced on the opening map and need to find a way to come back. They did it against Dark Zero earlier today. Why can't they do it now?
And that's the big question. Why can't they? And they absolutely can. I mean, when you look at the next map we're going to, it's Chalet. Who just recently played it? Wildcard. They got smoked on it by Dark Zero. They're actually on a 3-game losing streak on it. And thankfully for the side of M80, they haven't played it once this stage. And especially with what we've seen, Savage being brought onto this team, what he's done for some of their map pool, it's a brand new map for this team. So they should have all of the leverage going into this map in particular and have that advantage over Wildcard.
All right, M80. It's a momentum game like it was for them earlier, looking to bounce back on map 2. They go to Chalet to see if they can find that magic again.
This could be a quick grand finals, Jesse, if Wildcard pull off a victory on Chalet, which does seem a bit improbable. They could be the grand final champs, the champions of stage 1, and a very nice feather in their cap as they turn their focus towards Paris next month at EWC. For M80, I know we talked about Dark Zero doing this yesterday, but they're going to be their own BGs as they hope to stay alive. This is a good map for M80 though, so a third map does seem a bit more likely, even if we haven't played a single round yet.
Yeah, it's a weird map for M80, Parker. They've only played it a single time this season. That was back before Savage even joined the team. But who was it against? Well, of course, that was versus Wildcard in the first round of the kickoff playoffs. And that went the distance. Through 15 rounds, those two teams battled it out. And in the end, Wildcard came out the victor. That was a great, M80 came out the victor. No, Wildcard did. I'm confused, Parker. That's okay. Since then, Wildcard have really struggled on it, though. 4 losses, 1 win since that matchup. So Wildcard have not been able to replicate that success. Neither of these teams have much of a history, but the fact that M80 picked it makes me think that they've got something ready for us.
I mean, hey, sometimes you save maps that you wouldn't think of until the biggest moment possible. And while this is far from the biggest moment of Wildcard, they certainly want to be crowned the domestic champs. They have never been the best team in North America. And though they have finished very strong at a variety of international events, being able to say you're the kings of NA's got a pretty nice ring to it, especially when you've conquered just about every team on the way here. They beat M80 yesterday. They beat Dark Zero a week prior. Wildcard have been beating the best to be the best, and now it's incumbent upon M80 to win a map that is very good for them and one that is, again, historically not the best for Wildcard. If there were ever a time to pull off some pretty nice parlor tricks, it would be now. And Ashen, was that a spawn peak that he was going for? If so, the weapon has arrived.
Yeah, that was the game's window that Ashen was peeking his head out of, and Bay will shut it down. So a common spawn peek here on Chalet, very far from the bomb site, hoping to maybe catch them off guard. But Wildcard, they have been ready at all opportunities throughout these playoffs. They've just been so good, and with these air jabs coming out, this might be another quick play in. Baby Shark dies to the barbed wire. Okay.
Oh, everybody dying left and right. 45 seconds into the round, and we might well be seeing it end. Gunner watched by Spiker and Kansan. 3 kills for Kansan, by the way. That'll be all she wrote, as Spiker will now need to clutch. Gunner's got 2 to his name. He gets it done with the Deeg in hand. Now a pause for him to reload the MPX. Spiker fishing for a potential peek on the window, but nothing given by M80. I think that was Gunner knocked over by an air jab used by Adrian, and now Spiker will have a minute and 40 seconds in his 1v1 showdown against Gunner. Jesse, I think they should really just pull out their pistols and try to shoot each other with that. I think that's what's fair at this point in time.
Very similar number of bullets, both in their primaries. Not great information for either. Gunner knows that there's a lot of time that he has to stall out, so falling back deep into the bomb site might make this a little bit awkward. Spiker does not have can openers. He's got EMPs instead here on the Capitao, so he's not able to breach in to go for the safest plant inside a plat wall. No nitrocell either from Gunner, so it's really low utility on both these players.
Out go the smokes. Deeg still in hand. You can see the picture-in-picture right there. Deagle does do quite a bit of damage. Spiker, the bull, kicking up the sand, waiting for the charge just to push Gunner off of his position. This is the final minute now. We'll fire away at the wall. He sees the elbow. That was a tricky one for Gunner. That could have easily gone in Spiker's favor. He has a defuse kit. Depending on where these black eye cams are, he might find a window of opportunity here. He'll attempt the plant and listen intently for the sound. I'm stunned that he pulled that off. Gunner getting ever closer. Spiker knows it and wins the duel, leading by example. It took some time to get there, but Spiker on that scenic route still gets to his destination all the same. Wildcard starting off with a round victory.
An incredibly entertaining grand finals. Despite how lopsided map 1 was, Parker, it was really, really close in a lot of those rounds. We saw some crazy ideas. And again, here in round number 1 of Chalet, it is madness. It's a crazy spawn peak that goes punished. Then it's a rush strat coming out from Wildcard. We trade down to a 1v1 between the star player Gunner and the captain of Spiker. Just so well played.
So cold, bro. My God.
And he's crazy with it, Parker, because he waits so long to commit to that. Spiker checks every angle, and he had a couple different opportunities where he could have maybe just hit a shot onto Gunner and won that round. Gunner was playing it really passive. I think he maybe could have gone a little more aggro with it, but, you know, it's a crazy mental game there in the 1v1, right? That could have gone either direction. The fact that Spiker commits to the full plant through 7 seconds is kind of wild. Gunner doesn't expect that, so he gets it down, and then it's just a really nice shot to end things out for the captain. So great start for Wildcard and a great start to Chalet if we're looking for a close game.
5 seconds remaining.
Don't really envy the desk having to break down what transpired in the thick of that, but I mean,
yeah,
you know, all hell breaks loose. Literally. Inside the side. So Wildcard starting off with a round that they needed. They get it. Still in the discovery work as we see Brava, an operator that's pick rate is not particularly high these days. When we talked about information, you can reference certain operators like Flores. You can talk about Brava because their drones give you more intel. Twitch is really good at the moment because of the F2 as well. But I mean, when you got Deimos and Snake and all that on the board, these drone info ops tend to be less desirable. Why not bring both, we say? A Dokkaebi, a Twitch, a Brava, and a Deimos. Lots of information here for Wildcard.
Often you'd see maybe like a Flores being brought by Adrian on this bomb site, instead the Brava being brought out. So you're right, it is a little bit rarer to see. But it would be good counters to the Jaeger ADSs, the Fenrir Mines, the Wamai Magnets. I mean, there is a lot that you can counter with the Brava on this defense lineup, so I like the call being brought out by Adrian. This is a little bit more standard of around map control being gathered by a wildcard. They have full control of the basement at the moment, so they're certainly pressuring in up above with kitchen control under their thumb as well. The top floor is, of course, the most valuable piece of map control, and that is still held by the defenders. But with all this other control being held by a wildcard, you've got to think it's only a matter of time before they force a player out of position and hopefully find themselves a frag. Here we go.
Caught by the magnet, trapped in the corner. This is a very common spot. There was a period of time long ago where players would play Doc in that position, if you recall. It feels like a lifetime ago, though. As Adrian will post up on the other window. This cross is not as easy to hit as you'd think. It involves you to vault in, and if Adrian doesn't have proper coverage, it'll be a rough one. They smoke off Savage in this position as he crouches down. Diffuser takes care of Adrian and does double duty to get Bay as well. Ashen rebuffing Baby Shark, cans and dies. Spiker, who saved the previous round, will deny a flawless victory for M80, but they are watching him on a variety of cams. He's got the defuse kit. Does lightning strike twice? Does he find a way into the bomb site to get the case down? Big difference. There was one person alive last time. Now, there's 4. That's going to be a rough one. Final 40 seconds now, ascending those blue stairs, just underneath library. You might have heard that logic bomb, now called the Jegio payload, as it's been renamed, going off from diffuser just right next to him. But honestly, it looks like Spiker is going to call a timeout of sorts. Maybe not. He takes the engagement and he wins it, advancing onto the smoke, but there's less than 10 seconds to go. Holy smokes, how many cams can one team have here? Spiker will attempt to get the defuse kit down, and he's pressured by Ashen and dies. M80 answers back, and we've got a tie game.
Well, Parker, it was the man from New York who caught a lot of flack both yesterday and in the early hours of this morning, as Diffuser was not having a great game. 7-18 yesterday, asleep at the wheel for map number 1 in their first series today, but he really has been showing up these last couple of maps, and Diffuser's made all the difference. It's his smoke play that really shuts down this rush. About 60 seconds left in the round. He does a great job of locking this down. And this is maybe the first round where we start to see the fear that some have had of us falling back into the util meta coming around to reality. The Jaeger Wamai setup inside of library was just impossible for Wildcard to clear out. They didn't have enough throwables to burn all of those magnets, so they never had top floor control. Library was consistently held by M80, and that meant that Diffuser had the space down in the site to position himself where he did, to play close with the shotgun on the big window. It was really well played by M80, leaning into the meta as it's rapidly developing in front of our eyes, and also great gunplay from Diffuser to be able to lock that one out. A dominant showing for round number 2.
More rounds like that from M80, and this map becomes infinitely more winnable for them. They are the favorites. They did pick this map ultimately, and Wildcard's numbers are nothing that gives us full confidence that they'll be able to take this, but at the same time, sometimes you can look at a team that's got a 1-7 record on a map, and if there's such a disparity, whether in their play or potential, scoreline doesn't ultimately matter, because that 1-7 can still end up becoming a 2-7 if you were just objectively speaking a better team. I don't think we're quite at that point with Wildcard right now, though they are definitely a cut above everybody in the NAL based off of the playoffs. But with the way that M80 completely punished DZ earlier today, I think it's going to be a very fair contest. We're just going to ignore this 7-1 drubbing that Wildcard gave M80 back in map 1.
Drone up and running.
It's just par for the course for M80 that they get better as the series goes along. So this tends to be where we see them start to tighten up a bit. Hunting for this Electric Claw is Baby Shark. Wasn't able to see it. It's down low, so it was being covered just a little bit, I think, by that bottom part of the wall. Back in the pocket, does it go for Gunner? He's trying to juggle this one. There's really only the ace charges to be brought for Hard Breach. That's really susceptible to being tricked by those Electro Claws. So you've got to be sure that you can clear that out before you go for this breach. Right now, the attackers have library control. They've got fireplace control, but they haven't really tackled this hole from the top floor being locked down by the Kaid, by the Azami, and all these players inside of office.
Good information here now as drones are going. You also hear the drone above in the sky, the EE1D by Cans and used. Savage finished off by Adrian, so Wildcard will get on the board first at the halfway point of this round. I know we're only in round 3, but this has been far and away the slowest round that we've seen so far. Still plenty of time to turn that around, as Wildcard has to knock off these M80 defenders on the top floor. It looks like Spiker is positioned over by the trophy window. He's going to wait for the all clear for him to vault in and get a plant down in the A-bomb site. That is my assumption. But he has to ensure the trophy is clear. Solarium doesn't have any players over there, and that anybody who's playing above do not have eyes on Kitchen. He'll smoke it off and take matters into his own hands as Ashton gets flattened over by Piano. The advance continues for Wildcard as Baby Shark is leading the charge. 45 seconds to go, Jesse, and it's just prolonged action as Adrian gets in on the board as well. What an oddly paced map we're seeing. A Nitro Cell from below will collect Kansan. Time continuing to work against this M80 team, but Wildcard are sharpening their spears, and they are aiming for these bodies as Gavin and Gunner are on the run. Bay on the board now too, and Gunner in a 1v4. He had an opportunity to clutch up the 1v1 back in round 1, but was outdueled by Spiker. It's Bay who finds him this time, and Wildcard go back to the lead.
Patience, Parker. Patience is really what's been defining this map for me so far from Wildcard. Of course, they started with the rush, and you don't usually associate a rush with patience, but that rush devolved into a 1v1 that Spiker played extremely slowly and patiently and resulted in a round win because of it. Round 2, again, Spiker late in that round played it quite patient, and then even here, they're waiting out the utility. They're clearing out that electrical on the top floor. They're waiting for all of those Zoto canisters to get burned out by the tuber out. They were fine with that as it came in, and just as that clock was ticking down, they were slowly but surely getting their picks, finding Savage down towards West Main, finding another player over towards Piano, as I believe it was Ashen who went down on that jump in, and it just felt like the bodies from M80 weren't able to accomplish much. Because M80 are trying to play this stall style of game with the Tubrau and the Kaid by delaying as much time as possible, they're not able to go for these aggressive moves and catch Wildcard off when they're maybe setting up and waiting for these plays to happen. It's been really good, patient gameplay so far from Wildcard. It will get them the lead after this first quarter, and the next set of operator bans comes through. So Wamai to be taken out, it's Dokkaebi as well. Expect to see more of that if we get back to the kitchen site. Tubrau Kaid still going to be available on board.
It's been a great day so far in the NAL, and M80 DZ matchup was extremely entertaining for M80 fans, but I think for DZ fans, it'll be one that they will be soon to forget. DZ, no championship hangover. They still look in mighty fine form. They finished stage 1 in 2nd place and will have to settle for 3rd as they got knocked out by M80 just an hour prior to this match starting. Now it's about crowning the champion. Wildcard yet to be the best in North America. They are hoping to change that, as this M80 team, well, they've tasted victory and success before, and I mean, they won the Munich Major, didn't they? Victory has come for M80 before. Wildcard looking to start writing their own legacy and not just finishing in like the top 3 or the top 4 in events or their own region, Jesse. Diffuser has somehow been finished off really early on. I have to imagine that Adrian was the one who downed him and then secures him with the nade too. Very early kills coming in for Wildcard. That's something that M80 was really good at, but it's unfortunate the tide has turned.
And it's the information for me, Parker, that does it, right? They caught Diffuser on the drone walking over towards Piano, so Adrian just hops on the window, says, I'll wait for it, and gets that perfectly played. I love this Senswald as well. It gives him a really tight angle looking at the Piano window and pays off. A brilliant shot straight onto Savage as his teammate takes down Gunner. 2v5 now for M80 as they need to bail themselves out of this bad situation.
Wildcard starting to run away with this one. M80, the kings of flawless rounds. Do they know what it's like to happen to them? Now they do. Adrian gets the final kill. Wildcard don't suffer a damn thing in that round, and they stretch their lead. Now up 3-1.
Parker, yesterday it was Adrian who went absolutely nuclear to take down M80 in the upper bracket finals. 24-11 was his final stat total yesterday, and today it seems like he is following in his own footsteps. A really nice round to start things off here on Chalet. Round 4, he's able to use those Sens walls so beautifully just to set up nice lines of sight. He's being fed information from his teammates too. It's not all on him, it's a team effort coming through from Wildcard, but he's the one finally hitting those shots. He's the one that gets credited with that big multi-kill. It's a 4K from Adrian in round number 4, and Wildcard now a 3-1 lead on their opponent's pick are starting to look like this will be a quick grand finals.
Well done, guys.
It's definitely shaping up to be, and I mean, you can hear the laughter on the side of Wildcards. They feel pretty good about this one. It's been a slow day for Bay, and yet it doesn't matter. Again, when you get to the top, the depth is what really stands out more than anything. Bay is the lowest rated player on Wildcard through the first map and these 5 rounds, which again, very odd, as he's the highest rated player on Wildcard heading into this game. Everybody on the side of M80 has some pretty brutal numbers. Diffuser is 10 and 10 across both maps. That's the best that you're going to get, and he has an EPS of 105, which would put him just a hair above Adrian, who trails Spiker, Baby Shark, and Kansan. Kansan's been a standout performer, and I mean, this looks like vintage playing in jeans Sonic Kansan. He got that incredible clutch on bank in a pair of jeans. That's freak behavior.
A play that is now immortalized in the game, as it has its own scene in the shop, which is really cool to see. We've got a lot of those high-level plays that have happened throughout the years being represented now in the game store, which is super, super cool. Some of the best skins in the entire game, in my opinion.
I agree. Yeah, they've really, I will give credit where credit is due. And the thing is that we're not paid to rep these skins, but if they're nice, we'll talk about it. And if they're an anime skin, I will make fun of it. That's just the way things work here. Kansan, the player that we just credited, is the first casualty, and with him will go the EE1Ds. So information from Wildcard will be a little harder to come by, but they still got the Deimos there for backup. And of course, drones to help as well. Nearing the halfway point of the round, and while it seemed almost certain that Savage would die, he's still fighting fit. A Nitro Cell from Gunner will blow up Baby Shark, and Wildcard not showing the same prominence that they did in previous rounds here in round 5.
It's really clean to see. Last time on the site, Gunner brought up the Fenrir. So the Valkyrie is a new adaptation being brought by M80. It's completely caught Wildcard off guard. The information's been so good for them in this bottom floor bomb site, or I should say the bar bomb site. It's been really difficult for Wildcard to crack. They lost it back in the first quarter. It was the only site they were unsuccessful on. Now in a 2-man disadvantage, how could they possibly bail themselves out of it?
He's looking for the hop in. Wildcard are a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to this timing. I think that's Ashen who Bay would be on a path against. But I mean, good patience from M80. This is what we expect out of them, right? What do you do here if you're Wildcard?
Staring at a shield. Might pop up at some point. Bay is making some space elsewhere on the map. Hold on, just walks in library for 2. Adrian eventually loses that fight, but hey, Bay's brought them right back into this round. 30 seconds, full top floor control, Parker. This is doable, but it will be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Savage also just on a single point of HP. That is something that would be concerned for me if I was M80. A single bullet, and now it's a 2v2. You've got to wrestle your way with the guns, with the sight. There goes Spiker. Bay will need to clutch up as Savage now looks for the flank. He's been a ghost this entire time with just a single point of HP. Bay has to stick the plant, and now it's up to Gunner and Savage. Time runs out. Gunner pulls out the dig. He wins it. And we're closing in on a tie game. M80 trailing by just 1 round.
Good attempt to bail themselves out on the side of Wildcard from a 3v5 position where they had time, but really not a good number of map control. It felt like that was going to be an easy round for M80. Got a bit more difficult thanks to the weapon, making some good space there on the top floor and during the execute, but ultimately that was M80's bomb site through 2 successful defenses now. And I like the different ways they played it, right? The first time back in round 2, it was very focused on the stalling things out. They had the library corner locked down with Jaeger Wamai. This time it was similar. They certainly still had the Jaeger being played, but they had more tricks up their sleeves. That Nitro Cell from Gunner, absolutely critical to come through. They will early pick onto Kansan from the captain of Savage as well.
Good round.
Keeps them alive, but my concern, Parker, is that's the only bomb site that M80 have been successful on. So now they're going to have to play these other sites. They'll have one more chance to win a defense, but it's going to have to be somewhere where they haven't won yet.
Just a slight tech pause here where teams are not supposed to be talking to each other. So you wait to get back into the action. Don't know what the culprit is, but we will update you as we get more information. Looks like everybody from Wildcard is in, unless my eyes deceive me here.
Gives a little bit of
that man
time.
on your screen is a terror, by the way.
Who was it?
It was Kansan.
Ugh. He really is. Florida's finest, as I like to say. But
Is that what you say?
It is what I say. I like to have little nicknames for as many players as we can, and I think it's a good one for Kansan.
How many pro players are from Florida?
I think it's just Kansan. There might be one more. I think, Eddie as well. Eddie's from Miami.
We are being told, by the way, that it was a disconnect, so we are waiting for them to get back into the lobby, and then we can go back into action.
I have a question for you, Parker, while we wait. Obviously, the players, they can't be discussing this, but they can certainly be thinking about it, and I'm sure the call will come through from the IGL. But if you're M80, what bomb site do you go for the final round here on the defense? Because everything is open except for bar games here.
Honestly, it's a great question. The one bomb site we haven't seen get played is the basement. I think it's quite unlikely that we will go there.
I feel like you could maybe try to run the basement if you heavy commit to the roam game with a strong anchor. You could rock the Kaid downstairs to try to keep that wall closed for a good amount of time. Maybe the Tubarão as well.
I think the basement's a gamble. I mean, if you look at the kitchen bomb site, it was played one time. Wildcard only suffered a single loss there. Master bedroom and office upstairs. First time they played it, it came down to the 1v1. But then the second time they played it, it was a flawless victory for Wildcard. So it's not trending in the right direction for you. Operator bans wouldn't really impact that bomb site as much, especially since it was played after the first set of operator bans. It's a tough question. I mean, I'd probably gamble on kitchen dining.
Sure. I think that's the safe pick. I could see basement, though. I kind of want to see the basement come through. It's kitchen.
Well, alas, you are not given your wish.
Fine. But
I'm sure you'll be okay.
It kind of opens the question, though, right? This is the most predictable bomb site that M80 could have gone to. What do they do different this time, right? Because the last time it was a slow and steady burn from Wildcard, where eventually they cleared out those Kaid claws thanks to some Twitch drones. They stalled out the Zoto canister from the Tubarão up above, and they eventually found a couple of picks, including on the Savage down on that bottom floor and clearing in through up above too. They've dropped Tubarão here, which is a big surprise to me. They've swapped Ashen over to the Thorn. They've moved the Thorn from Savage to him, and he's jumped on the Castle this time instead. I'm a little surprised it took this long just to see a Castle because he's so powerful on Chalet to keep a lot of those outdoor windows closed, but Savage even using some of them inside the building to lock down lines of sight, lock down angles in and around that mid floor. That's kind of interesting.
That's a good point. This is a great map for Tubarão for a couple of reasons. The Zoto canisters are obviously great for slowing people down, especially if you see that bottom floor bomb site get played, by the way, to keep that one wall closed towards big garage, and then of course keeping the snowmobile garage panels closed as well. But the other thing that I think people often underestimate about Tubarão on this map is his fragging power. That DMR hits like a truck. And because it's good at caliber-based destruction, and because it's got a great scope on it, you can play really far back and pick away at the attackers and give you a fighting chance, because Chalet is often played from the exterior inwards. You're seeing through windows, you're seeing through walls, you're seeing from floors downwards. It's very rare, actually, that you tend... Remember what I said about being played from the exterior inwards? And Bay goes to swing inside, a diffuser cuts him down. M80 gets 3 kills. I'll have to pause my thoughts for a second here as they're wiping the 4 with Wildcard. A swing in from Spiker as he takes a bunch of damage. They know exactly where he is. Who on M80 will be the one to get this pick? Gavin in the bathroom is closest. You have to imagine he'll be the one, and he does it with the Deeg in hand. That was a fast one, and with it, an end to the first half, 3-3 the scoreline. M80 equalizes.
Great recovery there for M80 after it looked like Wildcard was doing a similar thing to what we saw on that first map. They tie us up at 3. What are you seeing right now in this matchup?
Yeah, it was a really good recovery. I mean, Wildcard, they had the reads on attack. They knew M80 was playing a little bit more extended, a little bit more aggressive on their kitchens and on their masters. So they were playing extended onto the library side. So what did Wildcard do? Well, they just did solar hits, right? We seen them go for a very fast play on the solar side, which split the defense, and they ended up winning out the trades. And the second time they went to their kitchen, they were kind of pulling heavy on that side and forcing those roamers that were extended onto the library side back to site, and that's where they were getting all of their kills. Now, for M80, they did a good job of realizing what was working for them as well. It was the 2 bar defenses. Why? Because bar is the site that you can play very bunkered, very compact as a defense. So then that was a very good read for them on their last defense there after the tech pause to go kitchen, and they got rid of that aggressive extension, and instead they ran a little bit more of a bunker. They brought the cave, they brought the castle, and they waited for them to do the soul hit, which we just saw Wildcard do, and it worked perfectly. So very good read from M80 on their defense half in order to bring that back.
And in a game this close, it's the little things that can make all the difference. Moments where you maybe look back and say, man, I wish we won that. For Wildcard, that first round, Spiker 1v1, big difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about momentum shifts, and even again with M80 in the recent series, that big 1v1 on Cafe, where it ultimately came down to Savage hitting that wallbang. This could have been a completely different narrative if Gunnar ends up winning that round, and then maybe that momentum shifts, and we possibly even see a 4-2 half, 5-1 half. Yeah. But what I am worried about now that we're getting on this defensive side for Wildcard, that's where they were punished the hardest in their Dark Seer game. They were getting caught off guard, whether it was due to just not being aware that the windows were primed open, not being aware that players were being able to find gaps. We saw Newers many times being able to walk up West Main or walk up any of those staircases and just find these picks, which you know that's what Ashen likes to do. Ashen likes to creep around the map. And if you're going to leave yourself exposed, you can guarantee yourself Ashen's probably going to be lurking around trying to find that gap, get that opening kill. And in both these series with these teams, it's never really been about opening kills, but this is the game, however, where whoever has been getting the opening pick, they have converted it into a round win, which is why I'm emphasizing they need to pay attention to their gaps.
It sounds like, if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like M80 are potentially set up for success here,
I think
given Wildcard struggles. Kyle, do you agree? Do you think that Wildcard are now the ones that kind of need to put in the work to get this win?
Yeah, I mean, I do think this is a map that doesn't kind of favor their blueprint that they have been. I mean, we're going to see them pull out a lot of the vision operators, but there's a lot of cutoffs on this map that make it really hard to do the defensive play style that they want. But my biggest question mark is we haven't seen M80 attack or really play this map. This has been a map that's been hidden in their map pool until now, and I was paying attention to their defenses. It looked very similar to their old M80 defenses when Hot and Cold's on the team, but really the changes are going to come onto the attack. How is Savage going to change their attacks for this M80 squad? Is it going to be a lot like Secrets? That's kind of what I want to see.
I have a chance to see that right now as we dive into the second half. Again, like you said, could go either way, tied at 3-3 right now, but maybe Wildcard are going to have a little more work to do to get over their defensive struggles here.
A close contest in the Alps. It's been 3-3. We've been lockstep between M80 and Wildcard, but the desk seemingly favoring M80 on this second side, and I have to agree with them, Parker. It does feel like this map of Chalet will be leaning a little bit more towards the attackers, but it's also a big question mark. We don't really know what M80 are going to look like on the attacking side of this map. They chose the map, so you have to imagine they're confident in their own attacks, but that doesn't mean it's going to come into practice here on game day. It'll be the real test to see what these pushes look like, if they can find the angles that they need to from outside the building. Banning out the castle, banning out the Mira is an interesting set of bans here from M80, hoping to make it a little bit easier to find those player positions inside the site.
Absolutely correct. Yeah, I mean, M80, this is their map pick, and now they presumably get to go to the side that they'd like. The opportunity to build up a nice nest egg that Wildcard could hang their hats on, maybe even retire with, is unlikely now and just out of reach as we now turn towards this second half. So with that, Cafe becomes quite likely, maybe more likely than what we saw after the first round or two. As you always like to say, Jesse, there's two halves of Siege, so anything can happen here. Wildcard win two scrappy rounds that maybe they don't deserve. That could be enough to toss this M80 team off their stride. But how do they handle the first bit of aggression? M80 bringing lots of info tools. The Twitch can work as an intel operator. You got the Deimos, you got the Lion. And M80 is really not at a problem getting in the building.
Yeah, they're kind of forced into these maybe off-meta util operators because we banned both the Snake and the Dokkaebi, two of the best intel ops in the game right now. So smart bans coming through from Wildcard, M80 having to adapt around them. It certainly looks like they're going to be positioning themselves over towards some kind of a solar push. They've got really good info on that at the moment. Savage with a fuse kit is across the map though, so don't expect a quick rush in with the plant anytime soon. It does feel like there are still some players taking map control elsewhere, whether that's Library or of course Gunner down here in the bottom floor being droned by his teammates, but the one roamer that was down there, Spiker, has fallen off, so there's nothing for Gunner to find. Instead, they're going to have to shift their attention a little bit and try to hunt them down below the bomb site. Spiker and Adrian locking down this mid floor, and it's a drone straight onto Spiker, so the information is good from M80.
The smoke tossed in by Ashen to get the attention of the team over towards Trophy. Diffuser coming to blows as well, doing some damage to Adrian, the Polish player on the Polish operator. Always nice to see. The Ella does get away with her life still intact, as now it's Baby Shark very firmly in the sights of M80. Adrian and Bay firing back. Adrian gambles what little remained of his life against Savage, but Wildcard are dominating, and M80 struggling and cut down from their wires outside. Spiker settling down the team, as that's a much needed round victory to give Wildcard a 1-round lead.
It's a good little first frag to come through, as they did buy the trade back onto Adrian, but Parker at that point, the damage was too far gone. Really liked that coming out from Bay. We've talked about it a little bit today. It's been a bit quiet to come through from the weapon, but Bay's been just fantastic, I think, over these last couple of rounds, really finding his footing here on Chalet. Will up his stat total now to, I believe, 8 and 4, if I'm not mistaken, with how good he's been doing these last couple of rounds. He's been finding them all over the map. It just feels like they're stalling out for M80. They're not giving up any easy picks, and that's the key to defense on Chalet. You have to, at all costs, avoid dying to these players outside the windows. If you give up freebies, it's just going to be the attack running over you, and that time, Wildcard didn't do anything of the sort. The Kibas kept some of those windows closed. Spiker on a far-off roam was not giving his life away for free. They played that really passive and smart, and only once they kind of knew where the attackers were at did they start going for those swings.
Guys, yo, let me talk.
Using that brief window of opportunity where it's usually filled with celebratory yelps and shouting, etc. to center this team. I don't think anybody's doubting the capabilities of a player like Spiker. He is a fragging IGL and is the fourth highest rated player on this team, and yet he's in 16th of 50 players. So doing a pretty good job from his position. 113 kills. That's nothing to sneeze at. And again, there's a big stylistic difference how a player like Spiker and a player like Canadian play. Canadian funnels kills to his teammates. Spiker allows them to do that, but can be quite active himself, both while still leading this team forward. And Spiker's growth as a player has really been something to behold.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's really evolved and has, I think, cemented himself as one of the best IGLs here in North America. Wildcard will go to Kitchen for their second defensive round, Parker. Wildcard have a 6-round losing streak defending this bomb site going back over the last couple of months. 3 of those losses to Dark Zero earlier on here in Stage 1. 3 of those losses happening back at the Major when Hot and Cold was subbing in for Adrian, who didn't have his US visa. So they've got a bit of a history of struggling on this bomb site. Haven't been able to lock it down too much over the last little while, but this does feel like a bit of a new and improved Wildcard. It feels like they're playing a bit of a different game now on Chalet, so I'm interested to see what they want to pull on the defense. So a lot of that stall still coming out from them, right? Baby Shark playing on the smoke. You've got Kansan even setting up some of these Malusi Banshees too, so there's going to be a lot to work through on the side of M80.
Significantly slower round than what we were just treated to. This first half, most of the kills occurred within the first minute. The latest kill that we saw was 1:07 still left on the clock, which is, I guess that one's pretty slow, but 2 minutes and 50 seconds, 2 minutes 20 seconds, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. These are some very, very fast bits of action that Wildcard were quite eager to knock M80 off and not ultimately come ahead with that victory. Now it's M80 who don't want to be a little bit too quick themselves. What did I say? If Wildcard can win 2 really quick scrappy rounds, it'll turn all this on its head. Gunner with the only kill so far for M80 as Wildcard has wiped out 3 of his teammates. It's him and Savage still alive, and Savage is outside on the roof fishing for kills by the library window. Last one is Gunner with the F2 lined up. It can do extensive damage, but he runs out of bullets and he runs out of time. Wildcard 2 rounds away from being NAL champs.
Parker, I said it was the patience that really defines the attacks from Chalet on Wildcard, and it seems like exactly the opposite that is defining their defense. It's been aggression to come through from Wildcard. The second they get a read on where this attack is coming from, they swarm onto that position. They're always ready to trade each other. They are going for big swings and hitting the headshots that they need to. They're playing a pretty aggressive style of Chalet defense, and that is how you have to play Chalet, right? This is not a map that lets you bunker down and try to win on time very often. You kind of do need to lean into that more aggro play style, and despite the fact that it has historically not really worked out for Wildcard, again, 3-game losing streak on Chalet, a 4-1 record through their last 5, 1-4 I should say. They've really struggled on this map in the past. It feels like up against M80 they've been able to unlock a new level of their game, and I don't know, right now here dominating the North American League domestically for the first time, it feels like we're seeing a brand new era of Wildcard. It forces the tack timeout out of Fabi, and I think this is the right time to use it. He has to be able to relay to his teammates what's going on in these rounds, what style of defense Wildcard are trying to play, and how they're able to counter it, because it is not easy when they're shooting as good as they are.
Bombs if they can.
No, entirely correct.
The location of a bomb.
Adrian added to this roster right before kickoff, and, well, in a matchup that will live in infamy for quite some time, 5 Fears became the best team in North America before the Salt Lake City Major by toppling Wildcard 2-0, and they were both very close maps. They went 7-5, 7-5, so ultimately Wildcard round or 2 away from a victory, or at least a fighting chance in overtime. Still a 2nd place berth for Wildcard, with Adrian newly added to the roster. Dash wanting to go back home to Brazil for a variety of reasons, left a hole in that team. They picked up Adrian. Unfortunately, Salt Lake City again played with Hot and Cold as a substitute, so you never got to see them at their full potential. But even with some inconveniences when it comes to roles and Hot and slotting on the team, this was still a squad that made top 8 with 4 of their 5 starting members. Now here with Adrian settled in, learning the team more, they've had more time to gel as a squad. Improvements made by Lagonis, the coaching staff, and Spiker as IGL. Wildcard are primed to take 1st overall in the region, and what a triumph that would be for a squad that, as we say, always tends to do better internationally than domestically. But Jesse, tell me, what is above 1st? Because if they're the best team in North America and they do better internationally, how do they win it twice? Either way.
I think they'd be pretty satisfied just winning it once, Parker. Being EWC champions, that'd be back-to-back for Adrian. He was the MVP last year in Riyadh when they won that tournament, and as a player who himself kind of had a bit of a chip on his shoulder, known as a bit of an online player, that was kind of his breakout LAN performance back at EWC, where people realized, okay, this guy really can show up when it matters the most. It was no doubt his best event of his career, and he's hoping to go back and repeat such a performance. 10-6, leads the lobby right now in terms of overall kills, and is hoping to shut down M80 on this round. It's a critical one for momentum, right? If M80, after using their attack timeout, fail to convert this round, it will be match and series point for Wildcard, and you have to imagine they will just deflate after a round loss like that.
M80's got to find some signs of life right now. They've lived and died off of Gunner's heroics, but everybody else sitting at negative KDs, which is incredibly dire. Ashen in particular, 2-7, the bottom of this team. Only Gavin is really contending with him down there, and that is just not good enough. Ashen with a 51 EPS. He's at 125 before the start of this, but he's heard our calls. Ashen finds 2 very fast kills. Gavin is on the board as well. M80 able to deal with this wild card team, but hold on a second here. Gavin now on a single point of HP. Diffuser and Gunner are gone. There goes Gavin, and Spiker will need to clutch as the pendulum swings back in M80's favor. Spiker on the fadeaway. He will have to stop this diffuse plant in time, or else the job gets even harder as he'll ascend the stairs. M80 has scrambled completely out of the sight, Jesse. Spiker's got his work cut out for him. He knows that. They'll wait on the call. This is one of the hardest bomb sites to deal with in a post plant, and they now know with the unholy racket made by his shotgun that he's down below. Ashen above, Savage outside, and it's the Claymore to get the job done. You don't see them all that often, but it's always wonderful when they make their presence felt. M80 denies wildcard match point championship point and closes the gap between the teams to just one round.
Spiker knew that Claymore was there. He saw it on the Solus scanner, but it's a high-pressure situation, 1v2. Easy to forget when the pressure is as high as it was, so we'll let him off the hook for it. Of course, Spiker, the fault in that round will not lie on him. It was his teammates that went down early in the midst of it, and it was really Ashen who took control of that game and exploded into that top floor in the roam clear. That bar bomb site was one that just could not be cracked by Wildcard on the attack. They really tried to lean into their util play. Ashen said, I'm not going to run that way. I'm just going to jump in and try to get these kills alongside Gavin. They perfectly timed it so that all that pressure would come in together. They forcefully jumped in through that site, took the control that they needed across the map. Not a whole lot that you can do for Spiker, so really well played coming out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
We got ourselves a ball game here. M80 can still win this in regulation. There are 3 rounds remaining, this one and then 2 more before we reach the end of the road. M80 putting up a very spirited fight in order to get to this point. This is their map, so they should be comfortable on it. I do think it's funny that the prospect of the same map score lines from yesterday emerging, but just a little bit better for Wildcard is possible. Yesterday, Wildcard won map 1 against M80 7-2. They did it 7-1 today. It was Cave Dostoevsky, so it was a different map, but map number 2 was won by Wildcard 7-5. That one was a bit of a dogfight and a heartbreaker for M80. Wildcard could win this one 7-4, just a little bit more efficient. Again, we expect the teams that lost the first match to fare better in the rematch. That is not the case at the present point in time for M80, and they've got their backs against the wall. One more round for Wildcard. You find yourself on the razor's edge, but even if Wildcard can't close it out in regulation, they guarantee themselves a path through overtime at worst. So a daunting situation for M80.
A little bit surprised to see Bay pulling off of the Azami. He only ran it once back in round 7, but it was him on this operator that had the most amount of value on this top floor defense. They've really changed up quite a bit in terms of what this hold looks like, so clearly just a new strat coming out of the book from Wildcard. And M80, they might be looking to go quick with this, Parker. Savage is not holding the defuse kit, but Gunner is right behind him, so it's going to be on Savage to make this space, force the defenders back, and then Gunner will be holding F in the site.
Oh, out they go. Baby Shark does get one. No! How does he get them both? Goodness gracious. Shark bait for M80. 3 players now remaining. They wanted to go quickly. Gavin at least gets one, and that's the remainder of Baby Shark found. All 12 kills by Adrian will now be gambled on the trophy window as he holds this tight angle with the Scorpion. Down below the bomb site, hoping to give himself a line of sight to the ceiling above. M80 strategy now has gone completely belly up, and they need to pivot quickly. They also need to get the defuse kit, which has been surrendered. That might be the tricky part for this M80 team.
Baby Shark, what a moment from him. He does exactly what he needs to, playing the site with Warden. That defuse kit, it's dropped over on the office balcony, so nobody really in position to grab it. Maybe Ashen. It's a brilliant headshot from Diffuser. Numbers now equalized. 65 seconds still on the clock. Plenty of time to work with. I'm worried about some pressure inside the site. I'm worried about getting in and actually going for a plant because there are still very much hunkered down on this bomb site with Adrian being the only roamer down below. But they've got time to play with on the side of M80 to pull this one back.
Looked almost unwinnable after they lost the shield, after they lost that first bit of action. But again, never count out M80. Nade in hand, Ashen walks in, a golden opportunity, just evading that kill hole from below. Nitro Cell goes out. It misses. It gets Ashen off of the plant, though, and he will have to attempt again. Spiker's gamble, buying lots of time. Great coverage from Ashen as he does it all himself. Adrian and Kansan now to shut this down. Adrian goes, and then Kansan caught Gavin with the cross. It looked like it was curtains for M80, but that man on your screen from Tennessee keeps M80 in it, and we've got a tie game.
It's so close down to the wire every time, but since the TAC timeout, M80 have been firing on all cylinders, and for me, Parker, it's all about Ashen. What a ridiculously smart play from him to go grab the defuse kit, get into a plant position, but he knows Spiker's down below, so he doesn't just hard stick the plant like a bot, he's watching through those floorboards, he's waiting for the play from Spiker, and he's holding the angle as he comes around straight into his crosshair. That was beautifully played by Ashen, and Gavin as well, holding the cross, just does his job, making sure that Ashen can get that plant down safely if he needs to. Really well played, I think, all around by M80. And since the TAC timeout, since talking with Coach Fabian, they have really been able to get their attacks back in order. And now it's going to fall onto the shoulders of Lagonis, the Brazilian head coach of Wildcard, to get them back into this match. It looked like they would run away with it in the second half with a 5-3 lead, but now after 2 decisive rounds, it is all tied up at 5 and still anyone's game. This was a crazy moment from Baby Shark, by the way. I cannot believe it wasn't enough to win them the round.
You and me both, Jesse. That's just, yeah, that's a fascinating one, and one that will likely frustrate this wildcard team as they got such a leg up in the opening moments of this round, but then were picked apart very effectively. Huge credit to Ashen for the way that he played that post-plant, or he played the pre-plant, rather, and then Gavin for the way that he played the post-plant. That cross position, mailbox, cut, whatever you want to call it, it's incredibly important. You hold the avenue that you know that either attackers or defenders will need to go through, and you're just situated there, stopping them, usually holding a high-power rifle of some kind or something that does an awful lot of damage. Gavin only has 5 kills, by the way, but the 3 kills that he amassed in the previous round were integral at tying things up. So again, just because somebody doesn't have a lot of kills, and this is well below Gavin's expectations of himself, doesn't mean that those kills are not of immense value. So M80 able to draw even. My favorite round in Siege now, Jesse. The winner of this round goes to match point. If it's wild card, it'll be championship point.
That's crazy. After the TAC timeout, Lagonis says guys run the exact same site, a very similar op lineup, but maybe he said play a bit more aggressive. Spiker's in the basement, and more importantly, Adrian, the man of the hour, the best player on Wildcard today and yesterday, able to get a spawn peak pick onto Ashen. It has been his heroics that have kept M80 alive in this map, in this series, really. The highest rated player in the North American League down early in this critical 11th round of the game. What do you do to pull this one back, M80? How will they recover? The push looks very different than just the previous round, despite the fact that we've still got Savage on the blitz. And these roamers have pretty much gone back to site. They're droning down below, but it's only Adrian and Bar who remains off of that top floor.
Halfway point of the round now. Still plenty of time for M80 to do some discovery work. The man that you were singing the praises of being the first casualty with the Deimos gone is devastating for M80, but the last round, losing too early was equally devastating, and yet they were able to recover with grace. M80's a tricky team to beat, Jesse, and if they can get information and get a read on these wildcard players, they've always got a fighting chance.
Wildcard have read this push really nicely. They know that it's coming solar, but a blitz and a send will be really difficult to stop when this push comes through. Diffuser also finally trades back onto Adrian. Both of those nitros now have missed. It's only Bay on the Wamai with the newly buffed C4 in his pocket that will still remain with an explosive. Less than 60 seconds still to go for M80. They have to be able to convert this to an execute soon.
There goes Savage. Spiker will give Wildcard a numbers advantage. Even with Adrian down, this is still a pretty decent spot for Wildcard to be in because Kansan and Bay have been decently quiet. You always know Baby Shark can come out of nowhere and make his presence be felt. They spotted Diffuser outside on the balcony by the bathroom window. He takes some damage and will have to go back onto Rappel to link up with the rest of his teammates and do his job. As Gunner, who's been a sensational player, is dealt with quite easily by Baby Shark. Gavin's success in the previous round was integral, but he's got 4 targets to find now. As Diffuser dies and a swing in from Gavin, he will get cut down by Kansan. Wildcard, 1 round away from the championship here in North America, Stage 1.
And you just have to talk about the impact that one player going down has on a push, Parker. After Ashen dies, it feels like M80 stall out a little bit, doesn't it? They're over towards Solar, they're baiting out Nitro Cells. It's not like nothing's happening, but they're just bleeding bodies slowly and surely. That round slips away from their fingers. They try to find different entry points, but once that tip of the spear goes down, it feels like Wildcard just have every advantage in the world. It's particularly worrying to see that coming out of M80, who shouldn't be just relying on one entry fragger. This is a team that has Gavin, one of the best entries in the entire world on the squad. Diffuser, who's done so well for this team and the organization in the past. Even Savage playing on the Blitz is able to be a spearhead and take some space, but none of them were able to get that push going, and because of it, it is Wildcard, as you say, 1 round away from their very first domestic stage title.
They've been on an upward climb. They went from APAC to North America. They underwent a rebrand, different looks, different players, but they have settled in on this core from all over the world. Frankly, their coach, Brazilian. Their support player used to be Brazilian, now Polish/British. You've got an American in Spiker, an American in Kansan, an American in Bay, and a Frenchman in Baby Shark. Truly a melting pot of all cultures here, and with it, Wildcard have never been the best team in North America. They are 1 round away from changing that, and to do so over not 1 but 2 of the best teams domestically, both DZ and M80, would be an incredible accomplishment for a team that is just continuing to improve, like a fine wine getting better with age. M80 can play spoiler by winning this round and sending us to OT.
Talk about some of the personalities on this team. I mean, Spiker has been grinding since forever, it feels like, since he was 18 years old to make this happen. Here's a run out from Kansan, immediately shut down by Gavin. Kansan, another guy who's been at the top of North America before, has been hunting to get back there. He will not be part of the round 12 victory if it comes in this one for Wildcard, as he early goes down, trying to play with a bit of that momentum. It sucks losing a 2-brow. That's a lot of your stall gone and a Nitro Cell off the board as well.
Devastating loss for this team. And Kansan is a terrifically clutch player as well. So if he's still up on the board, even when he's outnumbered, outgunned, etc., there's a lot that he can do to help your team. I guess the one credit here is that he is the 2nd least amount of kills on the squad. So you've got the more offensive threats still upright. They'll trade, and all future trades will benefit this M80 team. As down goes Baby Shark, you lost your smoke as well. Adrian knocked out of the building and out of reality as Spiker takes 1 down before being traded out himself. Bay over by Piano. Retrieving that Nitro Cell. There's 1 on window as well, and it'll be the upside down Rappel to deal with him, but Diffuser has the cross, and away we go to OT. At least 2 more rounds between these teams.
Well, you couldn't have thought it would come that easy, Wildcard. It's 2 runouts out of the big garage door, Parker, that comes out as the end of them. Both Kansan and, of course, Adrian dying in that position. Adrian gets 1 kill for his troubles. A crazy air jab that does eventually fell Adrian. I don't think I've ever seen an air jab like that hit someone in that position, but regardless, they do manage to punish that aggressive move coming out from Wildcard, and it's good for M80 to keep their cool. A lot of worse teams would have faltered in that moment. They would have let the aggression get the better of them, but instead it's Wildcard who play a little bit too fast, a little bit too loose, hoping to secure this one quickly, but it just doesn't come that way. So now they've got to deal with overtime. And for me, Parker, this might be the most stressful part of the entire night, because Wildcard, if they lose at this position, after going up 6-5 in regulation, after going a little bit loose on that final round, falling in overtime, now you're facing an entire another map. That is how mentals start to get broken. M80 have played a long, grueling day of Siege. It's only what, 1 p.m. on the West Coast, but still, they'll be headed to their 6th map if they can win this overtime. But it feels like they have the stamina. It feels like they have the momentum if they can win the OT. Wildcard desperately need to close this one out in overtime. I would be worried for their mental if they have to go to a third map.
Completely agree with you here. The amount of hours just today alone that have been logged by this wildcard team, it's really something. They did get a bit of a reprieve between their match with Dark Zero and now here the grand finals against Wildcard. That's when we did our very first NAL awards show, which, by the way, I hope people did quite enjoy. The gentleman on your screen right there, Ashen, he was the MVP for the stage. A bunch of different awards being given out, and another player that is currently present in this lobby, Spiker, was given the best clutch/best play. And there he is with his clutch on Clubhouse, walking in, slaughtering 3 players, getting the defuse kit down. He's really shown some brilliance here. We're in another tech pause once again. I imagine it's likely a rehost due to overtime parameters. That tends to happen from time to time, so teams are not allowed to speak. They can sit there with the long face and just get ready for some more violence. Cafe Jesse is the decider.
Sounds like we did have somebody drop from the lobby, so we'll just work on getting them back in. It might not be as long as a rehost sometimes does go through, so we appreciate your patience. It shouldn't be too long. Cafe, again, one of those maps where you start to get a little bit scared if you are a wild card. M80 have 2 7-0 victories on Cafe over the last couple of days, both versus Dark Zero, but also they've played Wildcard twice on that map and have lost both times. Wildcard a 4-1 record on Cafe. It's one of their better maps for sure, so you might think on paper they'd be the favorites, but again, I'd worry about momentum, I'd worry about the mental. At this level, when you're at the grand finals of a domestic stage, you know, you're at the 3rd map of BO3, you have to imagine it's going to be pretty even on paper if teams have let it go that deep in through the ban phase. 6-6 now as we load into overtime. Wildcard will start on the defense. This was M80's map pick, so they will be choosing their overtime start side. So M80 thinking the attack will be better. Through regulation, it was 6 attack wins, 6 defense wins. So there shouldn't be any favorites coming into this overtime.
Defense for Wildcard, attack for M80. Don't really add any decided advantage here. Would you rather attack? Would you rather defend? What's your take?
I think attacking is easier on Chalet, but also if it's a high-pressure game, I think attacking is generally harder because you've got to be the one to move. That's something Pengu has talked about a lot in the past, where it's like, when you're in a nervous game, whether that's like the first round of a big tournament or even like an important one like this, sometimes it's easier just to sit and hold your angles than it is trying to force a push somewhere. Wildcard will choose this top floor bomb site as their first of 2 sites that they'll choose to defend here in overtime. They were successful on this site back in round number 7 and in round 11, but they lost it in the 10th round. It was right after their TAC timeout, actually, that they were able to bring this one back, replaying with a very similar operator lineup. It's, again, almost identical to the op lineup that they've been playing nonstop since round 10.
Deploying the drone.
Out comes the Blackbeard in the hands of Savage. Worked very effectively before. Ashen takes down 2. Bay and Adrian die in a hurry. What was that? And you can see it's business as usual for M80. Nothing typed in the chat by Ashen. That's a devastating blow to Wildcard's chances, but Gunner walks in haplessly. Spiker punishes him. A walk away as he knows there's a target on the window and knows that there's one over by Trophy, so he will get below and hope to greet him with an explosive fate. Deathmark goes off, but it's the opposite side of the map, and he will abandon that nitro cell. Spiker on the run with M80 having a numbers advantage.
It's got to be so frustrating. Wildcard do another aggressive move with a double run out from Adrian and Bay, but it's caught on a drone before they even make that play, so it gets hard punished by Ashen. These are really frustrating ways to be going down early in the round, and it puts so much pressure on your support players, on guys like Spiker, to be able to clutch this one up after that spot.
MPX is going to do some serious damage. Kansan wins that one. That's a bit of a puzzling one. Spiker now on the board as well. Lots of damage being done. How does Kansan pull it off? Spiker too. Wildcard had no business winning that one, but they get it back from that one round where they took 2 members of M80 out early and lost it. This time they sacrifice 2, win it, and go back to championship point.
Listen, it's a lot of pressure on those site players if you lose 2 players running out early in the round, but it just seems like this wildcard team thrives under pressure. A miraculous clutch to come back up. Kansan and Spiker putting the kills together as M80 struggle to get into the building. The 2 oldest and most experienced players on this wildcard team standing up and making the play happen. Just ridiculous gunplay from both of them. We watched Kansan's POV. But Spiker was absolutely insane too. He's telling his teammates, look at this good aim from me. Yeah, show that off. Get excited because that might be the moment that makes Wildcard NAL champions.
Just some seriously phenomenal stuff here from this team. And again, Wildcard just continue to get better and better and better. Even though it's been 2 maps, M80 has really impressed today. I know that they will be frustrated if this is the end of the road, but the way that they were able to recover after a tough start against Dark Zero and the way that they've recovered here as well against Wildcard, as you can see, 7-1 the scoreline for map 1. Wildcard not really having any problems whatsoever on that Nighthaven Labs. Now here on Chalet, it's been a very close game with huge moments from multiple players. Gavin popping off, Gunner popping off, Spiker, Adrian. There's been no shortage of fireworks, and if this is the end, my friend, it'll be a well-deserved victory for Wildcard just here in stage 1. And then, of course, they'll be riding that high as they look to go to the homeland of Baby Shark for EWC next month.
What a moment that would be to play in front of your home crowd, coming in as a North American champion at that. You know Baby Shark is hungry for it. This whole team have been waiting so long to be at the top of North America. And now it's M80. You have to do the impossible. Now, this is a bomb site they've been successful on. Fake the nade pullout, but it's not a good enough aim. Gunner finally caught off. It's Baby Shark who hits it. Immediately traded back, though. 4v4 still. Ashen falling back with Gavin as they clear through these hallways. The Kiba barriers keep them safe. That's a trade M80 will be happy to take. They clear out an important player in terms of Baby Shark. That's going to mean that those Valkyrie cams will continue to persist up and around the map because you don't have the information to clear them out. And M80, it's early. There's still a lot of time, I think, for Wildcard, but a 4v4 is definitely a good spot to be in for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the question needs to be asked is how much of this was Baby Shark able to do with his information and his gadget? This is a very quick one from Adrian. He doesn't realize there's another player inside a library dancing around the bullets. M80 outnumbered. Adrian will need to clutch now as Savage and Diffuser do a great job of turning this one around. He's got a player over by Chimney, but Adrian is sweating bullets. The weight of this championship on his shoulders. One more round for M80. If we go the full distance, he needs to go for the reload. Takes care of Diffuser. And would you write a better story? Savage and Adrian, former teammates, they won EWC together last year. They made the SI Grand Finals together earlier this year. And now for the championship, Adrian will need to kill his former teammate. He's got Savage on the ropes inside of Library. It'll be a bare knuckle bout. But hold on. Adrian's changing his mind. Down he'll go to the bomb site. He has the defuse kit, and Savage will get him through the wall. We're going all the way. What an incredible end.
You could not script a better final round. Not quite enough to close out the map, but in round 14, former teammates in the 1v1, just a miraculous game. And that's not an easy one to win out for Savage either, of course. He's the IGL, he's the hard support captain of M80, going up against one of the best fraggers on his former team at Adrian. That's a tough one to win, but he falls back to the sites. Just a ridiculous chain of events in the midst of that. Adrian had like 9 different opportunities to kill Diffuser as well, by the way. He just could not find the kill. Finally, the pistol to the foot is what does it and gets him into this 1v1. What a miracle to come through from Savage.
Let's go. Nice, Lucas.
Chaotic final moments as we got down to that 1v1, but none of it will be remembered if this game ends right here and now. It could all be for naught if they can't close it out in round 15 and force us back to Cafe. Wildcard will have one more opportunity to 2-0 M80 and crown themselves champions. Otherwise, we are just getting started in this crazy series.
We are either 3 minutes or an hour away from the champion being crowned. Cafe is map number 3. It has been incumbent upon M80 to repeatedly close this gap. I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off. I don't even know if they know if they'll be able to pull it off. Baby Shark will gamble on a spawn peek with the pistol of Ella. Oh my, what a start to the round that would have been. Instead, he'll now go over and do the exact same thing. Nope. He'll put down some barbed wire and await the advances over in office upstairs. My heart's racing, and I'm not even playing for either of these teams. I can't imagine what's going through the minds of the players.
I like seeing Wildcard keep the aggression up, Parker. It's kind of come back to bite them in the last couple of rounds, but they're still willing to go for these aggressive peaks. They know that that's just how you have to play Chalet, so they can't let their confidence get shaken just because they've had a couple of bad rounds. Now they're here on the defense for one final time. Barring games will be the place where this map ends one way or another. They know that Baby Shark is still aggressive over on that west side of the map. Of course, it's Kansan inside of Piano. You've got Baby Shark over inside of Office as well. It's these two players sitting with Scorpions inside the top floor who'll be hoping to lock down this roam game. No library control either. Both of these teams have really leaned into kind of the Jaeger Wamai meta, trying to lock down this room above the bomb site, but Wildcard choosing to be a bit more aggressive with it. This is either going to be so smart because they'll get a couple of early picks off of it, or it could come back to bite them hard.
Target Baby Shark now with that death mark. Half of the round is gone. Wildcard still quite spread out. You have to be concerned with these isolated gunfights. Always these 50-50 engagements. Kansan is within steps of Baby Shark, but I don't know if he's there suitably enough to get the refrag, so he needs to watch his own position inside a bathroom and hope that Baby Shark wins whatever engagement may come. Out goes a nade to clear any utility, wayward utility that's been placed by that office door as Savage is exposed for a second, taken care of by Baby Shark. They knew he was there. They read him so well. A huge investment, and Wildcard are punishing M80, but hold on. Gunner and Ashen are here. Here come the two Americans trudging their way inward. 1 minute remaining in the round. Wildcard with the advantage. Spiker on 14 kills. Adrian on 16. Ashen 11. Gunner 11. All the heavy hitters still up. They'll chase M80 from their position. A gas canister tossed from the top of Library Stairs. Baby Shark is the real wild card here, living up to his org's namesake as he lurks down below.
30 seconds. This is going to be really tight. They just picked up the defuse kit too.
And they know exactly what they need to do. You need to walk that down to this bomb site, but Baby Shark and Adrian are going to play full court press, catching Ashen. Gunner in a 1v3. Wildcard chasing their first championship, and they will get it. The Kings of North America. Congratulations, Wildcard. Very well earned, very well deserved, and what a final map for them to be crowned kings.
Oh, just letting the wildcard reaction speak for itself. The boys take the title for the first time after chasing it for so long. They come out the other side with a win all the way to round 15 to do it, and they deliver the victory.
Honestly, moments like these, my heart is like racing. Like I was in this moment. I was not in this moment. I don't know how you're feeling, but
I was most certainly
the emotions that are going through this. I mean, we had the script. We had the script in round 14. If Adrian wins that fight,
my God,
seals the deal there. I mean,
against the former IGL.
Something with Steve. We just always have the best scripts, and we just missed out on that opportunity. But still, nonetheless, I mean, what a series from both of these two. You really got to give commiserations to both the teams. Yeah. All of the players contributed. All the players put their foot forward, their best foot forward. Ultimately, it comes down to wildcards sealing the deal and a much-deserved NAL championship title.
Yeah, it does come down to them sealing the deal, and the M80, again, they were starting to wake up a little bit there. We had a game on our hands. We were thinking for a second there this might be going to map 3 in that cafe and what that might have been, but Unfortunately for them, again, we talked about the wild card plot armor kind of coming out on top just a little bit. All these close rounds kind of going into their favor. And, oh yeah, ultimately in this last round, again, I mean, it just came down to a big TDM moment, and wildcard, they knew what their win condition was, where they call checkmate. They got into their checkmate position extremely well, and I mean, hats off to them. Yeah, JJ not in their path. Look what they could do.
Look what they are capable of when they don't have to deal with them. I mean, Kanzan, the MVP of this one, but up and down the lineup, everyone on the wildcard side made their contributions in moments. Take Baby Shark, for example, right? Is not leading the way, but there were some absolutely vital moments where we saw 1v2s, getting multiple kills. I mean, without him, they don't win this game.
Right, with stats don't always paint the picture. Even if Baby Shark was statistically maybe the lowest rated in that series, he had big moments that contributed to them winning rounds, even in that last round particular, where we would see Savage push towards that K9, hit that Ela mine. We immediately see Baby Shark swing, get the frag, and then try to go back. Ultimately, they do bring it back into a 3v3, but it's getting those initial picks that he was able to do time and time again from that K9 position paid dividends.
Lax, you're telling me the lowest stats doesn't mean you get dropped? That's what Reddit tells me all the time. What are we talking about here? I mean,
that guy sucks.
Yeah, what? Get him off the team. I mean, he did have some big moments. In another round where he was on Warden, again, same position, K9 door. They didn't see he was Warden. They run the blitz at him. He opens up the round for them. That's what fraggers do. They're not always going to pop off with the aces, with the 4Ks, but they're going to open up the rounds, and Baby Shark, very good at doing that.
Well, wildcard, a moment that they have been looking forward to from quite some time. I know Spiker has been waiting for this moment for a while. Spiker, congratulations, man. It is a long time coming, and it is so well deserved. Your first NAL title, wildcard, have finally done it. Take me through the emotions right now, what you're feeling. I know how badly you wanted this, right? You told us before that EWC wasn't enough. You wanted to go all the way. How are you feeling in this moment?
Let's see the tears.
No, I mean, no, it feels great. Honestly, these last, my knee is messed up. So, the last, 4 days, I've been, kind of, doing my, in my own zone. So, it feels great. It feels fantastic. I got to figure out what's going on with my knee. That's, kind of my main focus. I just want to be ready for EWC. But, it feels great. You saw the rest of the boys standing up and celebrating. I stood up at my own pace, five times after the game.
Yeah, very subdued reaction from you there.
Yeah, I gotta play with my leg fully stretched out. I can't lean in. I'm gripping my mouse normally like the rest of you guys, so it's tough. It's been tough for me.
You're getting old, buddy. You're getting old. Well,
dude,
listen.
I am, bro. That's what Super said. I said to Super, my knee hurts. He said, bro, let's just call it getting old, man.
I kind of put out a tweet saying to tell Gunner to take out your knees or go for the knees, something like that. Well, Spiker, congratulations. Oh.
Yeah, here I am.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, anyways, I was going to say, I don't really have much of a question for you. I do want to just say congratulations. Obviously, I teamed with you. Seeing your just influence in the league, your influence on the team, and what you continue to replicate time and time again to finally get an NAL title underneath your belt. I'm super excited to see what we get from you more in the future, and especially going into EWC. So all big congratulations to you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Lax, good cop. I'll play the bad cop here for a second.
No.
Congratulations, Spiker, JJ, not in your way. You guys were able to get the title. Now,
God.
I want to know what, in your guys' mind at least, what changed for you guys? Because we pulled up a graphic. We looked through the stage of wildcard. You guys were consistently that 7th place, 6th place, 5th place team. What changed in the last, 3-4 months for this wildcard team to now you guys are competing domestically?
His knee.
Yeah, my knee, yeah. No, I mean, I got no clue, honestly. I think it's really just been, everybody's just putting in, so much effort, day in, day out. Everybody's trying so hard. We knew that, we would get to this moment. We just need to figure out how to kind of translate our international success domestically, which is weird because normally it's domestic success and internationally. Exactly. So, we knew we'd get here eventually. We knew the talent that we had. We knew the players that we had. The group that we have is fantastic. So, it was just about staying on the grind, trusting the process, and, now we're here.
Yeah, 100%. And love me some Hot and Cold. I thought he performed fantastic for you guys at SLC, but the way Adrian's playing right now, I wonder if there's any question marks in your guys' head what you guys could have done at that event with Adrian, because he's playing out of his mind.
It definitely sucked. The practice leading to Salt Lake City was really good too. So it definitely sucked, especially losing to DZ in a pretty close game, and then they end up winning the event. Definitely sucked. But whatever. There's nothing we could have done about it. So, you know, we were just taking it, you know, how we could, learning as much from Matt as we could. You know, he's a great, like, veteran person, just a great dude, honestly. So just learning everything in game and out of game that we could from him, you know, taking that experience in was kind of, you know, our kind of goal with that. And helped a lot.
The Chalet pick here, I'll kind of ask a question that they would normally ask, but like, we heard you guys going into that map with a pretty bad recent history on it. We heard like the Lagotinus, right? We heard Lagotinus say, let's win this map. Like we are winning Chalet. What was it about Chalet today that you guys were particularly prepared for?
We just kind of, you know, took our game last week and, you know, changed some stuff up. Just kind of, you know, improving on the map was kind of our main thing. You know, every game that you, especially the games you lose, you learn a ton from, right? So I think we learned a ton from that DC game last week, both on attack and defense. And we just tried to, you know, implement those things this week in practice, and it worked out well on game day.
Sweet Spiker, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again, man. It is awesome to see you at the top, officially the best team in the NAL. Congrats, man.
Thank you, appreciate it.
What a way to finish the stage. Wild card, go all the way through upper bracket run.
I called it.
They did not have to go
We
to
called
the lower
it.
bracket.
No, you said that it was going to be DZ. I said it was going to be wild card that would have had to go through the lower bracket, but they did it in the upper bracket.
Look, I'm just happy we don't have to see any more tweets from JJ Blaz saying he's the NAL champion no longer. Now, I am happy. Yeah, I'm happy to say, and they absolutely earned it. So I'm happy to see some Spiker, some Bay, some Baby Shark. They got so many personalities, so much great talent on that team. I love it for them.
And now here's the question, right? They go into EWC as the team to beat in NA. A very different position than they're used to seeing. How does that change their prep? How does that change their approach, you know?
And I mean, Adrian's looking extremely comfortable on the team. The team's looking comfortable. They now have domestic success. I mean, do they win EWC now? Is that the recipe for this team?
Yeah, I mean, you hope that they didn't get cursed, and now that they won domestically, they're just going to get grouped or something at
obviously,
EWC.
an NA team's winning
right
EWC.
now they're the favorite to win the whole thing.
They are the favorite to win it. But what that means is there's going to be more footage on them, more maps out there. I think everyone in the world is going to know what info maxing and C4 maxing is. So I'm expecting a lot of counter prep on them. But from what I've heard, Lagotinus, you know, the coach, he puts so much work in, and he's going to be changing their gameplay over the next 2 weeks. They're going to be evolving. They're going to be learning. Even though they won, they're going to be changing so much stuff up. So yeah, I'm not worried about them at all. Expect them to be some heavy favorites.
Well, what a way to finish stage one. Got here to Copenhagen. We've been living here full time, by the way, for the last 41 days, in case you weren't aware of that.
Home a week.
I did go home for a week.
Calling them out.
Truly, it's been a wild experience here. You guys have been it's been such a great to have you on the best dial. Really a great addition. I mean, your first stage as an analyst ever. You do it here in Copenhagen. How was it for you? First, like, just giving impressions to the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It was pretty shocking. Like when I got to see all the stuff that you guys are doing behind the scenes that no one gets to know, and people kind of give you a little bit of shit for maybe behind the scenes. But yeah, you guys were super helpful to kind of getting me up to speed. Still get nervous in front of the camera, even though I'm streaming all the time. But I had a ton of fun. Who knows what the future holds? But again, I really enjoyed my time. Appreciate you guys having me. Appreciate everyone kind of having me here and giving me the spot on the couch. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I absolutely loved it. It's been super fun working with you. We've always been adversaries. We've always had some sort of, you know, team dynamic of me losing to you.
Always.
Me not wanting to, you know, be friends with you. And then now we're here on the desk. We're on the same team. I mean, it's just, you know, it's competition at the end of the day, but it's nice to finally be on the same team. And I think you have been a tremendous addition to this desk.
Appreciate that. I thought you were about to say dream right there.
I was, honestly.
All you're thinking about is Dream.
He's just...
All I was
Nah,
that Dream was a top 5 rated player. His Dream's just in the back of my head.
He's a top 5. Come on, man. No bias.
I believe you. Well, obviously, a huge thanks to you guys for being a part of this, and a huge thanks to everyone who's been a part of the broadcast from home. We would not be able to do what we love. All these players would not be able to do what they love without you, the viewer. So keep watching, keep tweeting, interacting, and posting on Reddit, debating, and everything in between. We love it. That's what makes the Rainbow Six community whole. That's what makes us able to do our jobs. So we really appreciate everything that you bring to the community. So for the final time here in Stage 1, on behalf of our entire studio crew, our producer Toga for Laxing, for Mint, I'm Jonas Villinger. Thanks so much for watching, and we will return in Stage 2 in the fall. See you then.